I wish I were a super rich second-generation heir. The 22 years of impoverished existence were merely a means for my unseen billionaire father to hone my mental fortitude. It was all to prepare me to become a worthy successor. May 14th, 2024, 11:45 p.m. On this night, as slumber beckoned, Jiang Nan routinely reached for a diary to record a wish he had nurtured for 5 long years. Upon awakening the next morning, as he gazed into the mirror at his chiseled and strikingly handsome visage, adorned with a flawless mermaid line and an enviable physique, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to the indulgent life system. As the legendary system's notification echoed in his mind, his long-distance girlfriend called. Darling, I will come over this weekend to celebrate 520 with you. Chapter 1. Reckless Expenditure. Embracing a Perfect Life. May 15th, 2024. Around 8 a.m., Jiang Nan's biological clock roused him from his slumber. Dazed, he stumbled out of bed, heading toward the bathroom, and began his morning routine with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to witness something utterly astonishing, gazing in bewilderment at his reflection in the mirror. In the mirror was a man, distinctly chiseled and strikingly handsome. It was him, yet he found it perplexing that today, the once merely decent-looking version of himself appeared so exceptionally handsome. Due to years of late nights, he had always struggled with oily skin and frequent breakouts. Yet today his complexion was remarkably clear. Has my nearsightedness worsened? Jiang Nan's first thought was that his vision had deteriorated. Otherwise, how could he appear to be enveloped in such a profound filter? Shaking his head, he continued brushing his teeth while admiring his newfound charm. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Nan marveled, and then, inadvertently, his gaze drifted downwards, revealing his bare upper body, a sight he often beheld during sleep. 1, 2, 3. Holy cow! 8-pack abs, a perfect mermaid line. At that moment, Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and he turned to the side to glance in the mirror again, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief, and instinctively clenched his fists in excitement. Bang! Bang! The sound of steel. Goodness, this is a perfect mermaid line. Am I still dreaming? To be honest, this truly feels like a delightful dream. Jiang Nan grinned widely. Ding! At the instant he expelled the mouthwash, an electronic, synthesized voice resonated in his mind. In the next moment, before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend, another electronic, synthesized voice echoed once more in his mind. Due to the host's unwavering will, having harbored the same wish for 5 consecutive years, the indulgent life system has been successfully activated and bound. What on earth? The toothbrush was clamped tightly between Jiang Nan's teeth, his eyes wide open, resembling the bulging gaze of a bovine. A system? Is it akin to those systems featured in novels on the Tomato Novel app? Greetings, indulgent life system. Jiang Nan tentatively initiated a greeting. Greetings, host. You may communicate with the system simply by contemplating it within your mind. The voice of the system resonated. I would like to inquire, what functions do you possess? Jiang Nan swallowed hard, the faint taste of mouthwash lingering, yet he paid little heed to it. His hand trembled slightly while holding the cup as he posed the question. As a seasoned reader who had long indulged in novels on the Tomato app, he was well aware of what a system entailed. Possessing a system undoubtedly indicated a promising ascent. The only variable was whether the system would be robust enough to facilitate a swift rise or a gradual climb. Indulge extravagantly, relish in a perfect life. The system's voice proclaimed. The host merely needs to utilize their own finances for consumption to receive a random multiplier in return. Are there any limitations? Jiang Nan paused, realizing that the functionalities of this system bore a striking resemblance to those found in certain affluent narratives he had encountered on the Tomato Novel app. There are no limitations whatsoever. The only stipulation is that the money you spend must be your own, in order to receive a rebate. Additionally, by occasionally completing small welfare tasks assigned by the system, you may acquire unexpected abilities and items, the system elaborated. What about spending on others? For instance, treating a stunningly beautiful woman. Jiang Nan inquired. Regardless of whom you choose to treat, it is still consumption, and the system does not concern itself with the recipient's beauty, the system replied. Impressive. Jiang Nan exclaimed in admiration. This system was indeed remarkable, standing out among the myriad systems within the realm of online literature. It was far superior to those that mandated spending on only the most attractive individuals to receive returns. For instance, he had previously read a novel titled, starting with a 10,000 times rebate card, The Green Tea Campus Belle Becomes a Simp, which commenced with a lavish gift to a green tea campus belle, a scene that was truly unbearable to witness. Buzzing. Just as Jiang Nan contemplated inquiring about any beginner's welfare packages, the phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. He promptly set down the cup and toothbrush, striding purposefully towards the restroom. Glancing at the phone, he noticed it was saved under the name Darling. This immediately transported his thoughts back to 2.5 years prior. On a lonely night, he had downloaded a casual gaming app out of sheer boredom. The app offered online billiards, gamoku, and Ludo, among other mini-games. Through this app, he met a female online friend named Chio. The two frequently played billiards and gamoku, and over time, they gradually fell into a virtual romance. Their relationship spanned 2.5 years, transforming Jiang Nan, a boy who had never experienced online romance, into a seasoned veteran of a 2.5-year-long virtual affair. During this time, he often boasted about being tall, handsome, and a wealthy second-generation heir. Although he felt a pang of embarrassment after each voice call, he rationalized that boasting online was not a crime. Furthermore, he had never considered the prospect of meeting in person. Online romance seemed far too unrealistic. Not to mention, he resided in Jiangsheng in the southwest, while his online partner was situated in the metropolis. Even if the idea crossed his mind, the distance to that bustling city felt insurmountable. His thoughts abruptly ceased at this point. Jiang Nan answered the call. Darling, a cheerful voice chimed. It was devoid of affectation or pretense, simply melodious. I'm here, darling, Jiang Nan responded. Today is already May 15th. In just a few days, it will be 520. Chio's voice continued. What's the matter? Jiang Nan did not immediately grasp the significance. What's the matter? Did I not mention before? This year, I wish to celebrate 520 with you. Humph, you clearly do not pay attention to my words. Chio huffed. I just woke up. My mind is a bit foggy, Jiang Nan explained. He recalled that last year's 520, his online partner had also expressed a desire to meet, but he had deflected with an excuse about returning home for matters. After all, he had been a penniless braggart online, too intimidated to meet in person. This year, what excuse should I conjure to evade this? Jiang Nan instinctively entertained this thought, only to immediately snap back to reality, wishing he could slap himself awake. How can I still be timid after binding a system? So, shall I book a flight? Chio's voice interjected, tinged with anticipation. Let me handle the booking. Jiang Nan inhaled deeply and replied. He can indeed afford the ticket costing 1,000 or so, while simultaneously assessing the capabilities of this system. Chapter 2. The first expenditure, a tenfold reward. My dear, allow me to handle this myself. Chio's gentle voice resonated. Your money did not come from the wind. Simply extend your hospitality when I arrive. I have heard that the spicy hot pot in Jiangsheng is quite delectable, and I intend to indulge in several bowls. Not a problem. Please send me your details via WeChat. I will handle the ticket booking. Jiang Nan was determined not to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Very well. Chio's resigned tone followed. Then please book the flight for the 18th. I'll visit for the weekend and head back on Monday. I have class in the afternoon. Understood. Jiang Nan nodded, and after a brief conversation, they ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Chio sent her identification number, name, and phone number. Meng Qingxiu, wait. She was born in 04. To be honest, after 2.5 years of online dating, it was the first time he learned the true age of his virtual partner. Moreover, being 20 this year meant she was only around 17 when they first began their relationship. No wonder she had always been reticent about her age. My dear, when I arrive, I'll treat you to some delicious food. A voice message arrived, and from her tone, it seemed Meng Qingxiu was exceedingly excited. All right, I will book your flight right away. Jiang Nan promptly exited WeChat and opened an app to begin the ticket reservation. Wait a moment. As he opened the flight options from the magical city to Jiangsheng, Jiang Nan abruptly regained his composure. His online persona was that of a wealthy and handsome figure. Booking the cheapest economy class would be akin to slapping himself in the face. Immediately, he exited the app and glanced at his bank balance. 852 yuan. With this in mind, he returned to the ticket booking app and selected the first class option. This was not merely an act of pretentiousness. The more he spent, the more solidly he could lay the groundwork for his forthcoming financial windfall. First class ticket, 300 yuan. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, internally shouting, "Is the system there?" "Yes, host, what is your command?" came the system's reply. "Nothing." Jiang Nan proceeded to book the ticket. Ding. Soon, the notification of the bank transaction echoed in his ears. The next moment, a notification tone from the system rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your expenditure was successful, and you have received a tenfold cashback reward. Considering this is your first purchase, you officially embark on the path to a perfect life. The system additionally grants you an insight skill." Ding. This time, it was the sound of a text message. Jiang Nan glanced down to find a message illuminating his screen. Your account 4399 received a deposit of 63,000 yuan on May 15th at 8:12 a.m. Available balance, 64,552 yuan. It's real? I'm not dreaming. The system truly exists. At that moment, Jiang Nan held his breath for a fraction of time before pinching his thigh. The sharp sensation brought forth an immediate surge of exhilaration. Tenfold cashback. That 300 yuan had rapidly transformed into 63,000 yuan. Mere words could scarcely convey the sheer euphoria. It was an overwhelming delight beyond compare. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. "Qiu, what is the matter?" Jiang Nan answered the call. "My dear, why did you book a first-class ticket for me?" Meng Qingqiu's astonished voice emerged. "It's nothing. Just a few thousand yuan. It's hardly a significant amount." As he uttered these words, there was a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. When had he ever casually referred to 300 yuan as a trifling sum? Unthinkable. Not a significant amount. Meng Qingqiu's voice fell somber, tinged with a raspy quality. "My dear, first and foremost, I am not a materialistic girl. To me, first class is no different from economy class. The ultimate goal is merely to see you. However, I do not wish for you to incur such expenses. A few thousand yuan is not a small sum. It is a month's salary for many ordinary individuals, or even the living expenses for impoverished families for a year or more." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. "My dear, to be honest, I am more concerned about you. In fact, I secretly visited Jiangcheng last year on May 20th to see you when you were delivering takeout." Meng Qingqiu's subsequent words left Jiang Nan astounded. As he listened intently, "Although we are merely in an online relationship, I have genuinely experienced the essence of love with you, something I have never encountered before. You have been there for me during my unhappy moments, patiently listening to my rants. While you may occasionally annoy me, I believe that is the true essence of a romantic relationship." Hearing this, Jiang Nan inhaled deeply. "Sweetheart, it's only been a short while since the booking. Let us cancel the first-class ticket." Meng Qingqiu's voice persisted. "Qiu. Actually, that was just me experiencing life. While I may not be as tall or handsome as you imagine, I am indeed a rich second-generation heir." He felt compelled to maintain his facade. If it weren't for the system binding him, he would have easily come clean. Yet, now, he was tethered to a powerful system. In mere moments, 300 had morphed into 63,000. With several days left for further financial growth, Jiang Nan was confident that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng, he would easily sustain the persona of a wealthy heir. Meng Qingqiu was taken aback by Jiang Nan's words. "I truly am not deceiving you." Jiang Nan chuckled wryly. "I never anticipated that you had secretly sought me out last year." "Really?" Meng Qingqiu still sounded skeptical. "Absolutely. What car do you fancy? I will drive it to pick you up." Jiang Nan smiled. "Anything is fine. I am not particular about such things," Meng Qingqiu replied softly. "Qingqiu, I must attend class now." A voice interrupted. "All right, I will let my partner know and join you shortly." Meng Qingqiu responded, then added, "My dear, I won't worry about you anymore. I'll head to class now. We can chat later." "Go ahead." Jiang Nan nodded. "Mua." Meng Qingqiu shyly blew a kiss before hanging up. Things are looking up. Jiang Nan glanced at his bank account. Although the balance stood at merely 64,552 yuan, he was confident that by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng, he would surpass the 7-figure mark and perhaps even reach 8 figures. As money multiplies, it only begets more wealth. Jiang Nan declared resolutely, the leverage of 64,552 yuan is not to be underestimated. Ding. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 3, a welfare side quest, a luxury car starting at 1 million. Ding. Acknowledging the host's intense desire for expenditure, the system dispatched a welfare side quest. Within half an hour, successfully spending 63,000 yuan would yield a Mercedes E300. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour for a reward of a Mercedes E300. Splendid. Upon hearing this task, Jiang Nan couldn't help but burst into laughter. A Mercedes E300. It is valued at least at 4 to 500,000 yuan. Do not underestimate this amount. While it may seem trivial to the wealthy, is this world solely comprised of the affluent? A car worth 500,000 yuan would require at least 5 years of saving, assuming a modest monthly income of 8,000 yuan, which totals a mere 96,000 yuan per year without any expenditures. Thus, for the average person, what constitutes a luxury vehicle? As the timer commenced, the system urged him to complete the task promptly. Jiang Nan resolved to prepare to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized the time constraint of this task. Venturing outside could be time-consuming, and he might not even find an appropriate target for spending. Hence, Jiang Nan's gaze sharpened. Ding! At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. Instinctively, he glanced over to see a message from Douyin's backend. The user you follow, Xiao Guai Bu Guai, has started a live stream. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. What a stroke of fortune. System, surely rewarding someone in a live stream counts as spending, right? Jiang Nan inquired. Yes, the system replied. Then indeed, this is a welfare task. A complimentary E300. Jiang Nan grinned widely and promptly clicked on the live stream notification. Welcome, Yinyu Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Welcome, Tuoba Zayaguden, to the live stream. Exclaimed the host. Oh, I merely intended to casually stream today, yet it appears there are quite a few people here this early, as over a dozen have already joined. Upon entering the live stream, a voice immediately rang out. Jiang Nan looked over to see a high-value girl, seemingly around 18, gazing in astonishment at the influx of fans. My wife is going to kiss me, kiss kiss kiss. Xiao Guai's beauty is truly exceptional. I cannot fathom why she isn't more popular. No beauty filters. Just a pure candid shot, and her looks are undeniably striking. If I were to marry Xiao Guai and ride in a luxury car, I would gladly accept. As the comments flooded in, Jiang Nan withdrew and began recharging his account. In just a brief moment, the notification for 630,000 Do diamonds confirmed a successful recharge. Immediately, he navigated back to Xiao Guai Bu Guai's livestream via his following list. Opening the gift section, he scrolled down. Soon, his fingers settled on a gift worth 30,000 Do diamonds. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent the host a carnival. At this moment, the girl with dual ponytails in front of the camera seemed to notice something. Her eyes widening as she hurriedly leaned closer, astonished by the carnival appearing on the screen. Carnival. Thank you, Yinyu Jiang Nan, for sending a carnival. Wow, am I dreaming? Someone actually sent me a carnival. Xiao Guai's voice echoed in disbelief throughout the livestream. Almost instantaneously, the notifications continued. Yinyu Jiang Nan has sent the host a carnival. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan had gifted 21 carnivals. Boss, you're incredible, exclaimed viewers. Wow, Xiao Guai has really taken off. Consuming 21 carnivals, how much is that? 63,000 yuan. My goodness, even halved, Xiao Guai has earned 31,500 yuan in such a brief moment. Hey, can someone drop a fortune bag? There are few people here. Let me grab one to send a light sign for my wife, Xiao Guai. As Jiang Nan's 21 carnivals flooded the chat, not only did Xiao Guai become ecstatic, but the dozen or so viewers also erupted in excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successful spending and receiving a double return on your expenditure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the system's welfare task and triggering a critical reward, a Porsche Cayenne. As the astonishment washed over Xiao Guai and the viewers, Jiang Nan was equally taken aback by the system's notifications. 126,000 yuan received, along with a Porsche Cayenne valued at a minimum of 1 million. My goodness, this system is exceedingly generous. Jiang Nan gazed at the 126,000 yuan credited to his account, and upon realizing he had flawlessly completed the task to earn a Porsche Cayenne, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The feeling of unearned reward was overwhelmingly pleasurable. Yinyu Jiang Nan, brother? Are you still there? At that moment, the sweet voices of Xiao Guai jolted Jiang Nan back to reality. He looked towards the livestream, where the now ponytailed girl, adorned with black-framed glasses, appeared adorably nerdy. After casually responding that he was present, he recalled the insight ability he had gained from his first spending and promptly asked, System, can this insight ability be used on people? Indeed. Alright. Direct an insight toward this Xiao Guai Bu Guai. Name, Lin Manme. Age, 18 years. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 88 points. Affection, 20 points. Soon, a virtual 3D attribute panel materialized before Jiang Nan's eyes. After a brief glance, he was taken aback by the 88 points in the appearance category. An 88 on a 100-point scale is, to be frank, quite commendable. At least, Jiang Nan believed that only a campus beauty could reach such a level in reality. Splendid. This insight ability is simply phenomenal. With it, He could effortlessly discern whether a girl is genuinely innocent or merely feigning innocence. Furthermore, the affection metric would provide a clear indication of whether someone is sincere or duplicitous. Chapter 4. Lin Manman's Fashion Mini-Game Livestream. Thank you so much for the 21 carnivals, Jiang Nan, brother. I must step out for a moment, but I will resume the livestream upon my return, if that's all right. At this moment, the sweet voice of the host, Lin Manman, echoed once more in the livestream. Her calling him brother sent the viewers into a frenzy of excitement. How sweet. Go ahead, Jiang Nan replied with a nonchalant comment, before exiting the livestream. Upon arriving at his homepage, he discovered several private messages. Tooba Zai brother, could you do me a favor? Could you lend me a few hundred yuan for a meal? Young and ambitious. Jiang Nan dad, could you spare me some gold coins? My request isn't excessive, just a few bucks for a pig trotter rice. Little cutie, brother Jiang Nan, could you add a green bubble for me? He then noticed a message from Lin Manman. The shock brought by 21 carnivals to this minor internet celebrity was nothing short of overwhelming. Nearly all were filled to the brim. It is no exaggeration to say that, aside from those 21 carnivals, even just a few luxury cars would undoubtedly attract someone like Lin Manman, a small streamer with over 1,000 fans. To seek him out eagerly, Jiang Nan bestowed upon her his own green bubble, then promptly closed the private messages and exited Douyin. He settled onto the sofa in the living room and opened his text messages. 127, 552 yuan. With a snap, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. After a long exhale, a satisfied smile emerged on Jiang Nan's face. Do not inquire why he did not immediately capitalize on this fortune by seeking out several beautiful female streamers to lavish gifts upon in order to continuously reap cashback rewards. The truth is, he was still reeling from the sudden transformation from a penniless loser to a young man with a six-figure savings account. For someone of his age, reaching a savings of over 100,000 yuan is indeed quite commendable. At that moment, a notification appeared in WeChat. Jiang Nan clicked to open it, revealing little cutie's profile picture, a full-body shot featuring her twin ponytails tied with a blue hairband, dressed somewhat like a JK uniform, with a blue bow at the collar. Below her white pleated skirt were a pair of perfectly straight and beautiful legs, devoid of any stockings, which in Jiang Nan's eyes seemed to lack a certain allure. However, the sheer perfection of her legs was so overwhelming that Jiang Nan felt that even bare legs could be considered timeless. Truly, those legs were exceptional. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Soon after, a voice message arrived. Brother Jiang Nan, I have some matters to attend to. Can we chat later? After hearing this, Jiang Nan simply set her aside, exited WeChat, and instead opened the Tomato Novel app. He swiftly navigated to a novel titled Having Bound a Rich System. Who still needs to be a simp? Within the urban rich man genre, King of Gifts, worth 500 yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nan splurged on 10 of these 500 yuan gifts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the consumption and received a fourfold cashback reward. 5,000 yuan multiplied by 4 equals 20,000 yuan. Watching the 20,000 yuan credited to his account, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Nan's face. This was a promise he had made to the author. He hadn't gone overboard, as sometimes it is sufficient to show a gesture without stirring unnecessary trouble. Exiting the Tomato Novel app, Jiang Nan returned to Douyin. Welcome. Come play a game with me. As he entered Douyin, perhaps due to his earlier gifting of 21 carnivals, a live stream was instantly pushed to him. Jiang Nan didn't click in. He merely glanced at the screen where a masked girl was holding a sign that read, a small heart step on the pressure plate. 3 steps on the pressure plate for a big beer. Too trivial. Jiang Nan shook his head. The highest reward was merely a pair of sunglasses. One pair of sunglasses cost 99 Douyin diamonds, approximately 99 yuan, and the penalty was standing on the pressure plate for a minute. He decided to charge 100,000 yuan first. Upon arriving at his homepage, he began to recharge. Soon, 1 million Douyin diamonds were credited. Returning to the recommended homepage, Jiang Nan was about to scroll down when he inadvertently clicked into the live stream. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. Would you like to play a minigame? As he entered the live stream, the female host immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Jiang Nan chuckled, thinking that since he was already there, he might as well gift a little. He sent a pair of sunglasses to the host. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the big sunglasses. I am truly grateful. For the next minute, Little May stood on the pressure plate live for everyone. After expressing gratitude, the female host removed her shoes and stepped onto the pressure plate, visibly furrowing her brow. It was indeed not easy. Jiang Nan shook his head and then gifted 9 more pairs of sunglasses, intending to make it a perfect 10 before leaving. Thank you so much, brother Jiang Nan, for a total of 10 big sunglasses. For the next 10 minutes, Little May will be live on the pressure plate for everyone. Everyone can give the top supporter, Brother Yinyu Jiang Nan, a follow to boost his fans. The host's voice rang out immediately. She certainly knew how to provide emotional value. Jiang Nan had initially planned to leave, but upon hearing this, he decided to send her another 100 pairs of sunglasses. A total of 110 pairs of sunglasses amounted to 1,089 yuan, and without the guild taking a cut, the female host would receive around 544 yuan. Standing on the pressure plate for 110 minutes was honestly quite a challenge to earn that money. My goodness, thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for another 100 big sunglasses. I've never received so many gifts before. I must quickly take a screenshot. I am so moved. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan. Click. The sound of a screenshot echoed through the live stream. Constantly expressing gratitude and bowing, she even occasionally wiped her eyes. Despite knowing it was an act, Jiang Nan felt the emotional value he derived was quite rewarding. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan sent another 300 pairs of sunglasses. Chapter 5. The Shock of Landlady Xia Jiqing. Goodness. Another 300 big sunglasses. The moment Jiang Nan sent those 300 sunglasses, it was evident that the female host's eyes widened in disbelief. A total of 400 big sunglasses means 400 minutes. That is 6 hours and 40 minutes. Come on, let us see. You'll be standing on the pressure plate for the next 6 hours and 40 minutes. He had just seen the host wipe her sweat. Was she not afraid? Enduring over 6 hours would undoubtedly be excruciating, especially standing on the pressure plate for that long. Well done, brother. This host has never been defeated before. Let's see if she will this time. Never been defeated? Upon reading this comment, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, just as he was about to continue gifting sunglasses. A voice rang out in the live stream. I'm defeated. This time, I'm truly defeated. Brothers, can I just finish this punishment of standing on the pressure plate for over 6 hours? Hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled and directly exited the live stream. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Successful consumption. Receive 5 times the cashback. 400 pairs of sunglasses amounted to 3,960 yuan, and 5 times that was 19,800 yuan. Setting aside the principle, in merely a brief moment, I have managed to earn over 10,000. To be candid, engaging in this delightful pastime while accumulating wealth is indeed quite exhilarating. Subsequently, Jiang Nan flitted about, traversing from one place to another. After an hour, he successfully expended 100,000, equating to 1 million dough diamonds. At this moment, as he beheld the figure in his account reach 970,000, a satisfied smile unfurled across his face. Done. Jiang Nan flexed his fingers and slowly rose from the sofa. A glance at the clock revealed it was still nearly 10 o'clock, prompting a thoughtful reflection. Just this morning, I was merely a struggling young man with a few thousand in savings, and now I am on the brink of 1 million. This system is truly remarkable. Not to mention, I have acquired a Porsche Cayenne worth at least 1 million. Indeed, system, where is my Porsche Cayenne? Jiang Nan pondered, prompting an inquiry within his mind. Please look on the coffee table, the system's voice responded. Following the direction of the voice, Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon a file folder resting upon the table, accompanied by a car key, which instantly brightened his eyes. Upon opening the folder and taking a quick glance, everything appeared in order. He need not lift a finger, as the system had arranged everything automatically for him. Bravo, system! Jiang Nan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Such a convenient and worry-free system. Where could one possibly find something like this? Should there be a platform for feedback, Jiang Nan would gladly bestow this system with an outstanding 5-star review. Venturing out for some shopping, Jiang Nan tossed the car key playfully in his hand and strode purposefully towards the door. With a soft click, he closed the door behind him. As he made his way down the stairs, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the air. His rented accommodation was situated in an old district of Jiang City, characterized by low-rise buildings, typically around 6 stories high. He resided on the 3rd floor, which provided convenient access. At that moment, the rhythmic sound of high heels caught his attention, and he instinctively turned to face the source. His eyes fell upon a pair of exquisite legs emerging from around the corner of the stairway, followed by a set of high-heeled shoes. Soon after, half of her figure came into view, draped in a blue turtleneck top that revealed a hint of her shoulder. Her profile was breathtakingly flawless, embodying an otherworldly beauty. In an instant, the woman turned fully toward him, her silver hair elegantly styled in an updo, with 2 strands of bangs framing her face and a wispy fringe adorning her forehead. Goodness! The moment Jiang Nan laid eyes on her, his gaze widened in awe. What a stunning silver-haired beauty! Particularly striking was her form-fitting black skirt, which was absolutely captivating. He quickly recognized her as his landlady, Xia Jiqing. Instantly, he activated his perception skill. Name, Xia Jiqing. Age, 30. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Affection, 5 points. a score of 92 for her appearance. Jiang Nan had anticipated that his landlady would be attractive, but this attribute still rendered him astonished. The crisp sound of her heels continued as she approached Jiang Nan, her expression one of curiosity. Regaining his composure, he greeted her, "Sister Xia. Who are you?" At first, Xia Jiqing did not recognize Jiang Nan. However, after a few more scrutinizing glances, her eyes widened in surprise. "Jiang Nan." "Yes," Jiang Nan nodded. "It's only been a few months. How have you changed so much?" Xia Jiqing observed him with renewed interest, her lovely face reflecting her astonishment. She certainly remembered this tenant well, having lived in her property for nearly 2.5 years, a diligent young man who occasionally delayed his rent, but ultimately paid up. Xia Jiqing found him to be quite genuine. Having just returned from a trip, upon seeing him today, she noticed a distinct transformation in his demeanor and appearance. He exuded a newfound confidence and charm. If previously Jiang Nan had merely been a somewhat slender young man in her eyes, now he radiated the aura of a sun-kissed gentleman. "I've taken a liking to working out recently," Jiang Nan replied with a cheerful smile. "That's wonderful. At your age, one should indeed prioritize physical fitness. You appear much more vibrant and handsome than before." Xia Jiqing genuinely complimented him. "Thank you, Sister Xia. I believe I still owe you 2 months' rent, so I will transfer that to you now." Jiang Nan promptly retrieved his phone. At that moment, Xia Jiqing noticed the Porsche Cayenne key in his hand, but thought little of it. Such keys were commonplace among young men these days. "All right, I've received it. If you encounter any difficulties, it's perfectly fine to delay the rent. I've always recognized your integrity," she remarked as she glanced at her phone. Not immediately accepting the transfer. "Sister, I recently started a new job, and the salary is quite satisfactory. Coupled with some savings, I currently have no financial issues." Jiang Nan reassured her. "Very well, I shall accept it then." Xia Jiqing nodded and proceeded to accept the rent for the past 2 months. Ding. "Congratulations, host. For a successful transaction, you have received a 10-fold rebate." Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. The 2 months' rent was modest, amounting to only 3,000, and with the 10-fold rebate, that translated to 30,000. Including his previous few thousand, his current account balance had now reached 1 million. Ding. Chapter 6, Task Reward. Jiang City Tianfu Villa number 001, Pagani Huayra. Ding. At this moment, another notification resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for achieving a deposit of 1 million. In light of your enthusiastic consumption, a welfare task has been issued to meet a female with a beauty score of 90 or above and an affection score of 90 or above. Task Reward. Jiang City Tianfu Villa number 001, Pagani Huayra, a limited global edition." Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Nan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Goodness, this is merely a welfare task. To be frank, the difficulty is quite extraordinary. Encountering a person of such high beauty standards is certainly no easy feat moreover. Even if you were to meet such a person, elevating their affection level would be a formidable challenge. For instance, his landlady, Xia Jiqing, currently held only a meager 5 points of affection for him, likely reflecting a mere passing acquaintance. Nonetheless, challenges bring opportunities. And since the system has deemed this a welfare task without any time constraints, it should not pose a significant problem for me to complete this task. Jiang Nan suddenly grasped the key to the matter at hand. The lingering concern about his ability to complete the task dissipated in an instant. "Xiao Jiang, I shall take my leave now," came the voice of the landlady, Xia Jiqing. "All right, Sister Xia," Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. The crisp sound of high heels resonated down the corridor as she walked away, prompting Jiang Nan to take a deep breath and glance back. The alluring sight of her shapely legs clad in black stockings beneath her form-fitting skirt was utterly captivating. Shaking his head to dispel such distractions, he made his way downstairs. Women of such caliber had once seemed unattainable, mere fantasies that he could only indulge in during the quiet hours of the night. However, with the system now at his disposal, they appeared far less insurmountable. First and foremost, he must elevate himself, otherwise, no amount of wealth could genuinely captivate a woman of such exceptional quality. To illustrate, Jiang Nan's fortune had reached an unfathomable level, enabling him to entice a significant number of beautiful individuals into his bed with his wealth. Even their affections would undoubtedly rise. Yet, he realized that such affection, rooted solely in monetary allure, rendered them slaves to wealth. In Jiang Nan's eyes, this kind of affection could never truly reach a level of 100 points, perhaps even failing to attain 90. While indulging in consumption, one must also enrich oneself. Moreover, the system had mentioned that it would occasionally present small welfare tasks, rewarding him with unexpected abilities and items upon completion. Jiang Nan was exceedingly eager for his future growth. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Nan followed the system's guidance to a nearby parking spot, where a brand new silver Porsche Cayenne awaited him. Truly magnificent. As he approached the vehicle and ran his hand over the hood, all washed over his face. He was grateful that he had saved a bit of money at 18 to become a rideshare driver, even learning to drive a flashy Ferrari. Otherwise, he might have felt a twinge of regret for not seizing this opportunity. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly and shook his head. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a young man casually perched on a small electric scooter nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. As their eyes met, the young man immediately approached him, revealing a Porsche car key in his hand. "Hey there, you seem to really like this car?" The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, smiling warmly at Jiang Nan. "Indeed, I do," Jiang Nan affirmed, stroking the car's front. "This vehicle is the dream of most men, myself included. Would you care to take a seat?" At Jiang Nan's invitation, the young man cheerfully waved the Porsche key in his hand. "Oh," Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, turning to see the young man grinning as he brandished the key. Could it be that the car belonged to him? Immediately, he pressed his own Porsche key twice. Beep beep. As he did so, the lights on the silver Porsche Cayenne flickered, and the sound of the doors unlocking echoed. "Indeed, it is his." Jiang Nan turned back to the young man, who looked stunned, and chuckled. "From what you just said, I thought I might have mistaken the car for another. Well, I must be on my way." With that, he climbed into the car. Vroom. The engine roared to life, and as the silver Porsche Cayenne rolled a few dozen meters forward, the young man, still in disbelief, finally regained his composure, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Damn it, I wanted to show off, but I ended up encountering someone truly impressive. How humiliating." The young man fumbled for a cigarette, igniting it with his Porsche key, and hastily returned to his electric scooter. After a leisurely drive of about 10 minutes, Jiang Nan arrived at the largest shopping district in Jiangxing. In a city that could be considered a new first-tier metropolis, a Porsche Cayenne was not exceptionally rare. Yet it still captured the attention of ordinary passers-by. As Jiang Nan stepped out of the vehicle, having found a parking spot, several onlookers cast their gazes in his direction. In this world, where ordinary people constituted 99% of the population, the exhilarating thrill he felt in response to their stares was palpable. Surveying the area, Jiang Nan's eyes drifted towards a nearby pedestrian street. This was the largest and most central shopping hub in Jiangxing, lined with an array of luxury boutiques. Chanel, Gucci, LV. The options were abundant. He could easily choose a couple of outfits and shoes from any of these stores. While it's true that appearances matter, possessing depth and charisma was of utmost importance. Jiang Nan strode towards a high-end boutique. There's a saying that once the world recognizes your capabilities, even if you're clad in lowly attire, it becomes fashionable, as if tailored by some unknown master. The reality of this world can be quite harsh. As an old adage suggests, wearing a dragon robe does not make one a prince. Without the requisite depth, strength, and charisma, donning so-called high fashion might lead others to believe you're merely in counterfeit goods. Chapter 7. Meng Qingxiu, the first beauty of Magic City University? An hour later, as Jiang Nan exited an Armani boutique, he found himself laden with several shopping bags. At this moment, his previously inexpensive attire had undergone a remarkable transformation. 2 new outfits along with casual shoes had cost him around 30,000, averaging 15,000 per outfit. Not overly expensive, but the comfort they provided was undeniable. And he had also earned a remarkable rebate of 300,000. Additionally, he had purchased a watch, a Rolex Submariner, affectionately known as the Green Water Ghost, for 1.28 million. The rebate on this watch was modest, merely double, yet it still contributed to his savings, bringing his total to over 1.4 million. Quite satisfactory indeed. Jiang Nan ambled back towards his car, quickly placing his purchases in the back seat before returning to the driver's seat. "Hey there, handsome." Just as he was about to start the engine, a voice interrupted him. He turned to see a tech-savvy young woman outside, her appearance pleasant yet undeniably modern. Smiling as she held her phone. "Could we exchange WeChat?" "Thank you, but no need," Jiang Nan politely declined, shaking his head. "Are you sure?" The young woman's brow furrowed in disbelief after being rebuffed. To be honest, Jiang Nan's academic prowess was not remarkable, yet he understood the meaning of her words. "I don't know you, miss. Are you sure?" The young woman pressed, her tone intensifying as she peered at Jiang Nan with wide eyes, incredulous. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I must be going." Jiang Nan smiled politely before starting the car. "Sure," he replied, but was met with another sure. This time delivered in a rather peculiar tone, which caused Jiang Nan's expression to darken instantly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he remarked coolly, "I am absolutely certain. Please be cautious and refrain from scratching my vehicle, for I fear you may not be able to afford the damages." Even the most patient demeanor could be tested by the antics of this sure girl. The engine roared to life as they exited the parking space. Inside the car, Jiang Nan shook his head in disbelief. He had truly witnessed the frightening nature of a materialistic woman. Most concerning was the overwhelming confidence exhibited by the girl just moments ago. Suddenly, his neglected phone vibrated beside him. "Darling, it's almost noon. Remember to have lunch," came the voice of Meng Qingxiu. "I was just about to ponder what to eat." "Have you finished your class?" Jiang Nan replied, steering with one hand. Despite having obtained his driver's license at the age of 18, he had gained enough experience over the subsequent years to feel quite comfortable behind the wheel. "Yes, I'm about to head to the cafeteria with my roommates." "What about you?" Meng Qingxiu inquired. "I'm driving," Jiang Nan responded, activating the speakerphone. He then snapped a picture of himself and sent it to her via WeChat, adding with a smile, "How about I come pick you up in this car?" "What car?" Meng Qingxiu asked, glancing at WeChat, her surprise evident. "A Kian? Aren't girls usually indifferent to cars? How did you recognize it so quickly?" Jiang Nan was taken aback by her astuteness. "It's decent," he replied. Meng Qingxiu's tone elongated slightly as she hastily shifted the topic. "By the way, with our meeting approaching, aren't you nervous or curious?" "I am somewhat anxious." "But curious about what?" Jiang Nan queried, perplexed. "Curious about what I look like. What if I'm ugly?" Meng Qingxiu whispered, "If I'm short and overweight, will you, like the online rumors suggest, run away upon seeing me?" "Not at all," Jiang Nan assured her. While he was certain he wouldn't flee, the future of their relationship would remain uncertain, for, in this world, appearances often hold significant sway. "Come on, Qingxiu, don't frighten your online love interest. As the most beautiful girl at Magic City University, what guy wouldn't be utterly captivated by you? If he doesn't swoon, it's a miracle." Laughter erupted on the line. "What are you saying, Yao Yao?" Meng Qingxiu playfully rebuked. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. "The most beautiful girl at Magic City University. Cough, darling. Don't mind Yao Yao's nonsense." "Ah, really, Yao Yao, you've made me feel embarrassed now. I'll head to the cafeteria. I'll contact you later." With that, Meng Qingxiu ended the call. The title of the most beautiful girl at Magic City University lingered in Jiang Nan's mind as he continued driving, not putting his phone down, but instead opening Douyin to search. In this day and age, it was rare to find information that couldn't be unearthed on Douyin. Meng Qingxiu. Jiang Nan searched for the name of his online romantic interest. Instantly, a plethora of related keywords appeared. The most beautiful girl at Magic City University. Check out her bare-faced photos. Is Meng Qingxiu really the most beautiful girl at Magic City University? He casually clicked on one search result. In an instant, a video played. A stunning girl with a high ponytail, clad in a brown sleeveless turtleneck and a black mini skirt, sat on a bench with a book in hand. Her long legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Was this Meng Qingxiu? Jiang Nan scrolled through the comments, all filled with admiration. This is Senior Qingxiu. Honestly, she doesn't photograph well. In reality, she is breathtaking, like a celestial fairy. Jiang Nan noticed a comment from a local IP in Magic City that had garnered many likes. If this really was his online love interest, then her beauty was indeed extraordinary. Just as he contemplated using his insight ability to gauge how much Meng Qingxiu would score in the system, a notification chimed in his mind. Host. This is neither a live broadcast nor first-hand observation. Therefore, the insight ability cannot be utilized. The system's voice echoed in his thoughts. Fine. Jiang Nan nodded, taking another glance at the captivating video of Meng Qingxiu before smiling and preparing to set his phone aside. At that moment, a WeChat notification pinged. Jiang Nan opened it to find a message from Lin Man Man, the whimsical little streamer. Hey, Jiang Nan, I just noticed your Douyin IP address is in Jiangxing. What a coincidence. Upon reading this message, Jiang Nan recalled that Lin Man Man was someone he had followed during a local live stream last year. Indeed, they were both in Jiangxing. Yes. Jiang Nan succinctly replied with a voice message. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a university in Jiangxing, a youthful JK-clad beauty listened to the voice message, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. She wasn't attempting to win Jiang Nan over. Rather, she found it unbelievable that she had inexplicably earned over 30,000. After some contemplation, she thought that since it was daytime, perhaps she should thank the generous viewer who had gifted her tens of thousands during her live stream. Jiang Nan, thank you for the 21 carnivals. I was thinking, since you're in Jiangxing, would you like to join me for lunch? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Man Man sent the voice message. Once sent, her cheeks flushed. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was, in fact, quite shy. With her looks, if she were a bit more extroverted, she could easily have become a social media sensation with a following in the tens of thousands. The idea of asking to meet someone who had topped her donation list made her even more bashful. All right. Shortly after, Lin Man Man received a message back, a straightforward response. Send me your location. I'll pick you up. Another voice message followed. Your voice sounds quite youthful. I remember the ID in you, Jiang Nan. Although you don't speak much in the live stream, you're always present during my broadcasts. You must be harmless, right? Lin Man Man scratched her head. murmuring softly before sending him her location. What did Lin Man Man intend to do? Could a few $1,000s really make her so forward? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was navigating towards Lin Man Man's location, which was in Jiangqing's University District. It would take him a bit of time to reach her, anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour. You may need to wait for about half an hour. It will take me a while to get there. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before reminding her. He was concerned that this woman might grow impatient and leave, making his trip in vain. No worries, I just need to return to my dormitory for a moment, Lin Man Man responded almost instantly. Was she preparing to dress up a bit? Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. Honestly, with Lin Man Man's striking appearance, scoring an impressive 88 points in looks, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no interest, even with Meng Qingqiu as his online romantic interest. What man has not fantasized about having his cake and eating it too? Jiang Nan was, of course, no exception. 20 minutes later, at the university gate, a Porsche Cayenne came to a gentle halt. A Porsche? Which model is this? It looks quite dashing. It's a Cayenne. It starts at over 100 grand. Which rich kid is trying to impress the ladies? As the Porsche Cayenne parked in front of the university, whispers erupted, and several attractive, long-legged girls paused to glance over. For 99% of the world's population, a car valued at over $1 million is considered a luxury, and being able to afford such a vehicle makes one stand out significantly. At that moment, a beautiful girl in denim pants and a white short shirt, her hair styled in a bun, also turned her gaze towards the Porsche Cayenne. Just then, her phone vibrated, prompting Lin Man Man to quickly shift her focus back to it. I have arrived, read the message from Jiang Nan. Where are you? Lin Man Man typed a voice message just as a handsome man stepped out of the Porsche Cayenne. Thump, thump. Her heart raced at an accelerated pace. Could it be him? Lin Man Man widened her eyes. Over here. After Jiang Nan waved at her, Lin Man Man finally recognized him as the one who had sent her 21 carnival messages that morning. Wow, so handsome. What woman does not appreciate a dashing man? Lin Man Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Man Man's favorability 5. At that moment, Jiang Nan heard a notification sound in his mind, causing him to pause in surprise. This system function of tracking favorability was truly remarkable. It allowed him to instantly recognize which of his words resonated well or poorly, and even discern whether he could take the next step when faced with a girl's mixed signals. Overall, it was quite delightful. Who is this wealthy young man? Murmured the girls nearby. And who is that girl? She is so lucky to be with a handsome, affluent guy. Lin Man Man, still in disbelief, softly inquired. Are you the Jiang Nan of the rainy Jiang Nan? A strange sensation washed over her, akin to meeting an online friend in real life after a year of acquaintance. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded. Lin Man Man, who had not used beauty filters during her live stream, bore a striking similarity to her online appearance. In fact, Jiang Nan found her offline persona even more innocent looking. I never expected you to be so young and so handsome, Lin Man Man remarked, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. Standing at 165 centimeters, from her vantage point, she could see his perfect jawline, leading her to think he must be around 185 centimeters in shoes. Goodness, this outstanding young man has been lurking in my live stream for nearly a year without producing any content. Lin Man Man's favorability 2. Thank you. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. They both got into the car, slowly driving away under the watchful eyes of onlookers. What shall we eat? Jiang Nan inquired once inside the vehicle. I'm treating you. Shouldn't you be the one suggesting what to eat? Lin Man Man replied, biting her lip while her eyes wandered around the luxurious interior. Wow, so this is what $1 million car looks like inside. It's quite comfortable. How about hot pot? I remember there's a great place nearby, Jiang Nan mused. The hot pot you mentioned is indeed good. But let me take you to an even better one in a cozy alley. Lin Man Man exclaimed. It's economical and has a wide variety of dishes. As she spoke, she suddenly recalled that she was the one treating today, pausing awkwardly to glance at Jiang Nan. Actually, if you prefer, we can go to the place you mentioned. No worries. Let us go to your recommended alley hot pot, Jiang Nan replied with a carefree smile. I'm not suggesting that place just to save money. It's genuinely fantastic. Lin Man Man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke. Chapter 9. Whose Porsche is at the alley entrance? Before long, guided by Lin Man Man, Jiang Nan parked outside a small alley. Is the business really this booming? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and glanced outside, astonished to see that the alley was filled with cars, leaving no available spots. Of course, how could a place I recommend not be popular? Lin Man Man said proudly, raising an eyebrow. Sounds good, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. Being a local of Jiang City, he knew that if hot pot was second to none in culinary fame, nothing could claim the top spot. Hey, could you please back up a bit? I need to get my car out. A man in his 30s approached, offering a cigarette while politely asking. Hey, Lin Man Man reacted with a bemused expression at the term brother, noting that this man appeared significantly older than Jiang, and yet still called him bro. Indeed, In the real world, wealth often signifies status. No trouble. Just a moment, Jiang Nan replied, accepting the cigarette with a smile before deftly reversing to free up a parking space. Thanks. Moments later, a blue BMW 5 Series drove by. No problem. After the BMW passed, Jiang Nan returned to his previous parking spot, feeling fortunate. So what's your name, brother? He asked as they stepped out of the car. Lin Man led Jiang Nan into the alley while introducing herself. My real name is Lin Man. Jiang Nan, he replied. So, this is your real name online? Lin Man chuckled lightly. Indeed. As they continued chatting, they arrived at an outdoor area filled with tables, all occupied. Wow, this place is really bustling. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't it so? Lin Man raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Good day, how many of you are there? A server approached briskly. 2. Lin Man signaled with a sign. This way, please. The server promptly escorted the two to a freshly cleared table, adding, you may scan the QR code to place your order. The dishes will be served in due course. All right. This isn't my first visit. You may attend to other matters, Lin Man replied with a cheerful wave of her hand. Before sitting down to scan the code and begin ordering. Do you want some pig throat? Yes. What about pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Yes. The two engaged in a rapid-fire exchange, swiftly finalizing their order. Jiang Nan. Oh, it truly is you. At that moment, a voice erupted from the adjacent table. Jiang Nan and Lin Man turned to see a young man with bleached hair accompanied by a lively girl, both gazing in their direction. Upon spotting Lin Man, the young man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What a stunning beauty. Who is she? Lin Man whispered. A colleague from my previous job as a delivery driver. Jiang Nan responded with a slight nod toward the young man, answering her inquiry. Delivery driver. Lin Man paused, then scratched her head and remarked. It seems you privileged youths enjoy stepping down to experience life a bit. I once saw a video online featuring a delivery guy who, without batting an eye, purchased a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands while making a delivery. Goodness. Jiang Nan simply smiled in silence. Were it not for the system he was bound to, he might still be at home, contemplating how to handle Meng Qingqiu's request for a face-to-face meeting. Darling, it seems your friend isn't particularly interested in you. The young man's girlfriend chimed in, stirring the pot. Huh. Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled coldly and stood up. Excuse me, which customer outside owns the Porsche Cayenne? Just then, a voice rang out in the room. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Is it yours? The server hurried over, politely stating, Sir, a customer's car is blocked outside and they would like you to move yours, if possible. What's mine? The young man was taken aback. He only owned a small electric scooter, so why would he need to move? The Porsche Cayenne outside, the server clarified politely. Do I look like someone who can afford such a luxury vehicle? The young man was speechless. Just as he was about to approach Jiang Nan's table, he noticed Jiang Nan rising. To his astonishment, Jiang Nan declared, It's mine. Yours? The server rushed back to Jiang Nan, who was met with a murmur from the young man. Why are you standing if you can't afford it? Damn it. The young man nearly spat blood. He had stood to confront Jiang Nan, yet here was this unexpected turn. How could this fellow suddenly be associated with a Porsche Cayenne? Wasn't he supposed to be a poor kid from an orphanage? This way, please. While he was still in a daze, the server respectfully led Jiang Nan outside to the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at the alleyway. There stood a man in his 30s, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing the server escorting Jiang Nan, he approached, offering a modest cigarette worth a few dollars, apologizing. Sorry, handsome, your car is too close to mine, and I'm hesitant to move it. Jiang Nan accepted the cigarette with a smile, saying, No problem, moving a car won't take much time. The hesitance was evident. After all, it was $1 million vehicle, and scratching the paint would equate to a month's wages for an ordinary person. Soon, Jiang Nan reached the car, glancing at it. Unable to suppress a chuckle. The distance between the vehicles was honestly quite ample. However, he noticed a nearby car, a second-hand BYD model, and thought to himself that he would feel a bit anxious too if it were his. One shouldn't assume that everyone in a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng is either wealthy or noble. Even in Kyoto, beneath the ancient imperial city, the disparity between the rich and poor remains strikingly severe. Before long, Jiang Nan had moved the car a considerable distance. Thank you, handsome. The man expressed his gratitude before driving away. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. After getting out of the car, just as he prepared to head back into the alley, a captivating sight caught his eye. Ding. Chapter 10. A rewarding little task awaits. Simultaneously, a notification rang in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding. The system detected a high-value individual nearby, with an attractiveness rating of 90. A rewarding little task has been issued. Successfully obtained a green bubble from Jiang Yan. Task reward. 1 million yuan and mastery of piano skills at a master level. Oh. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Nan's face displayed a look of surprise. 1 million yuan was impressive enough, but the prospect of mastering piano skills was even more enticing. Even a novice knows that piano proficiency is categorized into 10 levels, with anything beyond that lacking a general designation. This master-level piano skill could be considered among the highest echelons. Surely, it would suffice for a world-class standard? Jiang Nan turned his gaze toward the captivating figure. Soon, two young women approached, hand in hand, laughing. His attention was drawn to one with flowing hair, her subtle makeup enhancing her innocent allure, her smile radiating sweetness. Name, Jiang Nan. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92 points. Affection, 5 points. Oh, why is there a 5-point affection rating? Jiang Nan's surprise deepened as he examined Jiang Yan's attributes. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Jiang Yan had also casually noticed him standing beside the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man does not appreciate beauty? Likewise, what normal woman does not admire a handsome man? Yan, that guy is quite something. His fashion sense is on point, he's good-looking and tall. Do you think that Porsche belongs to him? Her close friend Li Lanlan whispered. I don't know, but he certainly is quite handsome, radiating that sunny boy vibe. He is definitely my type, Jiang Yan replied softly. Her gaze meeting Jiang Nan's, her heart inexplicably racing, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. He is coming over. Wow, seeing him up close is even more striking. What defined features? Moreover, he must work out. He is the type who looks slim in clothes yet toned without them. Li Lanlan also nervously uttered a word. Jiang Yan immediately settled her emotions and turned to see Jiang Nan approaching her with an exceptionally radiant smile. Wow, this guy's smile is truly infectious and so bright. Jiang Yan's favorability level increased to 5. In just a fleeting moment, this stunning girl, boasting a score of 92 in looks, developed a favorability of 10 points towards Jiang Nan. Hello, miss, would it be possible to add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan inquired cheerfully, holding out his phone. The system had indicated it was a beneficial side quest, and Jiang Nan was confident that a favorability of 10 points would suffice to successfully add this girl on WeChat. Me? Jiang Yan pointed to herself. Jiang Nan glanced at her, noting her delicate hands adorned with beautifully manicured nails, save for the middle finger, which was unadorned. Is that all right? Jiang Nan nodded, shaking his phone slightly. No problem, Jiang Yan replied, feeling a bit shy as the beautiful girl who was asked for her WeChat produced her own phone, and they exchanged contacts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the beneficial side quest. Reward, 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a master level. Upon successfully adding WeChat, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, bringing a delighted smile to his face. Although this system was slightly slower in development compared to the fast-paced, wealthy protagonist novels he had read on the Tomato novel app, he found the gradual growth and the acquisition of practical skills to be quite appealing. Let's chat later. They exchanged notes, and Jiang Yan, having learned Jiang Nan's name, waved at him with a flushed face before quickly stepping away. Let's chat later, Jiang Nan smiled, following her gaze and finally noticing her outfit. The upper half featured a versatile white short shirt, while the lower half was a light yellow, form-fitting mini skirt, complemented by a pair of perfectly straight, fair legs adorned with white knee-high socks. Moving down, her brown leather shoes completed the ensemble, forming a vivid image in his mind. This outfit was simply exquisite. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's type, then she was undoubtedly a heavenly beauty in his eyes. As Jiang Yan and her friend strolled through the alley, it seemed they were merely two university students out for a leisurely walk, while Jiang Nan returned to the alley. Quick, the food is coming fast today. As soon as he sat down, Lin Man's eager voice rang out. Beef tripe, spicy, crispy. Jiang Nan glanced at her, chuckling, and began to enjoy the hot pot. To be honest, it was quite delicious, after having tried numerous hot pot restaurants. He felt this one could easily rank among the top 3. An hour later, delicious, Lin Man exclaimed, putting down her chopsticks, utterly unrefined in her delight. It is indeed tasty, Jiang Nan agreed. Of course, a hot pot that I crave must be absolutely delicious, Lin Man said with a grin as she removed her apron, then sniffed the lingering scent of hot pot on her clothes, adding, but it smells too strong. I might as well take a taxi back to school. No worries. I smell just as strong, Jiang Nan replied, having not worn an apron. He stood up and said, let us go. I'll give you a ride home. Jiang Nan. At that moment, a voice called out nearby. The previously encountered young man with yellow hair approached with his girlfriend, grinning as he handed Jiang Nan a cigarette, saying, where have you been lately? You seem to be doing quite well. I've quit, Jiang Nan said coolly, refusing the cigarette. Currently, I'm a jobless wanderer. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Man, and they left together. What a show-off, the young man scoffed, watching Jiang Nan's retreating figure. That guy probably rented that outfit and a car to impress girls. After exiting the alley and getting into the car, Jiang Nan didn't suggest going out to shop or spend money to win Lin Manman's affection. He wasn't in a hurry. There was no need for urgency. Jiang Nan, I truly appreciate you treating me to so many carnivals today. Lin Manman initiated the conversation on their way back to school. Chapter 11. Farewell to the landlady. Jiang Nan's aspirations. I've watched your live streams for a year. Although you stream on a whim, it's quite entertaining. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. It's not just a spur-of-the-moment decision. It's merely an opportunity. It's rare to meet a low-key rich second generation like you, Lin Manman remarked. Sneaking a glance at Jiang Nan, there was something she left unsaid. Hidden in her heart, a rich second generation with a good personality and striking looks like Jiang Nan was even rarer. It could be said that even if Jiang Nan had not gifted her those 21 carnivals or arrived in a Porsche worth millions to pick her up, if he had pursued her, Lin Manman would not have immediately rejected him. First impressions are crucial. Oh, have you encountered many ostentatious rich second generations? Jiang Nan playfully countered. No, I've only seen them online. Isn't it said that when heaven opens a window, it also shuts a door? I feel like heaven hasn't closed any doors for you. It's opened all the best ones. Lin Manman couldn't help but laugh at her own words. Haha. Jiang Nan was also amused by her remark. Their banter created a harmonious atmosphere in the car, devoid of any awkwardness typical of first encounters. Rather, it felt like meeting an online friend after a long time. We've arrived, Lin Manman said, slightly dazed as the car pulled up at the entrance of her university. What's wrong? Don't want to get out? Jiang Nan teased. Just feels relaxing and enjoyable to chat with you. Lin Manman stuck out her tongue, then unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. After hesitating for a moment, she turned back to look at Jiang Nan and asked, could we meet up for a meal when you have time? Sure, just let me know when you're free, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. All right. Lin Manman beamed and hopped out of the car. Goodbye. As she closed the door, she waved with a sweet smile. Goodbye. Jiang Nan waved back as he slowly drove away. Lin Manman's favorability level increased to 5. On the way back to the old city, the system's notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind once again, prompting him to reflect. If he recalled correctly, Lin Manman's favorability level had now reached as high as 32 points. Wow, that has quite a rapid increase. At 32 points, their relationship was edging into the realm of ambiguity. Jiang Nan had become acquainted with the system's affinity values. Generally speaking, a score of 0 signifies a stranger, while anything below 10 merely indicates a fleeting impression. A score around 10 denotes a notably positive impression. As for scores around 30, they typically suggest a friendship. Beyond 30, if the individual is of the opposite sex, it often hints at a budding romantic interest. With Jiang Nan's intentions, a few suggestive remarks or subtle physical touches could swiftly elevate Lin Manman's feelings towards him. Thus, in this world, it is not merely wealth that matters. One must also possess various formidable attributes. Jiang Nan cast a glance at his reflection in the car mirror, a charming smile gracing his lips. Upon returning to the old district, he arrived at the bottom of the residential complex around 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking, he ascended to the 3rd floor, carrying several bags. Coincidentally, as he turned the corner of the stairwell, he encountered his landlady, Xia Jiqing. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan greeted her. Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan, her face reflecting surprise. Goodness, that outfit is undeniably dashing. Xia Jiqing's affinity level, too. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and he nodded inwardly. Indeed, one is judged by their attire. The ancients were not mistaken. Have you gone through a transformation? Xia Jiqing assessed him once more, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration. It's been a few months. And goodness, is that Armani? Oh, a Rolex submariner? Little Jiang, have you completed your life experience and returned home to inherit your family fortune? Jiang Nan's demeanor had indeed changed significantly. Having mastered the piano at a masterful level and adorned in this refined attire, he exuded an air of nobility. Sister Xia, you jest. He chuckled, shaking his head. But truly, you look as if you could pass for a decade younger. I guarantee you'd captivate anyone. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth, laughing. Her figure, while not voluptuous, was striking, especially in her fitted blue top. At that moment, Jiang Nan could only think of 4 words, a flower swaying in the breeze. You are making me blush, Jiang Nan replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Had he not known that Xia Jiqing's affinity score was merely 7, he might have taken her words to heart and said something rather bold. Xia Jiqing's affinity level, 3. The system's notification startled Jiang Nan momentarily. Goodness. An increase of 3 points, bringing it to a total of 10. All right, I want to tease you further. I must go pick up my daughter from piano lessons. We'll talk later. Xia Jiqing waved and gracefully descended the stairs. Piano? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. He occasionally heard the faint sound of piano keys while at home. So, The landlady's daughter is learning piano? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. With his mastery of the piano, teaching a young girl should be a breeze, right? The landlady's beauty score was a remarkable 92, making her a potential target for completing his previous task. His eyes sparkled with ambition. The value of that welfare task was undeniably substantial. The villa at Jiangqing Tianfu number 001, a globally limited Pagani Huayra. He had researched it. The property prices in Jiangqing Tianfu were not trivial, featuring seafront homes, spacious flats, and the most coveted limited edition villas. The number 001 villa, as rumored online, was valued between 3 to 5 billion. Moreover, a villa designated as number 001 could not be easily acquired with mere money. Thus, the allure of the Jiangqing Tianfu No. 001 villa was entirely captivating to Jiang Nan. Not to mention, there was also a globally limited luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra. This vehicle alone began at several tens of millions. Even driving a Porsche Cayenne worth over $1 million exuded prestige. Imagine the attention garnered by a supercar worth tens of millions. Excellent, a newfound motivation. For the sake of my number 001 villa and my luxurious Pagani Huayra, I must expedite the completion of this slightly challenging welfare task. Chapter 12. The minigame livestream. Glasses and legs. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan tossed the bags onto the small sofa and reclined. He stared blankly at the ceiling, a sudden laugh escaping his lips. This was no dream. Jiang Nan sprang up and quickly checked his account balance. Over 2.4 million. In just a few hours. He had transformed from a penniless individual with only a few thousand in savings to a millionaire. He wondered if the world's richest man could match his speed of earning. However, in the future, no one would be able to keep pace with his earning potential. That was his confidence. After calming his emotions, Jiang Nan opened Douyin. Welcome, brothers. A little heart walks on the pressure board, a large beer walks on the pressure board twice, and a hot air balloon streams on the pressure board for a minute. Please feel free to give little May instructions. Perhaps due to Jiang Nan gifting the minigame live streamer earlier that morning, as soon as he opened Douyin, the same minigame live stream popped up immediately. Oh, still streaming on the pressure board? Jiang Nan glanced and was slightly surprised to see the streamer still at it. Such integrity. He entered the live stream. Welcome, Waku. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan. To the live stream. I assure you, I have not been untrustworthy. Aside from a few minutes delay while picking up takeout at noon, I haven't been lazy at all. As Jiang Nan entered the room, he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard, and the female streamer warmly welcomed him. Realizing he had ascended to first place, Jiang Nan understood she had indeed remained live. Price has increased, huh? At that moment, he noticed the streamer's sign had changed. One hot air balloon adds a minute to the pressure board stream. I can't help it, brother. It's been over 6 hours, and though only an hour remains, I feel like I'm about to collapse, she said with a pout. Strangely enough, although he couldn't see her face, her voice was soft and sweet. Moreover, her legs were quite well-shaped, which Jiang Nan, being somewhat of a leg enthusiast, found very appealing. He even considered using an insight spell on the minigame streamer, named Xiao Mei Su Su, to gauge her beauty score. Forget it, there's no need for that. I originally came merely to seek ordinary emotional fulfillment, finding it entertaining. Jiang Nan shook his head and cast aside the thought. Had he pursued mere aesthetics from the outset, he would have long abandoned his perceptive abilities. However, that was not the case. He simply found this little game amusing, complemented by the emotional value Su Su provided, which was quite on point. Presently, she had remarkably honored her commitment, standing on the acupressure mat in the live stream for nearly 6 hours. To be honest, Jiang Nan felt a certain admiration for her. Without the insight, should things not turn out favorably, he would indeed lose interest. Jiang Nan shook his head, reminding himself that engaging in online games was simply for joy. If he wished to see beautiful girls, Douyin was always brimming with them. Can you hold on? Jiang Nan inquired. Can you hold on? Upon reading Jiang Nan's comment, the female streamer named Su Su had yet to respond. Instead, a level 52 gentleman spoke up. What's up? Are you hoping to tip some more? Taken aback by this remark, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow momentarily but chose to ignore him, sending another comment. If you can't hold on any longer, I want to continue. I can hold on. Su Su hastily replied. Jiang Nan gidge, I can still persist. All right, let me recharge a bit. After sending a message, Jiang Nan exited to begin recharging. He didn't add much, just the remaining 400,000. Soon, 4 million dough diamonds were credited to his account. Jiang Nan re-entered the live stream. At this moment, he glanced around and saw that the level 52 gentleman was furiously sending hot air balloons, having already dispatched over 100 during his brief absence. Each hot air balloon was worth 52 yuan, equating to 200 yuan for 100. Since you claim you can hold on, let us see how long you can last. Keep going. The level 52 gentleman boasted in a comment. despite the fact that he had gifted her 100 hot air balloons amounting to a staggering 200 yuan. Susu's expression was one of weary amusement. 100 hot air balloons represented 100 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes. With the additional hour she owed, that totaled 2 hours and 40 minutes. Exhausted. So very exhausted. Thank you for the 100 hot air balloons, Xia Yue. Currently, I still have to endure 2 hours and 40 minutes on the acupressure mat. Susu's voice, filled with fatigue yet determination, rang out. Are there any bosses willing to extend my time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he chuckled softly. Typing, for every gift of equal value, I propose a reduction of 1 minute, dear streamer. Susu paused momentarily before responding. Is that even permissible? Of course it is. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. The level 52 gentleman interjected, oh, are you suggesting a challenge? Let us see. Jiang Nan smiled slightly before beginning to search for gifts that corresponded to the value of the hot air balloons. Chapter 13. Big brother, no need to tip anymore. You scared off the second brother. A casual glance revealed a gift worth 52 yuan titled, I Truly Love You. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan initiated the gifting process. In no time, he sent out 100, then 200. 200 gifts at 52 yuan each totaled 400 yuan. Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij, for the 200 I Truly Love You gifts. I am immensely grateful. Susu expressed her appreciation, her voice trembling with excitement, clearly overwhelmed. 2 hours and 40 minutes only equated to 160 minutes. Jiang Nan's 200 gifts immediately reduced her time by 200 minutes, even exceeding 40 minutes. The Xia Yue has sent a hot air balloon. The Xia Yue has sent a hot air balloon. The Xia Yue has sent a hot air balloon. The level 52 gentleman began to unleash his gifts with fervor. Likewise, his gifting pace was rapid. In a short span, he sent out 200 balloons. Wow. 2 big brothers are in a gifting showdown. Haha, Susu's luck is incredible. This is exhilarating. Damn, I wish I had the prowess to gift like that. The live stream, initially filled with a mere 100 viewers, surged to over 400 as the gifts poured in. Many thanks to our 2 esteemed big brothers for their support. Susu's voice quivered even more, as she, a mere casual streamer with a few thousand fans, had never witnessed such a spectacle, leaving her with a whirlwind of complex emotions. Jiang Nan remained silent, his fingers continuously tapping away. As he sent a total of 1,000 gifts valued at 52 yuan each, he finally paused, not due to a lack of intent to continue, but because his fingers were quite fatigued. 52,000 yuan. At this moment, seeing the flood of 1,000 I Truly Love You gifts, Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. The gift was exhausting. After sending a comment, Jiang Nan opened the carnival gift, a high-end gift worth 3,000 yuan. Boom. Yenyu Jiang Nan has sent a carnival. Yenyu Jiang Nan has sent a carnival. Yenyu Jiang Nan has sent a carnival. The gifts once again cascaded across the screen. This time, it was another 3,000 yuan carnival gift, with 3,480,000 dough diamonds remaining. Jiang Nan wasted no time and sent out 100 carnivals. In a matter of moments, 3,000,000 dough diamonds, equivalent to 300,000 yuan, were spent. Wow. This big brother truly has deep pockets. Damn, sending carnivals as easily as I send likes. What do you mean sending them as easily as likes? When a big brother sends a carnival, it's no different from us sending likes. Big brother, stop gifting. That level 52 second brother has been scared off. Jiang Nan's 100 carnivals ignited a frenzy in the live stream. Thank you immensely, brother Yenyu Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. Oh my goodness, I have never received a carnival before. This has opened up a whole new world for me. Thank you, thank you. The female streamer Susu immediately pressed her palms together and bowed fervently towards the camera. Scared off? How boring, Jiang Nan mused, shaking his head at the comments flooding the live stream. Subsequently, he proceeded to gift the remaining 480,000 dough diamonds, equating to 48,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed, and you have received a 5-fold rebate. Ding. His phone buzzed with a text notification. A rebate of 400,000 at 5 times the amount equated to 2,000,000. Adding to the previous 2 million, it implies that his current savings have reached an impressive 4 million. Splendid. Jiang Nan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration illuminating his face. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm signing off now. Please check your private messages later. At this moment, the female streamer's voice resonated within the live broadcast room. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Nan regained his focus and promptly followed the streamer. Soon after, the live stream concluded. Upon arriving at his homepage, a private message popped up. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for your generous tip. May I add you as a friend? Susu sent the message. Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, but quickly shook his head. Adding her on WeChat wouldn't he hurt. If this streamer turned out to be merely decent-looking, with a less-than-pleasing face, he could simply delete her later. If she was tolerable, he might as well keep her around. He genuinely admired female streamers like her, who earned their hard-earned money with integrity. Without delay, he provided his WeChat ID to Su. In mere seconds, a notification pinged on his WeChat backend. Su requests to add you as a friend. Jiang Nan clicked to accept the request. Instinctively, he then opened Su's moments to take a look. The first image that caught his eye was a background picture of a woman in her 20s holding a little girl of about 5 or 6. In the photograph, the woman appeared gentle and demure, possessing an understated beauty that, although not immediately striking, revealed a delightful charm the longer one gazed. Furthermore, her attire suggested she was from a respectable family. Has she a child? Jiang Nan noted that the woman in the picture looked to be no older than 27 or 28, yet she had a child of 5 or 6, which genuinely surprised him. Wait, at 27 or 28, having a child of that age seemed rather normal. Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head, then glanced at her other posts, which were mostly daily life snippets, prompting him to exit. Hello, brother Jiang Nan. It's the female streamer Su from earlier. A voice message was sent. I truly appreciate your generosity. I know sometimes one can get carried away with gifting. May I propose this? I currently have little money on hand, but once the gift earnings come through, I will refund you half of what you gifted today. Would that be all right? Just as Jiang Nan was about to reply, another voice message came through. After listening, he smiled. This streamer seemed quite delightful. No need, Jiang Nan replied. For me, several $100,000 is merely pocket change. Money spent is akin to water poured out. Keep it with peace of mind. Chapter 14. The landlady. Little Jiang, are you there? Simultaneously, in a modest apartment in Jiang City, a woman clad in a floral dress, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a mask obscuring her features, sat on the living room sofa, her eyes glistening as she read a message from her elder brother on WeChat. Her eyes momentarily brimmed with tears. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, she typed, slowly removing her mask. Even without makeup, her natural beauty was striking. At that moment, with her eyes slightly red, she radiated a poignant allure that evoked an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. It's all right, I'll go back to my tasks now, we'll chat later. A message was sent, prompting the woman to dab at the corners of her eyes before obediently replying with a simple okay. She then sank back into the sofa, exhaling deeply. After standing on a foot massage board for so long during her live stream, her legs suddenly ached, causing her to draw them up onto the sofa and gently massage her delicate calves and feet. Today alone, I earned over 200,000. It seems I can treat my precious daughter to better meals. The woman murmured to herself, I've truly encountered a wonderful big brother. And he hasn't made any demands of me. ISNT had often said that top donors usually make requests of female streamers, although I haven't shown my face. Many viewers have privately messaged me asking about selling socks. Reflecting on this, she bit her lip and shook her head, murmuring, this big brother probably doesn't have such a hobby, right? Nonetheless, I must find a way to express my gratitude. For him, it may just be pocket change. But for an ordinary person like me, that's nearly 2 years' worth of income. On Jiang Nan's side, he emerged from the bathroom after a refreshing shower, dressed but still with damp hair. Don't cry, sweetheart. I'll find a better piano teacher for little Ing. Our little Ing is no fool. It's that teacher who lacks real skill. As he entered the living room, the muffled sound of the landlady soothing her daughter reached his ears, amplified by the inadequate soundproofing. Wah! The sound of sobbing echoed. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, as if an opportunity had arisen. Creak! The door suddenly swung open, startling Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who were passing by Jiang Nan's door, causing the little girl to cease her crying. Oh, Sister Xia, little Ing, hello. Jiang Nan, holding a black garbage bag, looked astonished at the mother and daughter pair, then placed the bag at the entrance. He turned his attention to the little girl, puzzled. Why are you crying? Are you brother Jiang Nan? The little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, lived on the same floor and had crossed paths with him before. In fact, on one occasion last year, he had helped her chase away some older bullies, hence she recognized him well. Yes, how could you not recognize your brother? Jiang Nan grinned and crouched down, glancing at Xia Jiqing, who seemed unbothered. He reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair affectionately. It's just that you've become even more handsome. I didn't recognize you at first. The little girl beamed. Mommy, I want brother to teach me piano. The little girl, relishing Jiang Nan's gentle touch, suddenly hugged him and looked at her mother, declaring, Big brother can teach me to play piano. And I'll definitely learn. Xia Jiqing was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's statement, then chuckled wryly, shaking her head. Little Ing, dear, your brother isn't a teacher, and he doesn't even know how to play the piano. I do. Big brother can definitely play, the little girl insisted. Throwing a minor tantrum, You little rascal, Xia Jiqing frowned, her face filled with exasperation, especially seeing her daughter cling to Jiang Nan. Instinctively, she crouched down too. At that moment, their angles perfectly aligned, and Xia Jiqing felt a sudden rush of warmth, her cheeks flushing. As she prepared to stand up, she noticed Jiang Nan immediately divert his gaze, which relieved her, allowing her to rise discreetly. Xia Jiqing's favorability, 5. Oh, merely exhibiting the demeanor of a gentleman has garnered a mere 5 points of favor? Jiang Nan found himself slightly taken aback. Big brother, you surely play the piano, don't you? At that moment, the sweet and innocent voice of the little girl chimed in. Indeed, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing his affirmation, Xia Jiqing paused briefly, but soon comprehended that he was merely echoing her daughter's words. She promptly returned his smile and said, "Your brother is currently occupied. How about we wait until he has some free time to teach you the piano?" "Oh, that sounds wonderful." The little girl immediately beamed with joy. Jiang Nan also rose to his feet, refraining from boasting about his exceptional piano skills. When the time came for him to showcase his talents, his primary goal was to earn Xia Jiqing's affection. Thus, he was in no rush to demonstrate his prowess. Such eagerness was a rather rudimentary tactic. True masters often play the fool, saving their most astonishing revelations for the most critical moments. "Goodbye, big brother," the little girl exclaimed as Xia Jiqing led her away. "Farewell," Jiang Nan replied cheerfully, waving his hand. The landlady cast a glance at him, offering him a warm smile. As he watched the duo depart, Jiang Nan diverted his gaze from the landlady's alluring figure. Bang! The door closed, and Jiang Nan chose not to linger on social media, instead retreating to his room to indulge in slumber. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate period, a series of knocks jolted him from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Nan glanced out the window at the overcast sky and, feeling somewhat dazed, rose from his bed. It was already 6 o'clock. He realized he had slept for quite an extended duration. Knock, knock, knock. Once more, the knocking echoed through the air. "Xiaojiang, are you there?" came the landlady's voice. Creak. Jiang Nan quickly got up and opened the door to find the landlady looking visibly relieved. "Sister Xia, what's the matter?" Jiang Nan yawned, inquiring. "Just woke up." "I see." Xia Jiqing observed the slight sleepiness in Jiang Nan's eyes, chuckling softly. "I just prepared some home-cooked dishes and wanted to check if you had eaten." "Not yet," Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. "Then, please tidy yourself up and come over shortly." The landlady nodded with a smile. "All right." At this moment, Jiang Nan finally regained his composure. He returned home, freshened up, and made his way outside. The landlady's residence was not far from his own. It was situated in an older neighborhood with several tenants on each floor, while the landlady occupied the innermost unit on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan arrived swiftly, finding the door ajar, and he stepped inside. After closing the door, he heard the landlady's gentle voice, "Xiaojiang, I've prepared some slippers for you by the entrance." "Great," Jiang Nan responded, noticing a pair of pink lady slippers that, while small, were certainly large enough for him. He also observed several pairs of high heels on the shoe rack nearby, one of which was a dazzling pair of Valentino heels that caught his eye. The landlady clearly had a penchant for high heels. Retrieving his gaze, Jiang Nan could say without exaggeration that if this shoe rack were displayed publicly, it would likely be stripped bare by the next day, and there was a significant chance of something rather sticky turning up. Such incidents were far too common in news reports. "Big brother." As Jiang Nan passed through the doorway, the little girl joyfully bounded over and leaped into his arms. Xia Jiqing's favorability 1. As he lifted her up, the system's notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to glance forward. There stood the landlady, clad in a small apron, her stunning face momentarily lost in thought. "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan greeted softly. "Come, it's time to eat." Xia Jiqing snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Yay, it's time for food," the little girl exclaimed cheerfully. "After we eat, handsome brother will teach me to play the piano." Showing. Xia Jiqing's tone took on a more serious note. "Didn't Team Mommy mention that your brother is often busy and may not have the time to teach you?" "I don't care. After we eat, handsome brother will surely have time." The little girl pouted, clearly displeased. "All right, I'll teach you later," Jiang Nan replied. Recognizing that he had laid the groundwork sufficiently, he smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Xiaojiang," Xia Jiqing looked at him with surprise. "Nothing to worry about." Jiang Nan conveyed a reassuring glance to the landlady. His confident demeanor momentarily left her stunned, but she quickly shook her head and said, "Let us set that aside for now and sit down for dinner." As she spoke, she removed her apron, revealing a stunning figure that immediately captured Jiang Nan's attention. This physique was indeed remarkable. He hastily averted his gaze, unwilling to ogle too much. What struck him most was the landlady's silver hair paired with her exquisite form, making her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a comic book as a captivating character. Before long, they were seated. The landlady cradled the little girl in her arms as they began their meal. However, the little girl wore a frown, evidently wishing to eat in Jiang Nan's embrace. "You little rascal, at such a young age, already enamored with handsome men. Don't you need your mother?" Xia Jiqing teased, observing her daughter's unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Nan. But big brother is truly handsome. At the tender age of 5 or 6, this child was far more perceptive than the children of previous generations, and her candid statement elicited laughter from both Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan. "Let us eat, shall we?" Xia Jiqing urged, then turned to Jiang Nan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "So, Xiao Jiang, how does my cooking fare?" "It's delicious. I absolutely love Sichuan cuisine. The spiciness is invigorating," Jiang Nan praised, nodding in agreement. It was not mere flattery to enhance his favorability. In truth, the landlady's culinary skills were exceptional. "As long as it suits your taste," Xia Jiqing replied with a smile. Xia Jiqing's favorability won. Though it was only a slight increase in favorability, any progress was better than none. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the landlady's affection for him was already quite substantial. 17 points. This level of favorability was considerable progress indeed, given a little more time for interaction. Achieving that desirable little task was surely just around the corner. Their meal lasted nearly half an hour before Jiang Nan finally set down his chopsticks. "Would you like me to serve you another bowl?" the landlady asked cheerfully. "I can't eat anymore. I'm too full." Jiang Nan patted his belly and shook his head. "To be honest, it's been ages since I've enjoyed such home-cooked meals." "Haha. As long as it pleases your palate, do not hesitate to inform me of any dishes you wish to indulge in." After a delightful meal, my rapport with the landlady has increased by 3 points, and she now harbors a fondness of 20 points for Jiang Nan. The power of such an affection is immediately evident. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Nan scratched his head and chuckled. "I might have indulged a bit too much. How much can one eat?" "There's plenty," the landlady joyfully replied. Jiang Nan hadn't savored home-cooked meals in quite some time, and similarly, it had been ages since anyone had enjoyed her culinary creations. Moreover, the sight of nearly empty plates on the table was a tremendous, silent compliment for any cook. "Allow me to tidy up. You entertain little Ing," the landlady said, rising while cradling the little girl. "Ing, go watch television with your brother. Mommy will join you shortly, all right?" "Okay." The little girl promptly scampered to Jiang Nan's side, beaming with joy. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan glanced at the table. "It's nothing." Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. "Very well." Jiang Nan chose not to linger on the matter, instead gathering the little girl into his arms as he slowly made his way to the living room. "Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room. It's over there," the little girl chimed in her sweet voice. "All right." Jiang Nan followed her to the small room. Hearing the exchange between the two, the landlady could not help but chuckle and mutter, "Well, it's good for little Ing to realize that Xiao Jiang isn't adept at playing the piano. Otherwise, she would have persistently pestered him to teach her." As she spoke, she noticed that several plates on the table were left with only a bit of broth and chili, indicating that most of the dishes had been devoured, prompting her to smile again in delight. Chapter 16. You should say we're truly impressive. At that moment, in the piano room, the little girl exclaimed, "Handsome brother, let me play a piece I just learned for you." Sitting on Jiang Nan's lap, she grinned. "I really don't like my piano teacher, so I pretended I couldn't learn at all. Humph, but in reality, I'm quite talented." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan reached out to gently pat her little head, smiling. "Then play it for your brother. Let me see how remarkable little Ing is." "Okay." The little girl's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness, and her tiny hands settled on the small piano. The moment the first note rang out, Jiang Nan's brows raised slightly. Soon after, the second and third notes followed. Jiang Nan, being an accomplished pianist, instantly recognized the melody. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star," a rather simple children's song. Before long, she finished a short segment and began to hum along. "The sky is full of little stars." As she hummed, her fingers flowed seamlessly over the keys. In no time, she had played a simplified version of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Indeed impressive, Jiang Nan praised, although the song posed no real challenge. It is worth noting that playing it without sheet music is still somewhat difficult for a 5 or 6-year-old, demonstrating her familiarity with the piece. The little girl laughed joyfully. "Now, let me teach you an even simpler one," Jiang Nan said with a smile. He took her small hand and began to play. "Two tigers. Two tigers, running fast, running fast." As he played, he hummed along. Meanwhile, having tidied up the dining area without immediately washing the dishes, Xia Jiqing approached, tying her apron. Just then, she caught sight of Jiang Nan holding her daughter's hand as they played together, both happily humming, which brought an unknown smile to her face. Xia Jiqing's affection level increased by 5. Once Two Tigers concluded, a notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan turned to greet her with a smile. "I didn't expect you could play the piano." Xia Jiqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling inexplicably shy and unable to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. These are merely simple nursery rhymes, Jiang Nan replied lightly. Nonetheless, that is still quite impressive, the landlady, Xia Jiqing, remarked. Unlike me, I lack any musical talent. I once considered learning the piano in middle school, but alas, I simply have no aptitude for it. It's very simple. Would you like to give it a try, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan suggested, his eyes glinting. Me? Really? Xia Jiqing was taken aback. Mommy, it's really easy. The little girl exclaimed as she jumped down from Jiang Nan's lap and bounced towards the door, urging Xia Jiqing to follow. Handsome brother will definitely show you how to play the piano. Maybe you actually have talent. Jiang Nan's affection level increased to 10,086. If the little girl had a system of her own, it would undoubtedly be chiming with notifications. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at the little girl with even more tenderness. Truly, she is a wonderful child. Sister Xia, please have a seat. Jiang Nan stood up to make room. If Xia Jiqing's affection level were above 40 points, he might have dared to invite her to sit on his lap like the little girl. However, considering it was only 25 points, a rather modest figure, Jiang Nan refrained from being overly forward. All right. Xia Jiqing sat down with anticipation, gazing at the small piano, her cheeks flushing slightly as nerves crept in. When little Ling wasn't home, she occasionally sat down to peck at the keys but knew nothing about music, merely striking randomly. What should I do next? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and as she turned back, she found herself almost nose to nose with Jiang Nan, their proximity palpable. Thump, thump. Research indicates that when a man and a woman find themselves alone in a highly tense atmosphere, the body secretes a unique, invisible hormone. This hormone causes an inexplicable rapid heartbeat when in the presence of the opposite sex, leading to a significant possibility of experiencing a simulation of romantic feelings. At this moment, Xia Jiqing, already somewhat anxious, felt her heart race even faster under such close scrutiny, with all her senses heightened. Sister Xia, came Jiang Nan's gentle voice. In the next moment, two warm hands grasped hers, startling her into a moment of clarity as she instinctively prepared to pull away. However, Jiang Nan's soft voice reached her ears again. Don't be nervous. I'll guide you to feel how your fingers dance across the keys. Xia Jiqing stared blankly at Jiang Nan, who appeared entirely serious. Noticing that his focus was solely on the piano, as he sensed her tension, he looked at her with a soft smile, which struck her heart like a bullet. Gulp. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow hard. Xia Jiqing's favorability level, 10. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Good heavens. He had anticipated that the ambiguous atmosphere he had created would incrementally boost his favorability, but he never expected it to surge by as much as 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan gazed intently at his landlady, gently inquiring. Landlady Xia's cheeks flushed slightly as she reluctantly averted her gaze from Jiang Nan's face, which made her heart race uncontrollably, elongating her response with a hint of reluctance. All right, Jiang Nan replied softly, then took hold of her delicate hand and began to play the piano. In an instant, a lively melody filled the piano room. As he completed a short segment and the rhythm gradually quickened, surprise crossed the landlady's face, and she exclaimed, I know this piece. It's called Kikujiro's Summer, isn't it? Indeed. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. You're quite impressive. The landlady praised sincerely. No, Xia Jia, you should say that we are both impressive. Xia Jiqing's favorability level, 5. Jiang Nan's emotional value overwhelmed the landlady, who silently marveled at the intensity of her feelings. Chapter 17. Let me speak from the heart. A landlady as beautiful as Xia Jiqing, with several properties in Jiang City, a burgeoning first-tier city, could be considered quite affluent, even in an older district, after just 1 month. Furthermore, Jiang Nan had heard that this landlady might own more than just a few buildings in this old community. For a widow who had been alone for several years, her heart was profoundly empty, and once someone truly entered her heart, there was no need for the other party to initiate anything. Xiao Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. The landlady gazed at Jiang Nan, her eyes shimmering with emotion. What do you think, Xiajia? The piano isn't really that difficult, is it? Jiang Nan chuckled. With you here. It's not difficult at all, she shyly replied. The power of 40 points in favorability was indeed formidable. The landlady's bashful demeanor was undeniably captivating. Then when I come over for dinner, I'll also teach you a bit, Xiajia. Is it not possible to teach you even when I'm not here for dinner? No, what I mean is. The two engaged in a playful banter, giving off the impression of a young couple teasing each other. Hey, Mama, isn't the handsome brother teaching me how to play the piano? The little girl, with her hands on her hips and a pout, expressed her dissatisfaction from the side. Your handsome brother is usually very busy. Tomorrow, Mama will take you to see another teacher. She is very gentle. And she has a lovely little girl at home who is about your age. I think you won't find it boring to learn, Xia Jiqing said with a smile. Don't you want to surprise your brother with a performance once you learn well? Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Xia Jiqing slowly rose, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Nan, her gaze imbued with profound shyness as she softly said, I'll go wash the dishes now. I'll leave Xiaoying in your care. All right. Jiang Nan nodded. Xiaoying, make sure to learn the finger techniques well. Mama hopes to see you perform on a grand stage someday. Before leaving, Xia Jiqing affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Mama, don't worry. That day will definitely come. The little girl nodded vigorously, her fists clenched. Thank you so much today, Xiaojiang. I haven't seen Xiaoying smile this much in a long time. Likewise, he replied. Around 8:30 p.m. At the entrance of the landlady's home, she gazed at Jiang Nan with tender affection and softly expressed her gratitude. Xiajia, you're being too formal. With Xia Jiqing's favorability now at 40 points, although it did not increase further, Jiang Nan felt that they had reached a peak. At least, without exerting too much pressure. It wouldn't grow significantly. However, he was in no hurry. Fine wines must be savored slowly. To gulp it down would be akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit. All right, it's me who's being too formal. Taking a deep breath, the landlady gazed at Jiang Nan with soft, flowing eyes. The dim light in the corridor lent an unusual ambience to the moment, and inexplicably, her heart began to race. Well then, Xiajia, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just message me on WeChat. As Jiang Nan prepared to turn away, Xiaojiang, the landlady instinctively reached out and grasped his arm. When Jiang Nan turned back, the subdued light revealed a beautiful flush across her enchanting features. Thump, thump. She could distinctly hear her heart racing. With a resolute sigh, she met Jiang Nan's gaze directly and said, You know, I'm a widow. For so many years, I've been living alone with Xiaoying. Sister. Jiang Nan gently took Xia Jiqing's hand, her skin cool to the touch in the night air, prompting him to rub it slightly, calling out softly. Sister, you seem different today. Honestly, I'm quite shocked. Xia Jiqing replied, I don't know if you're the type of rich second generation who experiences life. That's irrelevant. But let me speak from the heart. I've realized that I might have developed a bit of affection for you. And it's quite an intense kind of affection. As she spoke, a hint of bewilderment crossed her face. She truly hadn't anticipated that in just one day, she would develop feelings for someone who was previously just a stranger. It was an inconceivable event she could never have envisioned before this moment. Sister you. Jiang Nan gazed at Xia Jiqing in astonishment, merely calling her name without continuing the conversation. Oh dear, what am I saying? Noticing Jiang Nan's silence, Xia Jiqing's exhilaration began to wane, and she abruptly realized her shyness as she hurriedly turned to retreat into the house, her voice trailing behind. Xiaojiang, I'm not being inappropriate. That was truly how I felt. I'm not one to hold back. I say what's on my mind. If you're uncomfortable, I'll never bring this up again. Bang. The door slammed shut. Inside the house, the landlady Xia Jiqing's chest rose and fell rapidly, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip as she leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Listening to the footsteps outside gradually fade away, her heart raced even faster. Covering her burning face, she couldn't help but murmur, Xia Jiqing, you've been lonely for far too long. Meeting such an outstanding and handsome young man like Xiaojiang. How could you possibly resist? Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the coffee table, Xia Jiqing's phone vibrated. Mama, someone sent you a message. The little girl's voice chimed in. Who is it? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, and slowly made her way toward the living room. Look, it's brother Jiang Nan. The little girl's voice rang out again, prompting the landlady to quicken her pace considerably. As she accepted the phone her daughter had handed her, the landlady held her breath for a moment, then hurried to the balcony, opening the chat with Jiang Nan and clicking on the voice message he had sent. Chapter 18 Xiajia, are you asleep? Sister, there's something I need to tell you. Jiang Nan's voice resonated, and the seriousness of his tone made Xia Jiqing's breath hitch. Soon after, the voice message for the next day arrived, and she quickly tapped to listen. Actually, I have a virtual romance. I must clarify this to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiqing paused, and her held breath was released in a rush. The tension that had gripped her face dissipated almost instantly. In her view, as long as there was no outright rejection, it was not a matter of concern. Despite being over 30, she still turned heads whenever she stepped out, captivating the attention of countless men. A virtual romance was trivial. Even if it were a real-life relationship, it mattered little to Xia Jiqing. As a widow, she had honestly not considered pursuing any formal status. That's all right, sister, I don't mind such things, she replied, her tone considerably more relaxed. From Jiang Nan's demeanor and the glances they had exchanged earlier, she could sense that this charming young man held some interest in her as well. Meanwhile, back at home, Jiang Nan leaned against the sofa, a smile spreading across his face upon hearing the landlady's words. He realized that she was essentially his already. Whether they could delve deeper into their connection would depend on the right moment. Although a favorability score of 40 was quite high, achieving a stable relationship might still pose some challenges. No rush. She will eventually be mine, Jiang Nan chuckled softly. They continued their conversation for a little longer, neither delving deeper into the topic, as both understood the unspoken nuances of adulthood. Around 9 o'clock, as Jiang Nan prepared to put down his phone to wash up and relax before bed, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Busy as ever, he mused, glancing at the screen to see it was a voice call from his online romantic partner, Meng Qingqiu. Darling, in just 2 days, I will finally get to see you. Meng Qingqiu's voice came through sweetly. How exciting, Jiang Nan replied. Yes, the first true meeting. Meng Qingqiu added softly. I remember someone seems to be quite fond of white stockings. Right? Huh. Jiang Nan was taken aback by her words. Meng Qingqiu giggled, saying nothing more. Are you there? Jiang Nan understood her implication and responded, yes, what's up? A few minutes later, a photo came through, revealing a pair of luminous, fair legs peeking from beneath a pink nightgown. The lighting made them appear almost shimmering. Meng Qingqiu shyly sent a voice message. Perfect. Having been in a virtual relationship for 2.5 years, Jiang Nan had seen plenty of Meng Qingqiu's alluring features before. Soon after, with a buzz, another message from Meng Qingqiu arrived, this time a short video of about 10 seconds. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Her cheerful voice echoed through the message. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Nan replied with an emoji. They continued to chat until they realized it was already 10 o'clock. Jiang Nan had considered asking Meng Qingqiu to video chat, but with only 2 days left until they could meet in person, he refrained. After hanging up, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon returning to his bedroom, a message from the landlady appeared on his phone. A picture. Jiang Nan's heart raced. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. In the solitude of the night, he was ready to sleep. Immediately after, a voice message followed, causing him to chuckle. Truly, once this 30-year-old sister opened up, her fiery enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. Without further ado, Jiang Nan initiated a video call. After a few seconds of ringing, the landlady finally answered. However, the screen was pitch black, devoid of any light. Oh, Xiajia, did you turn off the lights so quickly? Jiang Nan exclaimed in surprise. I was about to sleep. And why aren't you wearing a shirt? The landlady's shy voice came through. Really? Jiang Nan was about to respond when she interjected. Oh dear, Xiao Jiang, I'm rather embarrassed. And I am indeed ready to sleep, so I will hang up now. The landlady slowly ended the video call. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 5. Once the video call ended, Jiang Nan heard the system notification in his mind, and he was somewhat puzzled by the increase in favorability. About 10 minutes later, while scrolling through Douyin, the system notification chimed again. Favorability with Xia Jiqing 5. Another 5 points? Does that mean that with a full score of 100, the landlady is already over halfway there? Jiang Nan pondered. With a favorability score of 40 already igniting a fiery passion, a score of 50 should make things feasible, right? With this thought in mind, he exited Douyin, opened WeChat, and after some contemplation, sent a message to the landlady. Xiajia, are you asleep? Chapter 19 Confession. Splashing sounds echoed from the landlady's bathroom as she prepared for bed. A few minutes later, she emerged wrapped in a towel. This is rather reckless, she thought. Her cheeks flushed as she climbed back into bed. Buzz. The phone vibrated suddenly. She picked it up and glanced at the screen. Xiajia, are you asleep? It was a message from Jiang Nan. It was nearly 10:30. What was he asking that for? Moreover, how did he seem to know she wasn't asleep? The landlady swallowed hard again and replied, No, not yet. I feel rather energetic. Xiajia, would you like to go for a stroll? Jiang Nan's message arrived promptly. Upon reading this, her heart raced. Going out at this hour, just the two of them? Initially intending to refuse, she found herself agreeing inexplicably, recalling Jiang Nan's captivating physique from their earlier video call. After agreeing, her face flushed once more. She had already reached the age of 30, far removed from the naivete of a mere 15 or 16-year-old girl. Venturing out on this late evening, was it truly just an ordinary stroll? A mere 10 minutes later, the door of the landlady creaked open, revealing an astonishingly exquisite figure, Sister Xia. Jiang Nan found himself transfixed, particularly by the rosy blush adorning Xia Jiqing's delicate face. Her gaze averted from him, embodying an exquisite shyness. The combination of her attire and demeanor created an overwhelming visual impact. Xiao Jiang, do not stare so intently at your elder sister. It makes me feel a bit bashful, the landlady remarked, fully aware of Jiang Nan's fervent gaze, which both flattered and embarrassed her. After all these years, no one had ever dared to so brazenly admire her perfect form. Favorability towards Xia Jiqing, too. Sister, you are truly beautiful, Jiang Nan exclaimed, his admiration genuine. Where's the beauty in that? I am already 30, the landlady replied, biting her lip in modesty. Have you not heard the saying? Jiang Nan inched closer to her, a wave of masculine allure enveloping her senses, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Her gaze becoming slightly intoxicated. "What?" she responded, her tone softening. As Jiang Nan leaned in closer, whispering softly in her ear, a rush of warmth enveloped the landlady, causing her to shiver slightly, her face reddening to the roots of her hair, even her neck taking on a rosy hue. "Xiao Jiang," the landlady murmured, feeling her body grow somewhat weak. Now emboldened by a favorability score of 52, Jiang Nan boldly took her delicate hand in his, suggesting, "Let us wander nearby. I recall there being a quaint little park close by." "Sure, I will follow your lead. Wherever you choose to go," the landlady replied obediently. Though the night air in May carried a slight chill, it mattered little to either Jiang Nan or Xia Jiqing. They strolled under the moonlight, arriving at a small park just a few hundred meters from the community. Seated on a bench by the riverside, the gentle breeze stirred, casting a soft glow upon them. Jiang Nan turned to the landlady, whose bangs fluttered lightly, the silver strands glinting under the moonlight. "Sister Xia, you are simply stunning." He couldn't help but exclaim once more. "You have such a sweet tongue, truly adept at flattering," the landlady said, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan before shifting slightly closer, whispering, "This river breeze does carry a hint of coolness." Understanding her implication, Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around her, their heartbeats inexplicably quickening in unison. "Jiang Nan." The landlady softly called his name, and as he met her expectant gaze, he flashed a knowing smile. Favorability towards Xia Jiqing, 3, Jiang Nan. Her voice resonated once more. "Oh, my apologies, Sister Xia," Jiang Nan responded, suddenly aware of his actions, his hand instinctively retreating to touch his nose. "It's nothing." The landlady inhaled deeply before resting her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder, murmuring, "It seems our progression is somewhat swift." "Sister," Jiang Nan paused, taken aback. "But I have no regrets. At 30, if I do not embrace wildness, I shall truly grow old. I do not wish to leave my future self with regrets." "Jiang Nan, you must sense my feelings for you." She spoke softly. "I understand you have a romantic interest online, so I do not expect too much. Let us maintain our relationship as it is. When you have time, spend it with me, and I will be content." "Sister Xia," Jiang Nan took a deep breath, tightening his embrace around the 30-year-old woman. "Jiang Nan, do not speak." The landlady gently closed her eyes, her head lifting slightly. As the night deepened, the wind grew increasingly cold. "It is time to return. Xiao Ying is home alone and might cry if she wakes in the middle of the night and cannot find me," the landlady said softly. "In a few days, Xiao Ying's grandmother will come to take her for a visit. Will you come to keep me company?" Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Jiang Nan gazed at his hand, astonishment etched across his face. Quickly retreating to his room, he changed into his sleepwear and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to the nightstand and opened the drawer, his brow furrowing in concern. Having possessed the system for nearly a day, he now remembered the diary he had kept for 5 years. It was nowhere to be found. The diary, which should have been in the drawer, had vanished. And Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as memories flooded back from 5 years prior. At 17, on his birthday, he had passed by a bridge and encountered an elderly woman with white hair selling trinkets. Moved by her pitiable appearance, he purchased a few items, and in return, she gifted him a diary, telling him, "If you make a wish for 5 consecutive years, someday your heart's desire will be fulfilled." Throughout the years, he had recorded his thoughts, treating it lightly, yet he had never ceased writing. Now, with the system in hand, he realized that the diary wasn't particularly thick. But after 5 years of entries, it seemed he had never switched to a new one. "How oblivious I have been." Jiang Nan shook his head. However, he recalled the unique content he had penned over 5 years. "I wish to be a super-rich heir. My 22 years of impoverished existence was merely a trial imposed by my unseen billionaire father to prepare me as a worthy successor." Perhaps, in some sense, he had indeed succeeded in his wish. His elusive billionaire father might just be this very system. Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. "Host, the indulgent life system is merely a small aid for you." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Has my wish been granted?" Jiang Nan inquired. "It has," the system affirmed. "I suggest the host check your character attribute panel." "Oh, I can view my character attributes?" Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed as he called forth his character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 4,000,000 yuan. Abilities, Insight, Master Level Piano Proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne. Life opportunities, a significant gift will be granted on your 22nd birthday. After reviewing his character attributes, a look of surprise crossed Jiang Nan's face. Unlike the attribute panels of the landladies, he possesses an additional aspect of life's destiny. His birthday falls on July 15th, which means that in 2 months, the wishes he has made will truly come to fruition. However, Now that Jiang Nan has acquired the system, he finds himself rather indifferent to the title of a super-rich heir. Yet, having the identity of a super-rich heir might legalize everything for him. In fact, being a super-rich heir could potentially provide him with even more capital to squander. Of course, this remains merely speculation. The true nature of this so-called grand gift will only be revealed in 2 months' time. Before sleeping, he decided to earn some money. Jiang Nan lay down and opened Douyin. His intentions crystal clear as he directly charged 1 million into the app. Instantly, 10 million Do coins were credited to his account. Spotting a streamer with an appealing appearance, he decided to send a few gifts. Remarkably, it took merely half an hour to exhaust the entire 10 million Do coins. Most of that time was spent searching for streamers with decent looks. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the consumption and received a 3-fold rebate. 1 million has transformed into 3 million. After deducting the principal, he had made a staggering profit of 2 million in just half an hour. Who else could boast such a rapid earning speed? Sleep beckoned. Jiang Nan had ample time to consume and reap rebates. Staying up late was entirely unnecessary. A dreamless night passed. The following morning, his stable biological clock awakened him around 8 o'clock. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was call out to the system in his mind. The indulgent life system is here to serve the host. How may I assist you? The system replied instantly. No need. I just wanted to confirm whether I was dreaming yesterday. Jiang Nan took out his phone to check his account balance. 6 million. A satisfied smile immediately graced his face. In just one day, he had transformed from a mere few thousand in savings to a small fortune of 6 million, experiencing a myriad of delightful events along the way. Joy surged through him as Jiang Nan sprang from his bed. His physical condition seemed remarkably excellent. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to showcase it when Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng on the 18th. He changed into a set of Armani casual wear. In this May weather, it was neither too cold nor too hot, and a short-sleeved or long-sleeved shirt sufficed for going out. Standing before the wash basin, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, pondering. If his online romantic interest was indeed the stunning Meng Qingqiu from Moda University, then her appearance, figure, and demeanor were all of exceptional caliber. Truthfully, Jiang Nan felt that failing to pursue her would be a disservice to someone who had traveled such a distance to meet him in reality. At the same time, he was quite curious about the level of affection Meng Qingqiu held for him after 2.5 years of online dating. Judging by her usual demeanor, it hardly seemed likely that her affection would fall below 40 points, did it? Jiang Nan speculated. The fact that she had proactively traveled such a distance to meet him, and had even secretly met him last year and initiated a second official meeting, suggested that her feelings were likely more substantial than 40 points. Perhaps they could even reach 50 or 60 points. Given this, it seemed prudent to place his hopes for completing that little welfare task on Meng Qingqiu, whose specific attributes remained unknown to him. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Buzz. At that moment, his phone, which he had placed on the wash basin, vibrated with an incoming call. Glancing at it, he saw that it was a voice message from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning. As soon as the call connected, her vibrant voice filled his ears, causing Jiang Nan's lips to curl into an uncontrollable smile. Chapter 21. A frantic spending spree. It was the 16th. With a full 2 days remaining until he met his darling, Meng Qingqiu laughed joyfully, and it was evident that she was even more eager for their first real encounter than Jiang Nan. Almost there, Jiang Nan echoed, equally filled with anticipation. Darling, I have class now. Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in. Go ahead, Jiang Nan replied as the call ended. He finished his morning routine and settled on the living room sofa. Ordering a simple breakfast, traditional soy milk and fried dough sticks with a tea egg, totaling around 15 yuan including delivery fees, yielding a 4-fold rebate. The more he consumed, the more money he earned. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became the wealthiest person in Jiangcheng. Moreover, as his funds accumulated, he feared he might develop a distaste for the wealth he possessed. Jiang Nan understood that while consumption could provide fleeting pleasure, the thrill would inevitably wane over time. Reflecting on this, he recalled the welfare task assigned by the system. Perhaps this was the balance to prevent future numbness towards money. Would he eventually gain any extraordinary abilities? He mused that first, he should acquire an indestructible constitution. Jiang Nan's thoughts wandered far ahead, but he did not dwell excessively on distant matters. Currently, he was surrounded by several attractive individuals, such as Lin Man, the landlady, and his soon-to-arrive online romantic interest, Meng Qingqiu. These 3 exceptional beauties could not be dealt with in just one day, could they? Therefore, the need for an indestructible constitution was undoubtedly essential. System, I hope you can be generous, Jiang Nan silently prayed. Opening WeChat, he noticed several messages awaiting his response. They were from the landlady, Lin Man, and the female streamer Su from the minigame livestream. Landlady, good morning, my alluring little man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, shall we grab lunch this afternoon? I'll take you to a fantastic Sichuan restaurant. Su, brother Jiang Nan, you're also in Jiangxing? He replied to each one. Regarding Lin Manman's invitation, he pondered and decided not to commit immediately, simply responding that he would see. As for Su's message, he was taken aback. She was also in Jiangxing? Yes. Jiang Nan replied. After responding, he leaned back on the sofa, exited WeChat, and opened Douyin. Welcome everyone to the live stream. This is a minigame live stream. I'm your host, Xiaomei. A small heart on the pressure plate costs 1, while a big beer on the pressure plate costs 3, and a hot air balloon live stream costs 1 minute on the pressure plate. The familiar voice resonated, causing Jiang Nan's mouth to widen slightly in surprise. Wow. This streamer, named Xiaomei, is incredibly diligent. She treats live streaming like a job, starting her session around 8 in the morning. After some contemplation, Jiang Nan decided to charge another million into the app. Instantly, 10 million Do coins were credited to his account. He promptly entered the live stream room. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Upon witnessing Jiang Nan's entrance into the live stream, Su immediately extended a warm greeting. Having just ordered takeout, she glanced up and spotted him live. After Jiang Nan sent a barrage message, he proceeded to shower the stream with 20 carnival gifts. Each carnival was valued at 3,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 60,000 yuan. Wow. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 20 carnivals. Su exclaimed. Currently, there's no small penalty for not gifting a carnival. Would you mind customizing a minor penalty? Her excited voice resonated in the live stream. Despite it being early in the morning, with only 5 or 6 viewers in her stream, the previously quiet chatroom erupted with activity as the few viewers began to flood the screen with messages. Big brother. Make her change into stockings. Yes, big brother. Let Su swap her flesh-colored stockings for black or white ones. Big brother. 1,000 fervent requests urge you to let Su change her stockings to something else. Jiang Nan glanced at the chat, contemplated for a moment, and then typed. Change into the outfit you think looks best. Just stick with the flesh-colored stockings. No need to switch to anything else. All right, brother Jiang Nan. Please hold on a moment. Su responded upon seeing Jiang Nan's message, promptly covering her chest with a sign and bowing towards the camera before she dashed off screen. Jiang Nan, unfazed, began to send more carnival gifts while waiting. In just a brief moment, combined with the previous 20, he had sent a total of 100 carnivals. This amounted to 300,000 yuan, essentially equivalent to over a year's salary for an average office worker. Yet for Jiang Nan, it was merely a few minutes of expenditure. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption complete. You have received a 10-fold consumption rebate, 300,000 yuan. Huh. The system notification rang in his mind, and the astonishing 10-fold rebate left a look of shock on his face. Wow, a 10-fold consumption rebate. This is my first time receiving such a multiplier. Elated, Jiang Nan continued to shower Su with another 100 carnivals. However, this time, his luck wasn't as favorable, yielding only a 2-fold consumption rebate, totaling 600,000 yuan. With 4 million Do coins remaining in his account, Jiang Nan pondered whether to clear it all at once when the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed in the live stream. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Brother Jiang Nan, I'm here. Su's voice followed, drawing Jiang Nan's gaze to the screen. The first thing to appear on camera were her slightly sheer, qipao-clad legs. Soon, Su entered the frame in her entirety. Her figure was undeniably stunning. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Within the live stream, Su held a small round fan, her face obscured by a mask, making it difficult to discern her features. However, in the presence of her alluring and voluptuous figure, it would be no exaggeration to claim that no matter how high her facial beauty might be, it paled in comparison to her extraordinary physique. Jiang Nan acknowledged that her remarkable form alone was enough to incite frenzy among netizens. Goodness, this is absolutely delightful, he typed excitedly. The combination of her figure and the qipao style is the pinnacle of allure. Although Jiang Nan's 200 carnivals had attracted attention, the moment Su showcased her semi-transparent qipao and flesh-colored stockings, the entire live stream erupted with fervor. At this point, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, unable to contain himself any longer, and cast a perception spell towards Su. Chapter 22. Savings reached 10 million. Welfare mini-task upgraded. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Beauty, 90 points. Affection, 30 points. A beauty score of 90. As Su Yun's attribute panel appeared, Jiang Nan's gaze fixated on her beauty score, and upon seeing it was a remarkable 90 points, his face lit up with astonishment. He had seen Su Yun's photographs and knew her beauty was considerable, and she belonged to the type that grew more attractive the more one looked at her. Yet, he never expected her score to reach 90. Moreover, her initial affection level was already at an impressive 30 points, which thrilled Jiang Nan even more. Given that he had spent several hundred thousand, nearly $1 million, for a mere 30 points of affection, he found it quite reasonable. The reality of online gifting had its limits. Unless one encountered an extreme gold digger, affection levels would surely remain exaggerated. As for Su Yun, from head to toe, Jiang Nan considered her to be an exceptional lady, and a score of 30 points was already commendable. Meeting offline would be the quickest way to elevate their affection. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily. A total of 200 carnivals? At that moment, Su Yun's surprised and excited voice resonated in the livestream. Brother Jiang Nan, with these 200 carnivals, how many outfits am I expected to change into? I don't have that many. Ha ha ha, with 200 carnivals. Surely that's enough for you to purchase hundreds of different outfits, right? Yes. Fellow viewers, please follow. I believe this remarkable outfit streamer has immense potential for growth. Perhaps we will witness the emergence of a natural embodiment of flesh-colored stockings or the birth of a cheapao goddess. As Su Yun watched the barrage of messages flooding the chat, a momentary daze crossed her masked face. She then directed her gaze to Jiang Nan's avatar at the top of the leaderboard, taking a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was thanks to this generous brother. Without his gifts in her livestream, she wouldn't have garnered such traffic. Sticking to her unchanging streaming style of not selling risque content or socks, relying solely on live streaming for income seemed a distant dream. Now, with Jiang Nan alone gifting her over $1 million, after taxes, she could expect to take home at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to her earnings over several years. Su Yun's affection level increased to 10. A system prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. In response, he added another 200,000 yuan to round it off, and along with the remaining 400,000, he gifted Su Yun another 200 carnivals. At that moment, another system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption complete. You have received a 5-fold consumption rebate. 3,000,000 yuan. Another 5-fold rebate. With an influx of 3 million yuan, a satisfied smile spread across Jiang Nan's face. His savings had now reached an extraordinary 8-digit figure, amounting to 11.6 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for amassing a fortune of 10 million yuan. In light of the host's fervent desire for consumption and proactive engagement, the current welfare task has been upgraded to acquire a confidant of the opposite gender, possessing a rating of over 90 in attractiveness, with a favorability rating exceeding 90. Task rewards include the luxurious Villa 001 in Jiangcheng, a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, and the indestructible capability of a vigor of steel. At the moment Jiang Nan's savings surpassed 10 million, the system's notification echoed in his mind for the third time. Upon hearing this latest notification, a look of astonishment flickered across Jiang Nan's face, swiftly transforming into one of exhilaration. The task remains unchanged, only the rewards have been enhanced. Should he fulfill this welfare task, in addition to the villa and the limited edition supercar, he would also gain the extraordinary ability of indestructibility. Splendid. You, my dear system, are indeed a thoughtful assistant. Providing exactly what I desire, Jiang Nan exclaimed in admiration. It is an honor for the system to serve the host. The system's voice resonated. It is equally my privilege to be your host. This system is undeniably delightful, and Jiang Nan could hardly contain his excitement in showering it with praise. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. For another 200 celebrations. Do you wish to customize any penalties? Susu expressed her willingness to accommodate any request you may have. At that moment, Su Yun's voice chimed in the live broadcast. No penalties are needed. You may continue your stream. I shall log off. Su Yun had indeed brought him considerable rewards, and Jiang Nan was reluctant to impose any penalties upon her. Moreover, even if a penalty were to be established, it could not be done online. With an attractiveness score exceeding 90 and a favorability rating of 40 even before their first meeting, it was not difficult to imagine the profound impact that Jiang Nan's charm, charisma, and affluence would have on this exquisite lady upon their eventual encounter. As Jiang Nan exited the live stream, Su Yun simultaneously concluded her broadcast with nearly 3,000 viewers. At that moment, while preparing to browse Douyin in search of captivating female streamers, several notifications pinged on his WeChat. Upon checking, he found messages from Su Yun. Su Yun, brother Jiang Nan, what a coincidence. I am also from Jiangcheng. Su Yun, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude for the generous gifts you have showered upon me. Su Yun, may I invite you for a meal sometime? Seeing these messages, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he replied, certainly. This time, instead of typing, he sent a voice message. Meanwhile, in an old-style apartment in the old district of Jiangqing. A woman clad in a slightly sheer qipao and elegant stockings removed her mask and held the phone to her ear. Good, when are you free? Hearing this voice message, Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise. What a youthful voice. Jiang Nan had no photos on Douyin, nor any indication of his age, only an IP location from Jiangqing. To be honest, Su Yun never imagined that the brother who had gifted her over $1 million would be a young man. In her view, such generosity typically came from older businessmen. Furthermore, Jiang Nan's style of gifting without any demands did not resemble that of a youth. It was remarkably composed. As a result, Su Yun had always envisioned this top supporter as a middle-aged man. However, judging by his voice now, perhaps that was not the case? This revelation filled her heart with an inexplicable thrill. Chapter 23 Brother, the time is nearing. You may come to my home. Brother Jiang Nan, I am free at noon. Su Yun replied. Please share your location. I will come find you shortly. Jiang Nan's voice resonated once more. All right. Su Yun hastily responded, then hesitated for a moment, glancing around her small apartment, murmuring, though my place is a bit small, it is clean, he surely won't mind, right? With that thought, she sent her location to Jiang Nan, took a deep breath, and returned to her bedroom to change. She assumed Jiang Nan wanted to dine at her home, so she began tidying up and planned to purchase some groceries. Coincidentally, her little girl was at kindergarten, alleviating any potential awkwardness. Su Yun swallowed nervously, feeling a mix of apprehension and anticipation about bringing her top supporter home. She couldn't help but wonder how he looked, with a favorability rating of 40 already established. As long as their meeting did not reveal any significant flaws, it was likely that something indescribable could happen between them. Su Yun was no fool. After all, Jiang Nan had gifted her over $1 million. If he were not seeking something in return, she found that exceedingly hard to believe. Having raised her daughter alone for so many years, she understood the challenges of being a single mother all too well. Now, with her daughter still young and merely in kindergarten, it was manageable, but as she grew older and entered school, high school, and eventually university, the financial burden would only increase. As an amateur piano teacher, her income fluctuated, occasionally reaching over 10,000 yuan a month when acquaintances sought her assistance with a few students. But such stability was far from guaranteed. Lost in thought, she finished changing into a simple floral dress, glanced at herself in the mirror, and felt a hint of shyness bloom on her face. Su Yun's favorability too. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, having saved Su Yun's location on his phone, suddenly heard the system's notification sound in his mind, causing his brow to raise slightly. Merely gifting over $1 million had captivated an exceptional woman's interest. It seemed evident that wealth truly afforded one the ability to have their desires fulfilled. In a certain sense, Jiang Nan feels a peculiar connection with Su Yun, as he has been repeatedly featured on his homepage. The moment he opens Douyin, her presence is thrust upon him. Could this not be the work of fate? Jiang Nan shook his head, astonished by his own thoughts. Remarkably, within just a day, his mindset had shifted so dramatically. It appears, then, that the common sentiment about nouveau riche being insufferable holds some truth. With the acquisition of the system, his heart seems to have begun swelling with pride. In this world, there are countless individuals wealthier than he. And yet, what does wealth truly signify? Jiang Nan inhaled deeply. The phrase wealth that rivals nations is merely a relic of antiquity. Did not the likes of Shun Wansan, despite their immense riches, also face their downfall? The common folk do not dare to contend with the authorities. No matter how affluent one becomes, the weight of power ultimately overshadows one's riches. Fortunately, the profits garnered from the system are derived through legitimate channels, impervious to scrutiny. Otherwise, by the time his savings reached 10 million, he might have already been visited by those with ulterior motives upon his very first income. Jiang Nan retrieved his phone once more, downloading several cash-intensive mobile games. Yesterday, he had forgotten about the numerous games he couldn't afford. Today, he was determined to indulge himself fully. For the next 3 hours, Jiang Nan immersed himself in lavish expenditures on the previously unaffordable mobile games, spending a modest sum of 100,000 on each. Among them, one particular gacha game consumed a staggering 300,000. Yet, despite this considerable investment, he merely acquired a plethora of duplicate SSR cards, failing even to collect the entire set. What a wretched game. Jiang Nan promptly uninstalled it. The expenditure on games was scarcely different from his spending on live-streaming gifts. After calculating, he realized he had spent nearly 3 million in just over 3 hours. This translates to an average expenditure of 1 million an hour. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, as he earned a staggering 9 million in return. Deducting his initial 3 million, he netted a profit of 6 million. Such speed could only be described as extraordinary. In the span of merely 3 hours, he had earned what would take others a lifetime, or even several lifetimes, to accumulate. Were others to learn of this, one could only imagine their astonishment. with a total of 17,600,000 in hand and a car already acquired. Perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a property. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. A house need not serve as a residence. Merely spending on it would entitle him to consumer rebates. With a stroke of good fortune, if he could multiply his investments several times over, his 17,600,000 could swiftly ascend to over $1 billion. Buzz. As Jiang Nan pondered, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a voice call from Su Yun. Is it you, brother Jiang Nan? Despite being a few years older, Su Yun's calling him brother was undeniably delightful. Her voice sweet and melodious. It is I, Jiang Nan replied. Brother, the time is almost right. You can come to my house now. Su Yun's slightly shy voice came through the phone. Chapter 24. Su Yun, why do I feel like I'm the one in charge? Jiang Nan was taken aback by Su Yun's words. A mere 42 points of affection could lead to such assertiveness? Without even having met, she was inviting him over? All right, he thought. It would be foolish not to agree. After a brief tidy-up at home, he soon set off. Su Yun's location was not far from his aging neighborhood. At most a 7 or 8 minute drive. Under normal circumstances, it could be done in just 4 minutes if he accelerated. As he passed a convenience store, Jiang Nan hesitated momentarily before deciding to purchase a box of doo-doo for precaution. Moments later, he drove his Porsche Cayenne into the community where Su Yun resided. I've arrived. He messaged her. Just a moment, I'll be right down. Oh, I thought it would take longer. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, Su Yun replied, slightly surprised. I'm nearby, Jiang Nan texted back, rolling down his window to survey the neighborhood. Although it was an old community, it featured the necessary greenery, small gardens, and fountains. He could easily discern the several buildings comprising the entire area at a glance. For buildings, the gaps between them were not too tight, and he parked his car in the central open space. Stepping out, Jiang Nan tucked the small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited quietly. Buzz. After a brief moment, his phone vibrated again. I'm downstairs. Where are you? Su Yun's voice echoed. I'm in the central open area, Jiang Nan replied, starting to walk around while scanning his surroundings. Simultaneously, Su Yun was also moving, quickly making her way toward the open space. The moment their eyes met, both were holding phones, and Jiang Nan distinctly heard the sound of her swallowing. Instantly, the system's notification rang in his mind. Su Yun's affection level, 20. That handsome guy, is that you? Su Yun exclaimed incredulously. It is I, Jiang Nan confirmed, ending the call and waving at the bewildered Su Yun from a distance. In an instant, Su Yun's confusion transformed into delight, and she hurried over in her elegant high heels. You're really brother Jiang Nan. Upon meeting, Su Yun gazed at him, still in disbelief, instinctively leaning closer and, under his surprised gaze, entwined her arm with his. Indeed, Jiang Nan had not anticipated Su Yun's assertiveness. Little did he know that the most effective strategy in this world was to let a woman pursue her own desires. There is no method more potent than this. Moreover, Su Yun had long completed her self-pursuit. Not to mention, she was now in the presence of the undeniably handsome Jiang Nan. How could she possibly resist? You must be born after 2000, right? Su Yun inquired, clinging to Jiang Nan's arm, drawing near, causing him to feel a rush of excitement. Yes, I'm 22 this year. Jiang Nan, feeling emboldened, wrapped his arm around Su Yun's slender waist. He could distinctly sense her body shiver upon his touch, albeit only for a moment before she relaxed completely. Su Yun's affection level, 1. The system's notification resonated in his mind, and Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yun's initiative was greatly appreciated by Jiang Nan. After all, which man could resist a stunning woman with a striking appearance and a perfect figure? It was simply irresistible. Had Jiang Nan not possessed the ability of insight, he might have felt intimidated by Su Yun's boldness. However, armed with his insight, he could immediately discern the allure of what others online referred to as a crazy sweetheart. A respectable lady, what could possibly transpire? It seems rather ludicrous. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Nan perceives this woman as an exceedingly contrasting respectable figure. At the tender age of 22, which places her birth year at 2002, correct? Su Yun paused momentarily, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Goodness, why does it suddenly feel as if she is the leading contender in Jiang Nan's affections? What is so significant about 2002? Jiang Nan chuckled softly. Oh, nothing much. Just a rather peculiar sensation, Su Yun murmured, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. His striking visage could hardly be surpassed, even by the most celebrated heartthrobs of the entertainment industry. He was extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Nan's allure was of the kind that left one utterly captivated at first sight, and inexplicably, she sensed an air of aristocracy about him, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. Did you expect me to be a middle-aged, balding man? Jiang Nan effortlessly discerned Su Yun's thoughts, chuckling lightly. Indeed, Su Yun replied, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. I must have disappointed you. Jiang Nan wrapped an arm around Su Yun's waist as they ascended the staircase. Not at all. How could I be disappointed? I am utterly delighted. Su Yun exclaimed with urgency. The intensity of a 63-point affection rating was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang Nan was acutely aware of this. In comparison, the landlady, with merely a 55-point rating, had shown far less overt eagerness in his presence, while he had taken the initiative. Conversely, from their very first encounter, it had been Su Yun who had been proactive, even inviting him directly to her home. In no time, they reached the 4th floor. Jiang Nan's physique seemed to have been subtly enhanced by the system, as he ascended without the slightest hint of breathlessness. Su Yun, on the other hand, appeared quite flustered. Her cheeks flushed as they arrived at her door. At the moment she extracted her keys, she glanced around, slightly embarrassed, upon confirming no one was in sight. She promptly opened the door and ushered Jiang Nan inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Without allowing Jiang Nan a moment to react, Su Yun swiftly embraced him, and his mind was immediately flooded with a series of notifications from the system. Su Yun's affection level, 1. Su Yun's affection level, 2. Su Yun's affection level, 3. In a mere few seconds, her affection for Jiang Nan surged by an astonishing 10 points. Moments later, I'm so sorry. I don't quite understand what came over me, she stammered, nervously fiddling with the hem of her floral dress. Despite being a woman nearing her 30s with a daughter, her demeanor resembled that of a young girl caught misbehaving, awaiting reprimand. Chapter 25. Preparing to buy a house. Let us build a fortune. Jiang Nan observed Su Yun, who resembled a bashful girl, and gently lifted her chin, encouraging her to meet his gaze. Her delicate expression, with her pearly teeth nibbling on her lower lip, was undeniably alluring. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What is that delightful aroma? Have you prepared a meal?" "Yes," she replied shyly, her head nodding in agreement. "Coincidentally, I am rather hungry myself." Jiang Nan lowered his hand and pulled Su Yun close, the warmth radiating between them palpable. At this point, her affection for him had reached an impressive 73 points, a remarkably high figure. One could hardly miss how proactive she was in his company. In fact, any hint of desire he expressed would surely trigger her immediate compliance. Soon, they settled at the dining table in the living room. Jiang Nan surveyed the spread, 4 dishes and a soup, a quintessential home-cooked meal, spicy chicken, scrambled eggs with chives, and corn rib soup. "Brother Jiang Nan, I hope you will manage with this simple fare. One day, I shall prepare a grand feast for you," Su Yun said as she served him, feeling a touch bashful addressing him as brother given their age difference. "It looks appetizing." Jiang Nan accepted the bowl and chopsticks, nodding. "By the way, I realized I don't know your name." "I'm Jiang Nan. Just call me by my name. Brother feels a bit awkward." "I'm Su Yun." "Jiang Nan is truly a lovely name," she replied, gracefully taking her seat beside him, refraining from eating herself, opting instead to serve him. As for Jiang Nan, eating with one hand was hardly a concern. Had she never witnessed someone eating while engrossed in their phone? During the meal, Jiang Nan relished each bite, while Su Yun, ever demure, sipped a little soup and abstained from further eating. "You seem a bit out of practice," Jiang Nan remarked, leaning back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Su Yun. "Yes," she responded softly, nodding. "It's all right. You'll have more opportunities to enjoy." Jiang Nan smiled. And by the end of the meal, Su Yun's affection for him had successfully surpassed the 80-point threshold. The rapid progression left even Jiang Nan feeling somewhat incredulous. "I'll tidy up. You can relax in the living room, Jiang Nan," Su Yun announced as she stood to clear the table. "Not at all. I'll assist you." Jiang Nan grasped her hand, their eyes locking, an electric connection igniting between them. "Sister Yun, you haven't tea really eaten. Perhaps you should have a bit more, lest you feel drained throughout the day." "All right, I'll eat a little," Su Yun replied, blushing as she prepared to set down her dishes. "No, Sister Yun. Please continue with your cleanup," Jiang Nan interjected. In the bedroom, a contemplative expression slowly crossed Jiang Nan's face. Just one more point of affection was needed. It was puzzling why it had not increased. Over the course of an hour, he intermittently received notifications of Su Yun's growing affection, yet upon reaching 89 points, it abruptly halted, as if reaching a cap, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could it be that Su Yun still harbored a lingering reservation? As his gaze flickered, a buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. The phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was around 2 in the afternoon. "Jiang Nan, where have you been?" It was the landlady calling. "I had to attend to some matters," Jiang Nan replied, casting a glance at Su Yun. "What is up, Sister Xiao?" "Nothing much. I was just wondering, if I could ask you about piano fingerings." The landlady's voice took on a shy tone as she mentioned fingerings. "Let us discuss it tonight, Sister Xiao. I still have some work to do," Jiang Nan responded. "All right. Let me know when you're free tonight," she concluded, and after hanging up, Jiang Nan finished his cigarette and swung his legs off the bed. shaking his head with a smile at the sight of the floor. After taking a refreshing shower in the small bathroom of his room, Jiang Nan emerged feeling invigorated. Dressed and ready, he glanced at Su Yun, who was still peacefully slumbering on the bed. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly departing. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Jiang Nan left, Su Yun, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, a look of enchantment gracing her features. She bit her lip and murmured to herself, "Su Yun, if one didn't know better, they might think you are Jiang Nan's #1 admirer. Being so forward, it's rather shameless." Yet, despite her self-reproach, she felt no regret at all. She only lamented why she hadn't met Jiang Nan sooner. If she had, she could have enjoyed this bliss for much longer. Little did she know that even had she encountered Jiang Nan earlier, he would not have had the means to capture her attention. Time to buy a house, Jiang Nan thought as he opened his phone to search for properties in Jiang City. He was not well acquainted with the local real estate market. Although this area was referred to as the Old City, its location was quite favorable, attracting many outsiders. Prices here began at a minimum of 180,000. Jiang Nan glanced through the listings and shook his head. The price was indeed reasonable, and in light of the recent economic downturn, it had even decreased somewhat. Otherwise, he believed it would have started at no less than 220,000. This clearly indicated how valuable the properties owned by the landlord were. If one day the old city were to undergo comprehensive planning, just these few buildings could ensure her an endless fortune. Jiang Nan mused, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Yes, once he had a bit more money, he could buy one building after another. Just imagine how large his fortune could grow by then. It was unfathomable. Chapter 26, Nan Tiangu, a property with an average price of 550,000. Jiang Nan considered himself a man of action. Once he decided to buy a house, he headed straight for the nearest development. Indeed, while he was in the old city, there were plenty of newly constructed properties. Nan Tiangu. He arrived at the most prestigious development in Jiang City's old town. Upon reaching the sales center, two receptionists standing at the entrance, previously chatting and laughing, immediately composed themselves. "Hello, I'm here to look at properties. Is there parking available?" Jiang Nan asked with a smile as he rolled down his car window. "Yes, absolutely," they replied eagerly. The moment Jiang Nan lowered his window, their eyes sparkled, and they hurried over in their high heels. "Right this way, please. This parking spot is excellent. You won't need to reverse when you leave, you can drive straight out." The two receptionists were exceptionally enthusiastic, with Jiang Nan's striking looks. It didn't matter if he arrived in a Porsche Cayenne or an ordinary scooter. They would have welcomed such a handsome man regardless. "Thank you," Jiang Nan said with a smile after parking. He couldn't help but assess the receptionists. They were all around a score of 72 in appearance, a commendable rating. In his previous perspective, having a girlfriend with such a score would have been a dream come true. Moreover, being receptionists, their figures were indeed commendable. Their professional attire consisted of knee-length skirts, and the black stockings drew attention to their alluring legs. "No need to thank us. It's our honor to assist our guests." The two smiled, their gazes lingering on Jiang Nan, clearly captivated. At that moment, Jiang Nan was not just a walking embodiment of allure. He could effortlessly attract a throng of women. With impeccable charm, striking features, and a well-built physique, he was undoubtedly a captivating temptation for most women. Before long, the two receptionists led Jiang Nan into the main hall of the Nan Tiangu Sales Center, where he was immediately greeted by a staff member. This one was a tall, leggy woman clad in black stockings, appearing to be around 25 years old. With a score of about 78, an impressive rating that could easily be considered the pinnacle among ordinary women. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her face broke into a warm smile, and her gaze held a hint of admiration. In this fast-paced era, as a man, one might lack wealth, but one must never lack in looks. Even if you were to lower your standards, among the affluent, you had to possess some degree of attractiveness. Without a notable identity to bolster your presence, how could you expect to impress the fairer sex? "Right this way, please. My name is Jiang Lan. May I ask your surname, sir?" Jiang Lan guided Jiang Nan to a small sofa, while several saleswomen occasionally glanced over, clearly unable to divert their attention from such a handsome visitor. "I'm Jiang," he replied. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to Nan Tiangu. Please trust me, our properties will not disappoint you," Jiang Lan said, waving to someone in the distance before taking a seat opposite Jiang Nan. "Sir, may I offer you some water?" At that moment, another saleswoman arrived with 2 bottles of mineral water. "Thank you," Jiang Nan said with a smile, then turned to Jiang Lan and said, "I'm here today to purchase a ready-to-move-in property." "Of course," Jiang Lan responded promptly. "Do you have any that are already furnished?" Jiang Nan inquired thoughtfully. Meng Qingqiu would be arriving in Jiang City on the 18th. Although his previous living conditions were decent, they did not quite align with the affluent persona he wished to project. Thus, a ready-to-move-in property with no additional expenses was ideal. Yes, we do, Jiang Nan nodded, retrieving a file from behind her and pulling out a small album. She then crouched down, a calculated move that inadvertently drew Jiang Nan's attention to her slightly open neckline adorned with black lace, revealing a hint of enticing allure. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this floor plan? Jiang Nan casually glanced at Jiang Nan and noticed his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds, causing a subtle smile to grace her lips as she pointed to the photos on the table. Jiang Nan looked at the picture on the table. It depicted a small unit, clearly marked as only about 80 square meters. Moreover, the decor style was not to his liking, appearing not overly gaudy, but certainly capable of inducing visual fatigue over time. This one is a bit too small. Jiang Nan shook his head decisively. My budget is around 17 million for a ready-to-move-in property. Please show me a few options that fit this criterion. With an average price of 550,000. Nantiangu was the most prestigious development in Jiang City's old town. Given this price, a modest 80 square meter unit would cost approximately 4 million. For most ordinary individuals, this was not just a ceiling but an unattainable dream. Even for those earning $1 million annually, it would take about 4.5 years of saving without spending. Thus, anyone capable of affording a residence in Nantiangu had undoubtedly stepped into the realm of the wealthy. 17 million? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. Quickly regaining her composure, she swallowed hard and hastily tucked her small photo album back into her file bag. With a charming smile, she leaned a bit closer to the affluent and handsome gentleman, suggesting, "How about this? Let me take you to have a look. I believe having a direct impression would be more beneficial." "All right," Jiang Nan nodded, though he found himself less enthralled by the allure of this woman encroaching upon him. The artificially crafted allure was hardly worth his attention. At this stage, he was not easily captivated by just any woman. It wasn't merely about scoring above 90. A minimum score of 85 was expected, and even an exceptional beauty with an 80 could be deemed acceptable. However, Jiang Nan fell short of that mark. Chapter 27. A villa worth 15 million? Let us swipe. In the South Heaven Pavilion community, at the front yard of one of the independent villas, Jiang Nan stood beside Jiang Nan, smiling as she began her introduction. This is one of the few villas within South Heaven Pavilion, currently priced at 15 million, encompassing a total area of 200 square meters, with an additional 120 square meters of complementary space. Oh, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The total price of 15 million for 200 square meters plus the additional area equaled a total of 320 square meters, which calculated to nearly 47,000 per square meter. This villa spanned 3 floors, with a basement that was particularly impressive, featuring not only a private garage, but also a personal cinema, a gym, and a leisure room. Jiang Nan continued her presentation. This villa has just completed all preparations and is ready for sale. Ready for sale? Jiang Nan frowned slightly. However, if Mr. Jiang is interested, you can proceed with the purchase immediately, Jiang Nan hastily added. Let us go in and take a look, Jiang Nan said, making his way to the first floor of the villa. The decor leaned towards a European style. While not overly simplistic, it exuded a grand air. As you can see, this is the reception area, Jiang Nan elaborated. Jiang Nan glanced around and nodded discreetly. Indeed, the reception area was spacious and stylish, exuding an air of sophistication. Can this be settled immediately? He asked, casually considering the price of the property. This villa was quite decent, making it a good option for temporary residents. Settled immediately? Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp his intent right away. I'll take it, Jiang Nan stated plainly, no need for any frills. Are you saying you wish to forego further inspection and proceed with payment? Jiang Nan's eyes widened, excitement flashing across her face. Yes, Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. Though, I believe the price can be reduced slightly. No need to lower it. 15 million is a round number and easier to calculate, Jiang Nan replied hastily. At this price point, how much can we truly discount? Moreover, any reduction would equate to a loss on your end. If the eventual cashback multiplier is high, that could result in significant losses. Gulp. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Nan swallowed hard. This was indeed the epitome of a true wealthy heir. A 15 million villa, purchased outright without haggling. Will you be paying in full or? Jiang Nan began, but Jiang Nan interrupted. Now, full payment immediately. Right this way. I'll lead you back to the sales center to sign the contract, Jiang Nan replied, immediately adopting a subservient demeanor as she led the way. The journey was swift, and soon, within the financial office of the South Heaven Pavilion Sales Center, Jiang Nan completed the contract and made the payment. Under the astonished gazes of several individuals in the office, 15 million was promptly processed. Who is this young master who just bought a villa for 15 million in full? Jiang Nan's heart raced as she watched the transaction unfold. though she was aware of Jiang Nan's intention for a full payment. Witnessing the actual transfer left her feeling dizzy. 15 million. That was money she could never hope to earn in several lifetimes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the transaction. You have earned a threefold cashback reward of 45 million. Threefold cashback. A windfall of 30 million. Delight. Jiang Nan listened to the series of notifications in his mind, maintaining a stoic expression while his heart brimmed with joy. Logically, he should capitalize on this momentum and purchase a couple more villas. But he understood that acquiring 1 unit per development was prudent. He recognized the inevitability of keeping a hidden beauty in a golden house. Buying multiple units in one development could lead to a scenario rife with complications when it came to distributing them to various romantic interests in the future. Better to leave oneself some maneuvering room. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled momentarily. He currently had 47.6 million at his disposal. Purchasing a standard villa no longer piqued his interest. He aimed for something superior, something more luxurious, incrementally elevating his acquisitions. With the payment completed, the subsequent processes became considerably simpler. Such a large development, especially one valued at 15 million, had all its documentation prepared long ago. The procedures were swift and soon. Jiang Nan respectfully presented Jiang Nan with an envelope containing the necessary documents. Mr. Jiang, take your time. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me via WeChat, she said at the sales center's entrance. Initially intending to see him off, Jiang Nan found herself waving as Jiang Nan dismissed her with a hand gesture, departing with the envelope in hand. What efficiency! Jiang Nan gazed at the departing Portia Qian, a bittersweet smile creeping onto her face. However, that quickly morphed into an exuberant grin. A 15 million villa. Her commission would be substantial. If this continued, by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangqing, her cash reserves could reach a staggering 100 million, if not more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes glimmered with an extraordinary light, his face adorned with a smile brimming with anticipation for the future. Whenever he wished, he could easily spend the 47.6 million at hand to acquire something of high value. With a stroke of luck, this amount could very well catapult him into billionaire status. He was never apprehensive about the prospect of his wealth attracting scrutiny. With a system at his disposal, the world was his playground, allowing him to indulge freely throughout his life. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at the screen. It was a message from Lin Man. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Want to grab a meal? Upon reading the message, Jiang Nan checked the time, realizing it was already 3:30 p.m. As he contemplated his response, the landlord's WeChat call came through. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The landlord's gentle voice resonated. I am, Jiang Nan promptly replied. Would you accompany me for a meal this afternoon? The landlord inquired cheerfully. Is it just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. A close friend from high school had just returned to Jiang City and asked if I was free to dine together. The landlady softly remarked. All right, Sister Xia. Where are you now? Jiang Nan asked. I'm at home, just putting on some makeup, the landlady replied. Would you like to come over first, or? I'm on my way. Jiang Nan promptly hung up the phone and casually brushed off Lin Man with a vague excuse before hastening back. Chapter 28, Landlady. In a few days, you'll reap the rewards. Knock, knock, knock. At the door of landlady Xia Jiqing, Jiang Nan gently tapped. Tap, tap, tap. After a few seconds, light footsteps could be heard. Creak. The door swung open, and Jiang Nan was immediately taken aback by the sight of the landlady. Today, she looked remarkably different, not just in her attire, but also in her makeup. Typically, her makeup exuded a mature and sophisticated charm, but today, it was subtly applied, so understated that one might not even notice she had any on. Her softly curled silver hair, which usually cascaded down her shoulders, was pulled back into a high ponytail, lending her an air of cool sophistication reminiscent of a charming older sister next door. As she observed the landlady's outfit, a pair of high-waisted jeans paired with a white crop top that revealed a hint of her abdomen, Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire her flawless figure, devoid of any excess. What's the matter? Can't recognize your sister anymore? The landlady raised an eyebrow, and with that simple expression, Jiang Nan felt his heart skip a beat. Sister, your style is ever-changing. Everything suits you beautifully, he marveled. Ah, you little rascal. The landlady's previously cool demeanor melted into warmth as she softly said. In a few days, when Xiaoying is at her grandmother's, I'll properly teach you some piano techniques. Isn't she still in kindergarten? Jiang Nan asked, bewildered. Indeed. But I have my reasons, the landlady admitted, feeling a tad shy as she marveled at Jiang Nan's impressive boyfriend charm, which allowed him to lift her with such ease. Jiang Nan whispered something in her ear. More than half an hour later, what a cheeky boy, the landlady playfully scolded. In that brief time, her fondness for him had risen to 65 points. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at it. The contact name read Lin Lin, presumably the landlady's high school friend. He shook his head and chose not to answer, realizing the time had flown by. It was already 4 o'clock. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes slightly, letting his thoughts drift into the ether. Minutes passed swiftly. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes again. Sister Xia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded her. All right. The landlady glanced at her phone, saying, why don't you answer it? It wouldn't be appropriate, Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. What is inappropriate about it? Humph. The landlady huffed playfully before dialing back. Soon, the call connected. Linlin, are we heading out now? The landlady asked softly. Yes, we're at Jiang City Grand Hotel. Hurry over, Linlin's voice came through. Jiang City Grand Hotel? Who is we? The landlady frowned. Well, it's just me and my husband. Linlin hurriedly explained. You're in the old city? It'll take you over half an hour to get here. Leave early to avoid the rush hour traffic. All right. The landlady thought little of it. After hanging up, she stretched her arms wide, closed her eyes, and pouted. Jiang Nan stood up. A few minutes later, in a few days, you'll enjoy some delightful surprises. The landlady squinted her eyes with a smile, and Jiang Nan noticed the charming dimples at the corners of her mouth, which added to her unique allure. Sister Xia, shouldn't I be the one telling you that? Jiang Nan chuckled. I don't care. The 30-year-old sister appeared like a youthful maiden in love, radiant and captivating. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist as they stepped outside. Jiang Nan, can you drive? She asked, linking her arm through his and leaning against his shoulder. I can, Jiang Nan nodded. I'm quite the expert. I almost drove a yellow Ferrari once. As you know, anyone who can manage a yellow Ferrari must be a skilled driver. Oh, come on, I'm being serious. The landlady playfully chided, giving him a gentle pinch at his waist. Ouch, please spare me, sister. Jiang Nan immediately yelped in surrender. Humph. Serves you right for being so unserious. She teased, then rummaged through her Chanel bag for a set of keys. Yes, a whole bunch of keys, not just one. Jiang Nan looked at them in awe. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche. The least expensive among them was a luxury brand. He even spotted a Lamborghini key. Wow. You truly are the epitome of a wealthy sister. Which one do you want to drive? The landlady inquired cheerfully, presenting the collection of keys. Where's the car? Jiang Nan asked. In the underground garage, she replied. Forget it, the garage is a bit of a trek. Let us just take my car, Jiang Nan decided. Shaking his head before retrieving a car key and pressing it twice toward a Porsche Cayenne parked nearby. Beep, beep. The landlady watched as a pristine Porsche Cayenne rolled into view. This car is yours? She asked, slightly surprised, recalling having seen it the day before. Yes, Jiang Nan confirmed with a nod. So you're quite the little tycoon. I was thinking of pampering you, but alas. It seems I've missed my chance to be a wealthy woman. The landlady pouted playfully. I thought I might try my luck with the rumors about rich women and younger men. She giggled. In my opinion, sister, you should embrace being your charming self. A dominant persona doesn't suit you, Jiang Nan gently whispered in her ear. Chapter 29. If you wish to court a wealthy woman, do you truly understand what that entails? By 4 o'clock, they set off. Although Jiang City is notorious for its traffic congestion, they were fortunate enough to avoid the rush hour, arriving at Jiang City Grand Hotel in just over half an hour. At that moment, a Porsche Cayenne came to a gentle stop in front of the hotel. Instantly, a young valet in his 20s approached with a bright smile. As the window of the passenger seat rolled down, the valet was left utterly spellbound. So beautiful, he exclaimed. Please, allow me to assist. The landlady exhibited a demeanor of gentle words and soft tones in front of Jiang Nan, yet displayed an air of aloofness in the presence of others. Although her attire exuded the charm of a warm, neighborly elder sister, her tone was marked by an unmistakable chill. Apologies, apologies. The commanding presence of the landlady caused the valet to instinctively take a step back. Soon enough, as Jiang Nan and the landlady exited the vehicle, the valet promptly approached Jiang Nan, respectfully declaring, Good day, sir. I am the valet from Jiangqing Grand Hotel. Please ensure that all your valuables are secured. I will find a parking space for you. Here is your claim ticket. Kindly return it to me upon your departure. Thank you for your assistance, Jiang Nan replied with a smile, nodding as he handed over the car keys and accepted the claim ticket in return. Much appreciated. The landlady interjected, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's. From her Chanel bag, she extracted an LV wallet, retrieving 500 or 600 yuan notes which she then handed to the valet. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, the valet said, accepting the bills with both hands, his face radiating gratitude. This tip was certainly generous, especially considering that not many patrons were inclined to offer gratuities. After all, it was merely their job, for which the hotel compensated them. Hand in hand, Jiang Nan and the landlady entered the hotel. Jiqing. Upon stepping inside, an excited call resonated from nearby. The rhythmic click of high heels echoed as a woman, of average stature and looks yet heavily made up, hurried towards them. Linlin, It's been such a long time. Xia Jiqing beamed at the approaching woman. Indeed, I've missed you dearly. Wang Lin exclaimed joyfully, eager to embrace Xia Jiqing, only to notice Jiang Nan's presence at that moment. So tall, so handsome, so charming. Wang Lin blurted out upon seeing Jiang Nan. Haha. This elicited an immediate burst of laughter from Xia Jiqing, who moved slightly closer to Jiang Nan, proudly stating, Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. This is my best friend from high school, Wang Lin. Hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan greeted with a smile and a nod. Wow, such a dashing young man from the 00s. You truly have an eye for talent. Wang Lin couldn't help but admire Jiang Nan, her gaze lingering on him. What woman could resist a handsome man like Jiang Nan, tall and charismatic? It was a universal sentiment among women of a certain age. Of course, after all, I am not lacking in that regard, am I? The landlady remarked confidently, raising her chin. Come, let us ascend. Wang Lin urged. Moreover, I must tell you something. What is it? The landlady had an inkling of what was to come. Originally, I intended to invite you alone. But then Li Fei found out and insisted on organizing a class reunion. As she spoke, she appeared somewhat apologetic, murmuring, Jiqing, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you had a boyfriend. No worries, the landlady replied nonchalantly, thinking it might be for the best to lay everything bare today. Sister has a partner now. Those who had their eyes on me should think twice. From now on, I prefer not to be invited to such gatherings. After this, I doubt anyone would dare invite you to such gatherings again. Perhaps it is for the best, Wang Lin whispered. Indeed, a group of misfits, unworthy of my man. The landlady tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, pride evident in her voice. Her heart was utterly consumed by Jiang Nan, previously indifferent to all other men. She now found herself utterly disinterested in anyone else. Absolutely. Wang Lin nodded in agreement, stealing another glance at Jiang Nan, her cheeks slightly flushed. She couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth, which allowed one to find such a remarkable young man. Soon enough, the trio entered the elevator, ascending to the 15th floor. Ding! In a brief moment, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. At that moment, a few individuals outside were engaged in jovial conversation when the elevator's arrival caught their attention. Jiqing, the foremost among them, a man in his 30s, donned a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air. However, upon noticing the landlady affectionately linked to a younger man, his brow furrowed, and a shadow of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Class monitor, the landlady greeted him coolly. I've been longing to hear that title for years. Your refusal to attend gatherings has been quite disheartening. Li Fei chuckled before adding, Come now, let us go in. Your classmates have missed the stunning flower of our high school days. He didn't even spare a glance at Jiang Nan, blatantly ignoring him. No, I'm here merely to catch up with Lin. Since I heard you were also here, I thought it fitting to inform you that I prefer not to be invited to these gatherings anymore. In fact, please refrain from sending me messages as well. I wouldn't want my husband to become upset. Though the landlady leaned against Jiang Nan, her aura was formidable, her tone unmistakably assertive. The array of car keys she previously displayed suggested that while the landlady might not possess billions, she undoubtedly had at least 100 million. The value of those keys alone hinted at a wealth that could not be dismissed. You're married? Only then did Li Fei direct his gaze toward Jiang Nan, his expression darkening upon realizing he was a strikingly handsome young man. Jiqing, we are not that familiar. Please refer to me by my full name, Xia Jiqing, the landlady declared, having bestowed all her good humor upon Jiang Nan, mindful of his feelings. Jiang Nan, understanding her intent, tightened his embrace around her waist and whispered in her ear, Sister is so considerate, always looking out for her younger brother. I adore you, you little rascal, the landlady replied with a flirtatious glance. Watching the flirtation unfold before him, Li Fei's expression darkened further, and he said solemnly, Old classmate Xia Jiqing, there are too many young men seeking to benefit from your wealth. You truly believe you could find someone as handsome and charming as my husband? The landlady retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Li Fei. To put it bluntly, I have no idea what your intentions are in persistently inviting me to these reunions. Is it not because you have your sights set on my money? Moreover, please, if you wish to attract attention, at least choose a venue worthy of your aspirations. Do you understand the concept of courting a wealthy woman? Let me be clear, I will not tolerate any more of these underhanded tactics. Wang Lin, you must choose. Will you accompany me, or stay here? Upon finishing her words, the landlady took Jiang Nan by the arm and turned towards the elevator. Wait for me, Ziking. Wang Lin immediately tugged at her oblivious husband to follow suit. This left Li Fei standing in place, gritting his teeth, with his face flushed, clearly infuriated and embarrassed. Chapter 30. Money is a trifle. The ability to reward is what truly matters. At this moment, inside the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising Sister. You were truly magnificent just now. Of course, there's only one of me in this world. Do you really think every man deserves my gentleness? The landlady raised an eyebrow with pride. At that moment, Wang Lin and her husband entered the elevator as well. Jiang Nan glanced at Wang Lin's husband, who appeared to be in his 30s, slender, and wearing glasses, exuding an air of gentility. Noticing Jiang Nan's gaze, the man smiled, acknowledging him. Top floor. The landlady pressed the button for the 30th floor. The Jiangxin Grand Hotel boasts 2 dining areas, one on the 15th floor, catering to the average consumer, and the top floor, frequented by the affluent. A meal there could easily cost tens of thousands, if not more. Ding. The elevator swiftly reached the 30th floor. The 4 of them stepped out, greeted immediately by a few welcoming hostesses. May I ask if you have a reservation? One of the lead hostesses inquired. Her face adorned with a warm smile, her gaze frequently lingering on Jiang Nan, filled with admiration. So handsome. No reservation. But do you have private rooms available? The landlady asked. Yes. Do you have a VIP card? The hostess softly inquired. I do. The landlady nodded and retrieved a black gold card from her small handbag. Upon sight of this card, the hostess's demeanor shifted to one of utter respect. She bowed and led the way with a slight bend at the waist. Wang Lin and her husband exchanged astonished glances, their faces displaying disbelief. This is rather impressive, they thought. In contrast to Wang Lin's couple's astonishment, Jiang Nan appeared remarkably composed. After all, he was no longer the same person he once was. Soon, the hostess led them to a private room. The table was equipped with a tablet for ordering, ensuring that any requests would be promptly received by the kitchen. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to call for me, the hostess said. Bowing respectfully at the door, her voice gentle. All right. The landlady nodded, stepping into the private room alongside Jiang Nan. Wang Lin and her husband followed closely, their faces once again reflecting shock at the opulence of the room. Zeking, this room must have a minimum spending requirement, right? Wang Lin remarked in awe. Just a few tens of thousands, the landlady replied with a smile. Goodness, that's equivalent to several months' salary for me. Wang Lin swallowed hard, whispering. No wonder there are so many people envious of the wealthy. It seems this world is fundamentally different for different people. Haha. The landlady shook her head, laughing softly. The world among people is essentially the same. It's merely the circumstances of life and the environments we inhabit that lead to divergent futures. Her words held profound depth, acknowledging the disparity in their social standings. Jiang Nan could relate deeply, while Wang Lin and her husband merely smiled in silence. Recognizing that individuals from different social strata often possess divergent perspectives, sometimes rendering resonance unattainable. This explained why, in reality, there are so many instances of social matching. Whereas in the realm of fantasy, tales of princes and Cinderella or princesses and impoverished suitors abound. The meal did not take long, lasting just over an hour. By the time they finished, it was around 6 o'clock, yet the sky outside remained bright. The landlady, having indulged in some red wine, appeared even more enchanting. Her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze towards Jiang Nan imbued with a dreamy allure. Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. You have received a tenfold rebate, 500,000 yuan. A few minutes later, at the front desk, Jiang Nan scanned his WeChat to complete the payment. Wow, 50,000. Upon hearing the payment notification, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged glances, swallowing hard. To spend nearly 4 months' salary on a single meal was simply outrageous. Let us go? The landlady seemed slightly tipsy now. Jiang Nan naturally assumed the role of the host, smiling and nodding at Wang Lin and her husband. The rebate of 500,000 yuan now felt as trivial to Jiang Nan as 50 yuan would to an average person. It was merely a drop in the bucket, eliciting no emotional response. Descending to the first floor, they arrived at the hotel entrance. Zeking seems a bit tipsy. We should head back now and gather again another time. Jiang Nan handed the key card to the parking attendant, and shortly, his car arrived. He waved cheerfully to Wang Lin and her husband before assisting the landlady into the passenger seat. Soon, the vehicle gradually drove away. Wang Lin and her husband lingered for a moment, finally exchanging a long sigh before shaking their heads with a bitter smile. I must say, Zeking's boyfriend is no ordinary man. His demeanor and poise are remarkable. If you say he is a kept man, I would vehemently disagree, Wang Lin whispered. The 50,000 just spent wasn't tea from your old classmate. It was his own money. His expression was as nonchalant as if he were buying a pancake from a street vendor. Her husband nodded in agreement. Inside the car, the seemingly tipsy landlady suddenly sat up straight. Feigning drunkenness, are we? Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. Oh please, this little wine can hardly intoxicate me. Even if I were to help you drink a few more, it wouldn't faze me. But I am a bit tired. Yinger has been picked up by her grandmother. Will you stay home with me tonight? The landlady leaned closer, her cheeks flushed, her expression adorably pleading. All right. Jiang Nan reached out, ruffling her hair, which made her squint her eyes in delight. Regardless of age, every woman harbors a tender softness within. And even the most formidable woman will transform into a delicate girl in the presence of someone she perceives as her support. The journey was slow, and traffic was heavy at this hour. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past 7. After parking the car, Jiang Nan and Xia Ziqing returned home. Affection level with Xia Ziqing, 1. Affection level with Xia Ziqing, 2. Affection level with Xia Ziqing, 1. Around 8 o'clock, in the living room, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to exhale clouds of smoke. 80 points of affection. Jiang Nan exhaled a long plume of smoke, a mysterious smile gracing his face. The moment drew near. He was rapidly approaching a fondness level of 90 points with Sister Xia. He pondered whether, at that juncture, if several women with beauty scores exceeding 90 points simultaneously attained a fondness level of 90, it might be deemed an extraordinary accomplishment of that minor task, perhaps even yielding additional rewards. Presently, Jiang Nan's interest in wealth, to be candid, paled in comparison to his fascination with the power of abilities. Some capabilities, after all, are beyond the reach of money. Chapter 31. The video call with Meng Qingqiu left both parties astonished. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Xia Jiqing emerged, her face adorned with an abundance of frustration. Sister, what troubles you? Why the long face? Jiang Nan inquired upon noticing her discontent. The landlady offered a wry smile, shaking her head as she settled beside him, her captivatingly beautiful visage revealing a hint of awe as she whispered, "How was I oblivious to your remarkable nature until now?" Remarkable? Where? Jiang Nan replied, smiling at the landlady. In less than 2 days, I've developed such affection for you. Isn't that remarkable? A strange expression crossed the landlady's face. Throughout the years, countless admirable men had sought to enter her heart, all in vain, leaving her with no inclination to seek another. Who would have thought that in such a short span, Jiang Nan could wholly captivate her? How peculiar it felt. Perhaps you simply never took the time to know me. Or perhaps we were not fated at that time, Jiang Nan mused, pulling her into an embrace and softly stating, "Fate is an unpredictable force." Indeed, the landlady harbored no regrets as she gently leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder, a smile of happiness illuminating her face during this tender moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mere seconds into their intimacy, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated within his pocket. He retrieved it, glancing at the screen, and immediately straightened his posture. "Is your online romantic interest calling to check up on you?" The landlady teased, noticing the shift in Jiang Nan's demeanor. "A video call," Jiang Nan replied. "I must conceal myself." The landlady shifted down, resting on Jiang Nan's lap, expertly hiding from view. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and answered the video call from Meng Qingqiu. "Darling." As soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice filled the air. "Good evening." "Qiu." "Good evening," Jiang Nan responded, undeterred by the landlady's presence beside him, even as only a pair of radiant legs appeared on screen. "Once today passes, it will be the 17th. After tomorrow, on the 18th, I shall finally see you." Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her joy palpable. Suddenly, she realized something, exclaiming, "Wait, why is it a video call?" Her voice escalated in pitch, and she soon noticed Jiang Nan on screen, just as I peering close to the camera. "Darling, have you activated a beauty filter?" "This WeChat video has no beauty filter," Jiang Nan chuckled. "If your eye is visible, why not reveal your entire face?" I'm shy," Meng Qingqiu murmured softly. Yet her eyes remained glued to the camera, filled with astonishment. A year prior, she had glimpsed Jiang Nan from afar. Though he was not unattractive then, he certainly did not possess the stunning charm he exhibited now. What handsome men had she not encountered at such a prestigious institution as Shanghai University? Yet, the only one who left her breathless was the Jiang Nan appearing on her screen now. "Shall I turn off the video?" Jiang Nan pretended to switch to voice mode. "Don't." Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice rang out, and soon, a breathtaking beauty, seemingly descended from the heavens, graced the screen. Gasp. Despite being somewhat prepared and having seen Meng Qingqiu's videos on Douyin, Jiang Nan was still taken aback, his face reflecting sheer admiration. Incredible. Truly, she epitomized the phrase. A fairy descending to earth, with no exaggeration whatsoever. "Darling, it's only been a year since I last saw you. I hardly expected such a transformation." Meng Qingqiu, now unreserved, scrutinized Jiang Nan with wide eyes, confirming that the dashing figure on screen was indeed her partner of 2.5 years. She could not mistake his voice, nor could she deny that face. Although Jiang Nan now radiated a striking handsomeness, it was still fundamentally the same face, only with a significantly improved complexion. Moreover, he seemed to possess an extraordinary allure to women. It appeared that every woman who beheld him found it difficult to look away. Jiang Nan had certainly experienced this phenomenon in recent days. "Perhaps it's the state of my skin. When you last saw me, I had endured the elements. And the scorching summer sun of Jiangsheng was quite brutal, Jiang Nan remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, Jiangsheng is a furnace in summer, capable of rendering one lifeless. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, suddenly leaning closer to the camera, playfully blowing kisses before grinning mischievously. I never anticipated that an accidental video call would reveal your true visage. What a delightful surprise. To be honest, she was not one to be captivated solely by appearances. Had she been, she would not have contemplated meeting him in person after their first encounter last year. For someone of her caliber, accustomed to the plethora of handsome men surrounding her, it was likely that she could grow indifferent to their charms. It was not that she possessed an aversion to beauty. Rather, she valued the connection far more. At that moment, Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of the landlady's expression, her countenance adorned with an affectionate smile, devoid of any hint of jealousy, which surprised him. The landlady was surprisingly magnanimous. What troubles you, darling? Meng Qingxiu inquired, noticing Jiang Nan's unusual expression and returning her focus to the camera. Nothing at all. Jiang Nan mentally chanted a calming mantra, shaking his head before redirecting his attention to Meng Qingxiu, curious about the beauty's score, especially given their 2.5-year online romance. Chapter 32 Meng Qingxiu's attribute panel appeared. Name, Meng Qingxiu. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Beauty score, 96 points. Affection, 80 points. What an astonishing beauty score of 96. Upon casting an insight spell towards Meng Qingxiu, the moment the attribute panel materialized, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, a score of 96 for appearance. Moreover, a remarkable initial favorability of 80 points. This is simply a tad exaggerated. Darling, you seem to have an unusual expression. At this moment, Meng Qingxiu's voice chimed in. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something that struck me as quite astonishing, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. What is it? Meng Qingxiu asked with a beaming smile. Entirely oblivious to any oddity. I was merely contemplating how we have managed to endure for so long. Jiang Nan's face displayed a mix of admiration and a hint of peculiarity. I have said it before, as long as you, my darling, do not initiate a breakup, I shall never part ways with you. Sigh, I originally intended to attend university in Jiangsheng, but my family insisted I study in Modu. Otherwise, I could have seen you every day for the past few years. We could have rented a quaint little love nest together. How blissful that would have been. Meng Qingxiu was entirely absorbed in her daydreams, completely unaware of the shifting expressions on Jiang Nan's face. Indeed, Jiang Nan simply replied, swallowing hard. Then taking a deep breath to say, Qiu, once you come over this time, I will also find time to visit you in Modu. Great, great. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and added, Darling, I can't talk for long. I hear footsteps in the corridor. My roommate must be back. Let us chat tomorrow. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingxiu leaned closer to the camera. Kiss. Jiang Nan reciprocated with a kiss. See you the day after tomorrow. After saying this, Meng Qingxiu ended the video call. Half an hour later, with a soft click, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up to find a message from Su Yun. Are you having a late-night snack tonight? Accompanied by a photo. Upon opening it, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The picture depicted Su Yun in a pink nightgown, reclining on her bed. He genuinely found this woman to be quite perfect. Is this late-night snack legitimate? Jiang Nan replied. Su Yun. Absolutely, quite legitimate. Winky face. Upon seeing that message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This woman truly seemed to have let loose. Tonight, he might not be free. Had he not spent so long at the landlady's, he might have been inclined to join Su Yun for a late-night snack. Additionally, he had promised to keep the landlady company and could not go back on his word. All right then, how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I can get some nourishing stew for you. Su Yun sent a voice message, sounding somewhat disappointed. Sure. This time, Jiang Nan did not decline. Great. Su Yun's tone brightened again. Then I'll go to bed early tonight and wake up early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients at the market. No problem, Jiang Nan replied. At that moment, the landlady returned to the living room and, noticing Jiang Nan engaged in a chat on his phone, curiously inquired, You don't have another woman, do you? Cough, cough. Upon hearing the landlady's direct question, Jiang Nan coughed awkwardly. Actually, there is. The landlady, slightly surprised by his somewhat embarrassed cough, took a seat beside him and glanced at his phone. Oh, without waiting for Jiang Nan to respond, her face instantly displayed shock as she exclaimed, Isn't that Su Yun's profile picture? Su Teacher? Jiang Nan paused, taken aback by the title. Goodness, Su Teacher is so uninhibited in private? The messages were exchanged in rapid succession, and thus the landlady also saw the alluring photo sent by Su Yun, her expression reflecting astonishment. Is she the teacher of the little girl? Jiang Nan was equally astonished. Yes, but she is not a kindergarten teacher. Rather, she is the piano instructor I plan to send my daughter to learn from. The landlady explained. Her daughter attends the same kindergarten as mine. And I've chatted with this elegant and beautiful young mother multiple times while picking up my daughter, so I've had her contact information for quite a while. What a remarkable coincidence. Jiang Nan's lips twitched slightly. How do you know her? The landlady, her curiosity piqued, remarked. She seems quite proper when I speak with her. Not the type to send such provocative photos online. And are you not an improper woman? Jiang Nan replied with a playful smile. I. The landlady was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly, but unable to continue. She had first-hand experience of Jiang Nan's charm. Was she, Xia Jiqing, not also somewhat unrestrained in front of this young man? But how did you two meet? The landlady still found it peculiar, feeling there should not be any connection between them. Could it be that Jiang Nan had delivered takeout to Su Yun during his previous life experience? If that were the case, it indeed seemed plausible. One must admit, the imaginative capacity of women is truly formidable. If Jiang Nan were aware of the landlady's thoughts at this moment, he would likely be left speechless with laughter, perhaps even remarking, "Do you think this is a scene from one of those movies?" Chapter 33. The timing can only be later, not earlier. I met her through Douyin. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. A couple of days ago, while scrolling through Douyin, I stumbled upon a live stream of a minigame, and she stepped on a pressure plate for each little heart gift. He recounted. After he finished, the landlady's face displayed surprise, and she remarked, I didn't expect Su teacher to be so dedicated, enduring several hours, and even eating while standing on the pressure plate. Indeed, that's why I found her quite trustworthy. After all, it's the internet, and there are so many who can't handle it. Jiang Nan nodded, genuinely appreciating Su Yun's commitment. Hearing this, the landlady immediately agreed, saying, Su teacher is indeed a wonderful person, raising her daughter alone for so many years. I've never heard of her having any issues. She must be a good woman. By the way, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan, a playful smile spreading across her face. You little rascal. Aren't you fond of older sisters, or perhaps mature women, are you? Not at all. Jiang Nan, feeling somewhat guilty, cleared his throat and replied. It's merely a coincidence, and besides, older sisters are indeed great. Tell me, have you had any indescribable encounters with Su teacher? The landlady playfully poked Jiang Nan's forehead with her delicate finger. She invited me to her home for a simple meal at noon. Jiang Nan did not conceal this fact. Damn, why didn't I notice your charm a few days earlier? The landlady puffed her cheeks in mild frustration. No worries, it's the same, Jiang Nan chuckled, secretly understanding that had he noticed her earlier, he might not have caught the eye of this charming older sister at all. Everything is destined by fate. He coincidentally acquired the system and fortuitously completed a 5-year-long wish record, which led to such a monumental transformation. Thus, it is only late that matters, never early. Joyful moments always pass swiftly. A night has slipped away. Around 8 in the morning, Jiang Nan awoke. The landlady was no longer by his side. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was May 17th. At this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu would be boarding a flight to Jiangxing. If something indescribable were to occur with her tomorrow, it seems my task would be completely fulfilled. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and let us not forget, Su Yun's affection for him was also significant, reaching an astonishing 89 points. As for how to elevate that last bit, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. Everything should unfold naturally. Landlady, I've prepared your toiletries. They are in the bathroom of the bedroom. Landlady, I have some matters to attend to. See you tonight. Little man of the sister. Landlady, image. Jiang Nan got out of bed and checked WeChat, discovering a message from the landlady, accompanied by a close-up selfie. Her beauty, captured candidly, was indeed striking. After replying, he glanced at other messages. Su Yun, Jiang Nan, I've gone to the market and bought you plenty of nourishing foods. Shy. Su Yun, when will you come over? I've sent the little girl to kindergarten. The house will be empty for a while, and I don't wish to live stream. Su Yun, image. Su Yun, video. Jiang Nan perused Su Yun's messages, and upon merely viewing the first photo, his throat involuntarily surged several times. By the time he finished watching the short video, he was utterly amazed. After taking a deep breath, he replied that he would come shortly, then hastily responded to Lin Man and emphasized his reply to Meng Qingqiu before starting his morning routine. After a swift wash-up, Jiang Nan drove straight to Su Yun's home. 2.5 hours later, he wore a joyful smile. The adult world is indeed characterized by such a fast-paced life. Yet, the affection level remained stagnant. Observing Su Yun, who was tired and resting her eyes, Jiang Nan stood up, took his clothes to the bathroom for a quick rinse, and then returned to the living room, surveying the layout of the house. 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, not large, but certainly not small either. As he moved about, he recalled the landlady mentioning that Su Yun was an amateur piano teacher, prompting him to explore the house. Soon, he entered a small room. which was quite cozy, adorned with many plush toys, predominantly in shades of pink, and an old-fashioned piano. He then noticed a photo hanging on the wall, a picture of Su Yun with her daughter, taken when the little girl was around 3 or 4 years old, with pigtails. Looking adorably exquisite, he resolved to buy a piano next time he visited. Approaching the old piano, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he gently pressed a few keys. With his level of skill, he immediately discerned that this little piano had seen better days. Its sound quality had diminished significantly. Just then, he heard Su Yun's voice at the door. Turning around, he saw Su Yun standing there in a pink nightgown, her hair slightly tousled. "This piano has seen better days. I will get you a better one later," Jiang Nan remarked with a light chuckle, taking a seat on the bench and extending his hand invitingly. "Shall we play a duet? You can play the piano?" Su Yun looked at him in astonishment, her eyes brimming with surprise. "Of course," Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile. With anticipation, Su Yun approached and took a seat beside him. Jiang Nan glanced at the sheet music, noticing it consisted of children's songs. "There's a particular piece," Su Yun said, rising to fetch a sheet of music before sitting back down. "Dance of the Flowers?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he recognized that the score had been modified, perfectly suited for four-hand playing. It seemed that Su Yun was not merely the amateur piano teacher the landlady had described. "I've made some adjustments to this score. You should be able to understand it, right?" Su Yun asked softly. "Absolutely," Jiang Nan replied with a light chuckle, understanding that perhaps this modified duet could be the key to elevating Su Yun's affection level to 90 points. A score of 90 represents a threshold beyond mere physical attraction. It signifies a soulful connection. Chapter 34, Task Rewards Achieved, Self-PUA by Lin Man. Both Jiang Nan and Su Yun took a deep breath, readying themselves. They exchanged glances, both smiling faintly. Jiang Nan's long fingers rested on the piano keys, and as he began to play, it was as if those fingers were dancing upon the keys, leaving Su Yun in a state of astonishment. A master reveals their skill in an instant. Su Yun was indeed not just an amateur pianist. While she might not reach a master level, her proficiency was certainly commendable. Having started learning the piano at the tender age of 3, she had been immersed in it for 25 years by now, and it was inconceivable that she would lack skill. With just the preliminary notes Jiang Nan played, Su Yun realized that the already impressive Jiang Nan was merely revealing the tip of his iceberg of talent. In that moment, their fingers danced as if in a ballet on the keys, both Jiang Nan and Su Yun lost in the music. Su Yun nearly struggled to keep pace with his rhythm. Before long, it was no longer a solo, as 4 hands danced across the keys. The modified dance of the flowers brimming with vivacity and a fervent outlook toward the future. A few minutes later, the duet concluded. Jiang Nan and Su Yun exchanged glances. He could distinctly perceive the boundless affection and admiration in her eyes. Su Yun's affection level 1. In that instant, their souls intertwined perfectly. Su Yun's affection level finally reached 90 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the welfare task, to possess a confidant of the opposite sex with a beauty score exceeding 90. Reward: Villa number 001 in Jiangcheng. A globally limited luxury hypercar, the Pagani Huayra, and an indestructible essence. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. However, at that moment, he was too engrossed to pay heed to the system's alerts. With the soulful connection established with Su Yun and her affection level hitting 90, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply. An hour later, in the living room of Su Yun's home, Jiang Nan pulled out his phone. To his surprise, the woman had begun a live stream at this very moment. As Jiang Nan was preparing to inquire about whether the welfare tasks from the system had any follow-up, he suddenly noticed a notification from Douyin and couldn't help but click on it. "Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan from Yinyu Jiang Nan, to Frog Fun. You've reached level 62. Just how much have you spent on the busy bees this time?" The moment Jiang Nan entered the live stream, Lin Man's astonished voice resonated. However, she soon saw Jiang Nan exit the live stream almost instantaneously, causing her mouth to slightly agape as memories of their first encounter flooded her mind, and her brow furrowed in an instant. Indeed, Jiang Nan had been somewhat aloof towards her in recent days, indifferent and even unresponsive despite her attempts to reach out to him multiple times. Could it be because I took him for hot pot? Or perhaps because I didn't accompany him to continue playing afterward? If he were an ordinary top-tier guy, Lin Man would have had little interest. However, this top-tier gentleman was none other than Jiang Nan, an extraordinary handsome and wealthy man. Though she was not one to chase after men, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, yearning fervently to experience a romance with him. As Lin Man was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Nan entered once more. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Within mere seconds, akin to the swift hands of Kato Takashi, Jiang Nan's fingers danced across the screen, sending over 100 gifts in a flurry. Frog fun. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. At this moment, Lin Man, still ensnared in her reverie, caught sight of Jiang Nan's gifts floating across the screen, her face lighting up with surprise as she sprang from her seat. Wow, this is a true big brother. The number of viewers in the live stream was relatively modest, merely around 20. However, with Jiang Nan's 100 gifts now dazzling the screen, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and, with a light chuckle, sent a red envelope worth 30,000 Do coins. Holy moly! This isn't just a big brother. This is my real father. A 30,000 Do coin red envelope. Oh my! Yin Yu Jiang Nan, I'll follow you. In the future, if anyone dares to offend you online, your son will retaliate fiercely. Father, send more red envelopes. Lin Man's affection level increased by 1. Lin Man's affection level increased by 2. Lin Man's affection level increased by 3. Perhaps due to her lingering reflections, Lin Man's affection level began to rise steadily, skyrocketing by 22 points in just a matter of seconds, leaving Jiang Nan pleasantly surprised. Unbeknownst to him, his recent lack of attention towards Lin Man had plunged her into a spiral of self-reflection, a perilous phenomenon known as invisible mental supplementation. In her eyes, Jiang Nan was undoubtedly perfect, and she was convinced that her earlier shortcomings during their first meeting were the cause of his recent coldness towards her. Thus, she began to delve into self-analysis and self-PUA. Little did she know, Jiang Nan had simply been preoccupied. Su Yun, the landlady, what sister isn't a gem among gems? Yin Yu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival 1. Yin Yu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival 1. Yin Yu Jiang Nan has gifted the host a carnival 1. Jiang Nan once again sent 99 more carnivals, depleting his Do coins entirely. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the consumption. You have earned an 8-fold rebate. 8 million. Having made a profit of 2 million, Jiang Nan was exceedingly satisfied. It had only been a short while, and he had effortlessly netted 2 million. What kind of legitimate business could be this extravagant? I'm off, about to eat, he commented in a chat and exited Douyin. At the moment he left Douyin, a voice message from WeChat arrived. Brother Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? I genuinely want to take you to that Sichuan restaurant. Please believe me. It's really delicious. Also, I have no plans for the evening. I can show you around, catch a movie, or grab some snacks. After hearing Lin Man's voice message, Jiang Nan noted her several earnest little emoticons, which reminded him of her previous JK outfit, prompting him to reply almost instinctively, I'm free. But why aren't you wearing your JK shoes and doing a little dance during the live stream anymore? Chapter 35, an upcoming date at the mansion. Meanwhile, in Lin Man's dormitory, just after being filled with joy from Jiang Nan's gifts, she had finished her stream and was momentarily taken aback by the message Jiang Nan sent. Once she regained her composure, it dawned on her. She realized she had dressed too plainly the day she invited Jiang Nan out. However, she couldn't entirely blame herself. Initially, she had merely intended to treat the top-tier guy to a meal without any ulterior motives. Who would have guessed that her top-tier admirer was such a handsome and wealthy man? Had she known Jiang Nan possessed such looks, she would have rushed back to her dorm to change into a more appealing outfit. So Jiang Nan preferred the JK shoes look. Lin Man took a deep breath and swiftly replied, if brother Jiang Nan likes it, can I dress up like that this afternoon for our date? Date. The moment she uttered that word, she felt her face flush with heat. They hardly knew each other, having met only once. Would her proactive approach be off-putting? She had never taken the initiative before. It was always the boys who asked her out, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's message came through. A simple okay made her leap from her chair in joy. Thankfully, she had no classes today and managed to squeeze in a live stream. Otherwise, she would have missed out on her date with brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man's eyes gleamed with delight as she began rifling through her wardrobe for an outfit. This white top paired with a blue skirt seemed a bit loose. This red and blue ensemble looked decent, though it felt a bit snug, wondering if brother Jiang Nan would like it. Meanwhile, at Su Yun's home, at the dining table, Jiang Nan sipped soup with an appreciative expression. I'm glad you like it. Su Yun smiled with squinted eyes, her face radiating warmth as she watched Jiang Nan finish one bowl and hurriedly filled another for him. Drink more. You need to replenish your strength. Although Jiang Nan was still young, the frequency of his activities in the past few days had been quite high, even tiring. Thus, it was essential for him to nourish himself properly. Jiang Nan did not refuse. Su Yun's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Not only was her cooking top-notch, but her soup was also of the highest quality. Are you staying for lunch this afternoon? Even before lunch was finished, Su Yun began contemplating dinner. Her eyes filled with tenderness as she gazed at Jiang Nan, smiling sweetly. Good wife, good mother. Those 4 words floated in Jiang Nan's mind as he looked at her. At just 28, Su Yun exuded an aura of domesticity that surpassed even that of the landlady. If the landlady were a character from a comic, a figure that evokes a relentless desire for transgression, then Su Yun would epitomize the quintessential, flawless wife that everyone yearns to possess. She excels in both the parlor and the kitchen. Her culinary skills in stir-frying and soup-making are unparalleled, leaving almost no flaws to be discerned. With a minor engagement in the afternoon, she would likely not join for dinner. Jiang Nan, having finished yet another bowl of soup, gently deterred Su Yun from ladling him more. Chuckling, "Are you trying to make me explode?" "Not at all," Su Yun replied, her head bowed in shyness. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. "In a few days, I may become quite busy. A friend's child will be coming over to learn piano," Su Yun spoke softly. At any moment, Jiang Nan found her exceedingly gentle, devoid of the stereotypical fierce demeanor attributed to women from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, she exuded a grace reminiscent of Jiang Nan women, which is precisely why Jiang Nan felt that Su Yun embodied the essence of an ideal wife. "It's quite all right. There will always be time to spare," Jiang Nan smiled slightly. An hour after lunch, he finally departed. In the car, Jiang Nan retrieved various documents pertaining to the Jiangqing Tianfu Villa number 001 and the Pagani Huayra from the system's built-in inventory. Casting a casual glance, he exhibited a flicker of excitement and called out, "System, host." The system responded instantaneously. "Currently, I have several charming female acquaintances, although none have reached a favorability score of 90. Can I undertake the previous welfare task again before leveling up?" Jiang Nan, not in a hurry to start the vehicle, engaged in dialogue with the system in his mind. Returning to the host, once a task is completed, it cannot be upgraded. However, upon reaching the next tier of savings, new welfare tasks will inevitably present themselves, the system replied. "Understood. The next tier should be when my cash savings surpass 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. In the past, he would not have dared to dream of even a modest goal, let alone 1 million or even 100,000 in savings. In this era, young individuals like him, who have achieved little, would find it nearly impossible to accumulate even a few tens of thousands. Few young people could afford to buy cars or houses without spending money. Unless one were extraordinarily gifted in a particular field, life would likely be spent in mediocrity. A small goal is not excessive. Even 10 small goals seem modest. And as my cash flow increases, these numbers merely become digits." Jiang Nan chuckled softly and shook his head. Just as he was about to start the car, his phone, resting beside him, vibrated suddenly. He glanced at it. It was a voice call from Lin Man. "Brother Jiang Nan, shall we catch a movie later?" "There's one that seems quite good," her eager voice chimed. "What genre?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Horror," Lin Man hinted suggestively. "All right, are you at school? I'll come pick you up." Jiang Nan responded, his eyes flickering as he spoke. If he couldn't interpret such a hint, it would indeed be rather foolish. Moreover, wasn't she the one eager to watch a horror film? Conveniently, the newly acquired Jiangqing Tianfu Villa number 001 undoubtedly boasted a private cinema. Additionally, this prestigious property was located near the university town, only a short drive away. He felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of experiencing the luxury of his new residence, worth several of his small goals. Around 2:30 p.m., a Porsche Cayenne came to a gentle stop at the university entrance. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and looked towards the school gate, where a girl in a dual ponytail and a JK uniform caught his eye. As she moved, her skirt swayed slightly, drawing the attention of passers-by. The combination of her JK outfit with white knee-high socks and brown loafers was indeed a timeless ensemble. In Jiang Nan's eyes, he believed that merely by virtue of her outfit, coupled with Lin Man's twin ponytails, her attractiveness could easily elevate from an 88 to a perfect 90. "Brother Jiang Nan," Lin Man exclaimed as she entered the car, instantly donning a sweet smile and calling out his name in a delightful girlish tone. To be candid, it was impossible not to be moved. Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire her, his gaze drawn to Lin Man's bashful eyes and her charming ponytails, prompting yet another wave of admiration. "What lovely ponytails," he remarked, realizing that he had a penchant for sweet styles, or perhaps for a softer aesthetic. Sensing Jiang Nan's gaze lingering on her, Lin Man felt a surge of delight and simultaneously solidified her future fashion choices. "Shall we go?" Lin Man chirped cheerfully. Hearing her voice, Jiang Nan finally tore his gaze away and started the car, saying, "Let's head towards the South City. It's livelier over there. Coincidentally, I just purchased a villa in that area and haven't had the chance to visit yet." "The South City Villa?" Lin Man paused, surprised. Being a local of Jiangqing, she knew that aside from the old city, South City was among the liveliest, and correspondingly, the property prices were exorbitant. A villa there would surely cost at least a few million, if not more. Lin Man took a deep breath. Although she wasn't the type to be materialistic, encountering a man as handsome, affluent, and generous as Jiang Nan was enough to stir her interest in wealth. The villa has a private underground cinema, where you can watch any movie you desire, and it's incredibly quiet, Jiang Nan added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Man held her breath for a moment. Even she, in her naivety, sensed the underlying implications. Strangely, she felt no aversion, instead brimming with anticipation. This realization puzzled her, yet felt entirely natural. As she recognized her growing attraction to Jiang Nan, it wasn't merely his wealth or his willingness to indulge her with gifts, but his striking looks. If she truly had such a dashing and wealthy boyfriend, wouldn't simply cherishing him lead to a life of blissful ease? Lin Man's favorability increased by 5. All right, Lin Man shyly replied, lowering her gaze. Brother Jiang Nan, could you please grab a few bottles of ice-cold cola and some chips for the movie? It sounds like one of life's greatest pleasures. Rest assured, I will have everything. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction, his favorability with her rising. He had perused the entire introduction to Jiangxing Tianfu Villa number 001, and the amenities were constantly updated by the butler. Truly, it was a residence that had it all. The value of 5 modest objectives cannot merely be purchased by the affluent. It is embodied in the opulent villa designated as number 001, a level of luxury that surpasses the imagination of ordinary individuals. As the car roared to life, Jiang Nan set his phone aside, secretly relishing Lin Man's obedient and proactive demeanor. Lin Man's affection level 1. Lin Man's affection level 1. Lin Man's affection level 1. Throughout the journey, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind intermittently. After 20 minutes, Lin Man's flushed cheeks indicated that her affection for Jiang Nan had soared to a remarkable 70 points, a rate of progress that left him pleasantly astonished. However, upon reflection, he deemed this entirely reasonable. As her fondness for him intensified, any closer interactions would only serve to amplify her affection further. With no risk of a decline due to intimate gestures, a commercial street lay nearby, inviting exploration. Enjoying the moment, Jiang Nan resolved to indulge this young woman, hoping to further elevate her fondness for him, laying the groundwork for a private cinema experience in the villa later on. Of course, even without increasing her affection further, the existing 70 points could very well lead to some indescribable encounters. Harvesting affection while simultaneously enhancing his wealth certainly seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Let us follow Jiang Nan Gij. Lin Man acquiesced, her cheeks tinged with a shy blush, nodding in agreement. Lin Man's affection level 1. Even before any purchases were made, her affection had increased once more, further stirring Jiang Nan's interest in her. Although the rising affection did not yield any tangible benefits, the emotional value it provided was undeniably rewarding. This was far superior to spending without any increase in affection, which would render one a mere fool. Soon, they found a parking spot. As they exited the vehicle, Lin Man eagerly ran to Jiang Nan, linking her arm with his, standing at 165 centimeters. She complimented Jiang Nan's 182 centimeters perfectly, creating a delightful height disparity. Jiang Nan internally acknowledged her initiative with a nod of approval. However, he was taken aback as he glanced at Lin Man, who leaned against him. The emotional value she offered was indeed substantial. Jiang Nan Gij, it seems you have a penchant for JK attire, don't you? Lin Man inquired softly. Most men do, I suppose, Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Then I shall wear a different JK outfit every time we meet, she replied with a playful smile. To be fair, this girl was truly maximizing the emotional value she could offer. Chapter 37. Shop till you drop. Before long, they arrived at the commercial street. Jiang Nan's gaze landed on a store, Chanel. Noticing the relatively unknown brand of handbag Lin Man carried, he promptly led her to the nearest Chanel boutique. Welcome. Upon entering, they were greeted by a charming sales associate in a fitted skirt and high heels, her warm smile evident. The familiar gaze of an attractive woman made Jiang Nan smirk inwardly. Indeed, no woman could resist his allure. I'm here with my girlfriend to browse, Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Lin Man's slender waist as they began to explore the store. How exorbitant! Lin Man exclaimed softly after a brief glance. Her face was awash with astonishment. Coming from an ordinary household, she had never ventured into such high-end establishments. Every handbag she surveyed was priced in the 5-figure range, and there was even one bag perched high on the shelf with a price beginning in the 6 figures. What do you think? Any favorites? Jiang Nan inquired. Far too expensive, she replied earnestly, genuinely feeling the prices were outrageous. Although she was aware of Jiang Nan's wealth and his willingness to spend on women, the costs were still daunting. This amount is but a drop in the bucket for me. When I treat you, you should be grateful, Jiang Nan teased. Come on, select a few. This is a reward for your understanding and obedience. I can't, Lin Man replied bashfully, but then she hesitated no longer. pointing out two petite bags priced just over 10,000. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "These two are quite nice." "Is that all?" Jiang Nan was astonished by her modest appetite for luxury. "Nothing more." She shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. Jiang Nan turned to the sales associate watching them and smiled. "Please wrap up those two bags my girlfriend liked, and also this one, and this one," he said, gesturing towards several high-end bags priced in the six-figure range. "Understood." The sales associate, momentarily captivated by Jiang Nan's stunning profile, quickly snapped back to reality at his request, her excitement evident as she hurried to retrieve the two 10,000 yuan bags. Soon after, she returned with a small ladder. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, she would have discreetly adjusted her skirt to avoid any mishaps. However, faced with a man of Jiang Nan's caliber, such concerns faded. She felt fortunate to be in his presence. The thought of spending over 1 million on bags was exhilarating. And which woman wouldn't want to gravitate towards such a high-rolling gentleman? Will this be too much? This totals to over 1 million. Lin Man expressed her concern. "Not at all," Jiang Nan replied, not even glancing at the sales associate. He gently lifted Lin Man's chin and said, "Moreover, these are all well-deserved gifts for you. When you spend for yourself, it's all about enjoyment. But spending for others is purely about the emotional value it brings. And Lin Man certainly knows how to provide that emotional value. Given that money is meant to be spent, in a scenario of multiple rewards, why not indulge?" "Thank you, Jiang Nan Gij." Lin Man understood and nodded happily, tightening her grip on his arm, her gaze sparkling with admiration. Lin Man's affection level 9. See, the emotional value is indeed significant. Before long, the sales associate retrieved the 4 bags from the top shelf. "Is there anything else you fancy?" Jiang Nan asked softly, reflecting on how effortlessly women's money could be spent. A few bags here easily amounted to over 1 million. Explaining why so many socialites were eager to penetrate the upper echelons of society. "Dare I ask the ordinary man, who among them can truly fulfill her material desires?" Enough is enough. Lin Man genuinely felt that her needs had been met, with the addition of those 2 handbags, each exceeding 10,000, and the 4 others. She now possessed a total of 6. Even if a handbag were to last just half a year, it would certainly endure for at least 3 years. "Very well." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, turning to the sales associate clad in black stockings, whose gaze seemed to glisten with admiration, and said, "Please process my card." "Right this way." "Sir," the sales associate replied respectfully. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed your purchase. You have received a 5-fold rebate on your expenditure, 5 million. As the transaction was finalized, the system's notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. The total expenditure for the 6 handbags amounted to precisely 5 million. With the 5-fold rebate, he effortlessly garnered 6 million. Oh, and let us not forget Lin Man's additional 5 points of affection. Her fondness for him had surged to 85 points, progressing at an astonishing rate. Jiang Nan observed Lin Man, who nestled closely against him, almost wishing to meld into his embrace, and a satisfied smile graced his features. "We look forward to your next visit." The sales associate, hands clasped in front of her, bowed deeply in appreciation as Jiang Nan and Lin Man departed. Once they entered another high-end boutique, she gradually withdrew her gaze, her eyes and face reflecting envy. She longed for a partner as perfect as him. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man returned to their vehicle, laden with luxurious shopping bags. He had taken her to acquire a few more items, albeit at a modest expenditure of just over 100,000. Regrettably, the rebate was not particularly generous. Nevertheless, this brought his savings to a staggering 60 million. At this moment, Lin Man's affection for him had soared to an impressive 88 points. It seemed that upon reaching this threshold, her fondness for him had plateaued. Jiang Nan found this puzzling. The moment he entered the second high-end store, her affection had already peaked at 88 points, yet after nearly half an hour of leisurely shopping, it had not increased at all, which struck him as quite extraordinary. System, could it be that the apex of an opposite sex's affection corresponds precisely to their beauty score? Jiang Nan mused, his curiosity piqued as he started the car. Chapter 38, an exquisite system setting. Lin Man was astounded. Indeed, host, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow. When an opposite sex's affection for the host reaches their beauty score, any further increase in affection will temporarily cease. Subsequently, any subsequent increment in affection will correspondingly elevate their beauty score by 1 point. The system's voice continued to resonate in Jiang Nan's mind. Oh, intrigued by this revelation, Jiang Nan's expression brightened with astonishment. Having perused thousands of urban novels on the Tomato Novel app, he had never encountered such a novel concept before. How fascinating. The system's capabilities were boundless. There was nothing unimaginable that it could not achieve. His current charm was derived from the system, elevating his attractiveness by several tiers. With this new setting, it was clear that the women surrounding him would undoubtedly become paragons of perfection. Each time the host enhanced an opposite sex's beauty score by a single point, they would immediately earn a chance to draw from the lottery. What might one win from this lottery? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with unusual excitement. Everything you can conceive of. The system's succinct reply left him enlightened. It truly meant that if he could envision it, the lottery could yield it. Wait, could I not seek out women with lower beauty scores to rapidly enhance their affection, thereby increasing their beauty and acquiring multiple lottery chances? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Host, the affection for lower beauty score individuals increases exponentially compared to higher beauty scores once it reaches their corresponding beauty points. The system responded. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Nan shook his head. This clarification was easily comprehensible. Women with higher beauty scores would find it significantly easier to elevate their affection once it matched their beauty score. Upon further reflection, it seemed only reasonable, without some limitations. He would likely devolve into a mere playboy rather than a figure of allure. And what about individuals with a perfect score of 100? Jiang Nan pondered another query, skeptical that such beauty was elusive in this vast world. Once a perfect score individual reaches 90 points of affection, each additional increment will grant a lottery opportunity. The system replied almost instantaneously. I understand now. Jiang Nan truly grasped the essence of this, viewing it as a subtle yet advantageous task. The ultimate goal was, after all, to compel him to spend. Indeed, if one does not invest in women, how can one attract such a plethora of beautiful companions? Do they all resemble wealthy landladies? Despite the prolonged dialogue with the system, it was merely a fleeting moment of thought for Jiang Nan. For Lin Man, seated in the passenger seat, it was but the time taken to place her bags in the back and fasten her seatbelt. The vehicle ignited with life. Driving one-handed, he cast a glance at the navigation before steering toward Jiangxing Tianfu. After a brief journey of several minutes, the car gradually slowed, arriving at a remarkably opulent residential complex. Jiang Nan parked at the entrance. Through the windshield, he saw two golden stone dragons soaring into the sky. Even from his vantage point, the ambience exuded an air of exclusivity. Beep, beep. As he approached the gate, Jiang Nan gently honked twice. Good day. A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the security booth. Jiang Nan lowered his window. The man greeted him with respect. Hello, could you please open the gate? Jiang Nan retrieved a document folder and produced the property deed. Certainly. Welcome home, esteemed resident. Upon seeing the homeowner's details, the security guard immediately saluted and hurried back to the booth. Soon, the gate rose, and as Jiang Nan's car slowly entered the complex, the guard offered another respectful salute. Brother Jiang, is the villa you mentioned truly located in Jiangxing Tianfu? Lin Man, now reeling from her astonishment, finally spoke. Her gaze at Jiang Nan markedly transformed. Even as an outsider, she likely understood the exceptional nature of Jiangxing Tianfu, not to mention being a true local. Indeed, Jiang Nan replied with a smile and a nod. Hiss. Lin Man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. Previously, she had assumed that the villas in Jiang Nan would be valued at around 10 to 20 million. However, it became evident that once associated with the prestigious Jiangxing Tianfu, even tens of millions might prove insufficient. She had heard of Jiangxing Tianfu. It was undeniably a residential area characterized by T1 and even T0 level property prices. The majority of the residences consisted of charming small villas and spacious flats, each generally exceeding 50 million. The villas themselves were exceptionally rare and valuable, with only 9 in existence, numbered from 1 to 9. Rumor had it that Villa 001 had never been occupied since its construction, standing as a true new property. Such a villa transcended mere wealth for acquisition. The subsequent villas could indeed be purchased with money, but the transaction prices were significantly above market value. For instance, she had previously encountered news regarding Villa 009 in Jiangxing Tianfu, which eventually sold for over 3 million. This suggested that the prices for villas 008, 007, and 006 would be even higher. How much could Villa 001 possibly fetch? It was unimaginable. Jiang Nan. Could it be that the individual who purchased Villa 009 for over 3 million was you? Gulping, Lin Man couldn't suppress her nervousness. Her cheeks flushed and her heart racing uncontrollably. 3 million. That amount represented the lifetime earnings of countless individuals, perhaps even spanning several generations. And for Jiang Nan, it was merely the cost of a single residence. How wealthy was he? Hundreds of millions? Billions? In that moment, Lin Man's thoughts soared, her flushed face gradually revealing an expression of bewilderment. Now she understood why Jiang Nan could spend 2 to 3 million without batting an eye or displaying any sign of discomfort. He was genuinely affluent and utterly unconcerned. To someone like him, Millions were as trivial as her purchasing a dress for a few hundred. Perhaps it was not entirely the same, for even she felt a pang of guilt before buying a dress. Yet for Jiang Nan, his expenditure on others was as effortless as water flowing. What a treasure of a highborn gentleman I have encountered. At that moment, Lin Manman's gaze towards Jiang Nan was one of deep fascination. Over 3 million? That is not mine. Here, take a look at the file bag and see which villa it is, Jiang Nan replied with a slight smile, focusing intently on the road as he drove. Chapter 39, Villa 001, comparable to a small manor. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Manman took a deep breath and began to peruse the contents of the file bag beside her. As she randomly pulled out a certificate to glance at it, she was taken aback by the name, Pagani Huayan. When she encountered a contract document, her mind momentarily failed to grasp its significance. However, she quickly noticed a long string of numbers, 6 million. Suddenly, Lin Manman sensed something was amiss. What could possibly be valued at 6 million? In a flash, she realized what it was and gasped in shock. What's wrong? Jiang Nan turned to her. Is the Pagani Huayan the luxurious supercar I came across on Douyin? Lin Manman was nearly certain, her scalp prickling with astonishment. Jiang Nan chuckled and nodded affirmatively. Oh my goodness, a $6 million luxury supercar, and it's a global limited edition. Lin Manman felt parched, her voice nearly hoarse. Well, it's just a $6 million luxury supercar, not one costing $6 million, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. To him, it was hardly a consideration. Just well, Jiang Nan, you truly are extravagantly casual, Lin Manman replied with a wry smile, then solemnly placed the contract back in the file bag before retrieving another one to examine. Jiangxing Tianfu Villa 001. A mere line of text instantly captured Lin Manman's attention. In that moment, not only did her hands tremble, but her entire body began to quiver uncontrollably. This was Jiangxing Tianfu Villa 001. Her first instinct was to pull out her phone to capture the moment, but she quickly stifled that impulse, swallowing hard before exclaiming, Brother, what level of wealthy second generation are you? A $6 million global limited edition luxury supercar and a transaction price of 5 billion for Jiangxing Tianfu Villa 001. My goodness, how fortunate am I to know someone of your stature? Upon hearing Lin Manman's exclamations, Jiang Nan merely smiled mildly, unperturbed. This was a natural reaction. It would have been more astonishing if she remained unfazed by such revelations. Lin Manman's favorability rating increased by 1, just as Jiang Nan prepared to respond. The system notification echoed in his mind. Jiang Nan paused, surprised that he had surpassed the limit. At that moment, he looked at Lin Manman again. She appeared unchanged at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there was a subtle increase in her attractiveness that struck him differently. Strange. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lin Manman's favorability rating increased by 1, attractiveness rating increased by 1, granting 1 lottery opportunity. The system's voice continued to resonate in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to take a deep breath, excitement shimmering in his eyes. He had not yet delved deeply into their connection, and he had already exceeded the limit. If they engaged in more profound exchanges, perhaps he could garner additional favorability. With this thought, Jiang Nan felt increasingly eager. Brother, Lin Manman's voice was soft as silk, and she leaned weakly against the passenger seat, her gaze towards Jiang Nan imbued with an indescribable fondness. What's the matter? Jiang Nan inquired, feigning ignorance. I feel like I am unworthy of you, Lin Manman said, her voice barely above a whisper. You are too perfect. I am just an ordinary girl from a humble family. You are anything but ordinary. Jiang Nan cast a glance at her, and it was evident that in terms of emotional intelligence, beauty, and figure, this woman was exceptionally remarkable. To an ordinary person's eyes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Manman was akin to a glamorous star, a top-tier rising actress. However, in your presence, she felt utterly mediocre. Lin Manman even began to doubt herself. With someone of Jiang Nan's caliber, a tall, rich, and handsome man, she honestly felt that even if she came from a somewhat affluent background, the disparity was insurmountable. You are overthinking it, caught in a spiral of mental exhaustion. Jiang Nan gently ruffled the girl's hair and softly said, when it comes to love, I do not concern myself with whether my partner has wealth. After all, no one will surpass my fortune. I feel an abundance of emotional value from you. Thus, you are deserving. Really? Lin Manman's previously vacant gaze instantly sparkled with renewed brilliance, brighter than pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the vehicle slowly approached the entrance of what resembled a quaint manor. Merely at the gate, Jiang Nan peered through the windshield to behold a fountain, a front garden, various miniature hills, and a vast expanse of grassland to the left. Good heavens! A golf course. A look of astonishment crept onto Jiang Nan's face. This was no mere villa. It was practically an opulent countryside estate. So grand. Lin Manman also noticed, and the sheer elegance emanating from the villa's front yard left her gasping in awe. Unable to contain her astonishment, Jiang Nan exited the car and made his way toward the grand entrance. Beep beep. As he approached the facial recognition lock, it immediately chimed. Click. In the next moment, a subtle sound was heard as the towering gates, standing 5 to 6 meters high, automatically swung open. Truly impressive. My identity was recognized by the facial recognition system even before my arrival. Jiang Nan had merely intended to test the system, not expecting it to work so flawlessly, which led him to mentally applaud his own system. Returning to the vehicle, Jiang Nan drove into the prestigious number 001 villa of Jiangqing Tianfu. As he entered, the grand gates smartly closed behind him. It was Jiang Nan's first visit to this magnificent villa, and he navigated a small path, gradually delving deeper into the estate. Soon, he arrived at an underground parking garage, which was unimaginably expansive. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Nan surveyed the area, maintaining a calm expression, yet internally, he was utterly astonished. He estimated the garage's area to be around 500 square meters. It was worth noting that this was not a shopping mall or hotel garage, but merely that of a villa, which made the size truly luxurious. Is that the $6 million luxury hypercar, Pagani Huayra? At that moment, Lin Man's eyes were fixed on a sleek black hypercar parked a short distance away, her face instantly lighting up with an expression of excitement and shock. This car was simply too exhilarating. Chapter 40. Pagani Huayra, indeed a luxury hypercar. Jiang Nan's gaze shifted to the pure black Pagani Huayra. He approached it and retrieved the car keys, while Lin Man hurried to keep up, linking her arm with his. Soon, they stood before the $6 million luxury hypercar. It's absolutely stunning, Lin Man exclaimed in awe. Such luxury hypercars she had only seen online, and now witnessing one in person left her speechless with amazement. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's door and peered inside, taking in the lavish, exquisitely mechanical interior. Truth be told, this style would never feel outdated, even after more than a decade. As Jiang Nan took his seat, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. After all, seated in the driver's position of a $6 million globally limited luxury hypercar, he felt an overwhelming sense of prestige that far surpassed his Porsche Cayenne. Thrilling. Shall we take it for a spin? Jiang Nan suggested. Absolutely. Lin Man's excitement soared. After all, this was the Pagani Huayra. In the past, she hadn't even had the opportunity to see one in person, let alone sit in it. Let us go? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, signaling her to get in. Lin Man's face radiated excitement as she hurried to the passenger door, only to feel a pang of embarrassment as she realized she had no idea how to open it. There's a small switch by the door, just flick it to open, Jiang Nan advised. All right. Following Jiang Nan's instruction, Lin Man managed to open the passenger door and climbed in. The moment she settled into the seat, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, as she found herself in a state of heightened nervous excitement. Buckle up, Jiang Nan reminded, fastening his own seatbelt. Once they were ready, he pressed the ignition button. Roar. Instantly, a deep, thunderous growl resonated throughout the expansive 500 square meter underground garage. Exhilarating. Hearing that sound, Jiang Nan's excitement surged. Meanwhile, Lin Man in the passenger seat grew increasingly tense yet thrilled. Roar. With a gentle press on the accelerator, Jiang Nan began to drive. The underground garage had both an entrance and an exit. Exiting through the latter, he quickly found himself on a small racetrack, smoothly driving out through the back gate of Villa number 001. There's even a professional racing track. Goodness, Jiangqing Tianfu truly caters to people like you, the wealthy. Lin Man exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gripped the car's handrail. Roar. Whoosh. Outside, one could only perceive a gust of wind as a black streak zoomed past. Too fast. Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow, this feeling is absolutely amazing. Panic set in. I think I'm going to get car sick. Please slow down. As Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator harder, Lin Man felt her heart race, a mix of exhilaration and fear overwhelming her. Hearing Lin Man's plea, Jiang Nan eased off the accelerator. Phew. As the speed decreased, Lin Man's heart, which had been racing, finally settled, allowing her to exhale a long sigh of relief. Her expression remained vibrant with excitement as she exclaimed, Jiang Nan, this $6 million luxury hypercar is truly extraordinary. The thrill of speeding is simply exhilarating. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had barely pushed the car to 270 kilometers per hour. If he fully pressed the accelerator, it could reach approximately 390 kilometers per hour. The speed of 270 yards per hour is already quite astonishing. One can hardly imagine the sensation of reaching 390 yards. Half an hour later, Lin Man emerged from the en-suite bathroom of the master bedroom on the second floor. With a beauty score of 89, she was capable of delivering such a visual feast. To be frank, Jiang Nan couldn't help but question the authority of the system's insight into this matter. "Brother Jiang Nan," she called, having approached him and gently linking her arm through his, her voice soft and melodious. "I found that I look much better now. Previously, she had relied on cosmetics to conceal the minute blemishes that were only visible up close, but after her recent bath, she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror and felt as if she had been reborn. Even a tiny scar on her calf had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the feeling of being in love transformed one's entire state of being. Jiang Nan was somewhat astonished that merely a slight increase in her beauty score allowed Lin Man to perceive such a profound change in herself. However, he refrained from lingering on the topic. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist and inhaling the fragrance wafting from her neck, he praised, "This body wash is truly delightful." "Huh, brother, I didn't use any body wash," Lin Man shyly replied upon hearing Jiang Nan's comment. "Oh, is that your natural scent?" Jiang Nan asked, slightly taken aback, as he guided her out of the master bedroom and down the staircase to the first floor. They then descended further to the basement level. Before long, they arrived at a private cinema. At first glance, although there were merely a dozen seating arrangements before the large screen, the overall area was comparable to that of a school gymnasium. Moreover, the starry night sky ceiling created an ambience that was simply enchanting. "Brother," she called softly at that moment. Chapter 41. 2 lottery draws, reaping heavenly benefits from minor tasks. The film had a runtime of 2.5 hours. Time seemed to fly during such joyous moments. With a soft click, Jiang Nan emerged from a small room at the back of the private cinema, lighting a cigarette with a satisfied smile on his face. 2 chances for the lottery. The film's duration had successfully elevated Lin Man's fondness for him. Simultaneously, her beauty score had risen. He, too, had gained another opportunity to participate in the lottery. Taking a seat in the front row, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "System, let me see what this lottery can bestow upon me." Jiang Nan crossed his legs and began a mental dialogue with the system. Would the host like to consume 1 lottery chance to draw? The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. "Yes." Without hesitation, Jiang Nan replied. Ding! A sound resonated in his mind, and in the next moment, a 3D illusory roulette wheel appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was densely inscribed with countless small texts, causing him to feel a tingling sensation at the back of his head due to his mild fear of densely packed text. "Begin," Jiang Nan commanded. With a swift whirring sound, the wheel started to spin. Seconds flew by, and the pointer began to slow down. Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have drawn body transformation liquid." "Huh? Body transformation liquid? What on earth is that?" Jiang Nan immediately examined the description of the body transformation liquid. Body transformation liquid. It empowers the body from the inside out, allowing one's raw strength to be so formidable that ordinary men, even in groups, cannot approach. Impressive. After reading the description, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It may seem trivial to claim that a group of men could not come near, but the emphasis on mere brute strength making it possible was noteworthy. If he were to learn some self-defense techniques, it would be no exaggeration to say he could exist in modern urban society akin to a martial arts master. However, in a society governed by laws, even the most skilled fighter may find limited utility. Nevertheless, there is a saying, while you may choose not to use something, you cannot afford to lack it. "This is good. I'll use it when the time comes," Jiang Nan mused, nodding to himself. With a thought, a dark green vial appeared in his hand. After shaking it slightly, he noticed the liquid within was scant, prompting him to inquire, "System, how do I use this? Do I consume it directly or pour it into water?" The host merely needs to soak for 1 hour, and the body will absorb all of the body transformation liquid. The system replied. 1 hour? Understood. By the way, if I draw this again in the future, will it still be useful? Jiang Nan waved his hand, causing the dark green vial to vanish. The system had many functions, including a small storage space. The effects will gradually diminish. The system's voice chimed in. "I see," Jiang Nan acknowledged. This was indeed a valuable item. If given to someone with already good physical attributes or some knowledge of martial arts, it would undoubtedly create a super soldier. His eyes slightly narrowed. The next time he had the opportunity to draw this item, he certainly would not use it on himself. Truly sophisticated individuals should always have a personal bodyguard. While he currently lacked suitable candidates, he planned to recruit a beautiful bodyguard once his wealth increased, allowing him to confidently utilize the body transformation liquid on her. There was no rush. After all, who knew when he would draw this again? Jiang Nan shook his head and began contemplating how to utilize his remaining lottery opportunity. Should he use it now, or wait to accumulate more chances before proceeding? "System, do you have any good advice?" Jiang Nan mentally inquired. "One draw may yield miraculous results." The system succinctly responded. "All right, let us go for the last draw." Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. In an instant, the grand roulette wheel appeared before him once more. Whoosh! The familiar sound of the lottery echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and the pointer on the large wheel began to spin rapidly. Moments passed, and the pointer gradually decelerated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a cash reward of 100 million. 100 million? Fantastic! Jiang Nan exclaimed, exhilarated by the generous reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 100 million. In light of your diligent spending, a small welfare task has been dispatched. Get to know 5 women with a beauty score of 90 or above, affection level above 90. Task reward: permanent ownership of Jiangxing Tower, a cash award of 100 million, and master-level proficiency in martial arts. At the moment when 100 million arrived, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Task reward: permanent ownership of Jiangxing Building, 100 million in cash. Furthermore, mastery of physical combat techniques at a grandmaster level. Such fortune! Excitement instantly lit up Jiang Nan's face. He was well aware of the Jiangxing Building, a prominent edifice located at the heart of the old city, a veritable symbol of Jiangxing, valued at no less than 10 billion. Moreover, upon the completion of this task, the Jiangxing Building would forever belong to him. In comparison, the cash reward of 100 million was but a trifling sum, hardly worthy of mention. Additionally, the mastery of physical techniques was an opportune reward, having just extracted a vial of body enhancement serum. The prospect of completing the task and subsequently unleashing unparalleled combat prowess was exhilarating. Indeed, this truly indicated that I would evolve into a man of perfect caliber, devoid of any shortcomings. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan began to contemplate. Although 5 individuals seemed numerous, everything was firmly within my grasp. The permanent ownership of Jiangxing Building, 100 million in cash, and the Grandmaster-level combat proficiency would undoubtedly be mine. No one could thwart me. A glimmer of ambition shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. Chapter 42. The Private Butler of Villa Number 001. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, snapping Jiang Nan back to reality. The next instant, a delightful fragrance wafted toward him, and he beheld Lin Man before him, gazing at him with infatuated eyes. Brother Jiang Nan, you are truly handsome, and in every conceivable angle, you possess an unparalleled charm. To put it succinctly, you are breathtakingly magnificent. Lin Man's voice chimed. Unable to suppress a laugh at such exaggerated flattery, Jiang Nan acknowledged her talent for elevating emotional value. Indeed, it was true. Before long, the two exited the private cinema and returned to the first floor. Ding! Suddenly, a sound resonated from the grand entrance. In the next moment, the door swung open, drawing their attention. You! At that moment, a woman at the entrance stared at Jiang Nan in astonishment. Jiang Nan, equally taken aback, observed the woman. She was clad in a well-tailored professional outfit, a familiar black pencil skirt accentuating her long legs, which seemed to stretch beyond the norm, complemented by a pair of high heels. As his gaze moved upward, it lingered on a nameplate affixed to her chest before he finally registered her striking beauty. She was indeed captivating. Her sculpted features, ruby-red lips, and cascading hair were enchanting. Frankly, judging by Jiang Nan's own standards, if this woman scored below 92 points in appearance, he would deem his perception utterly unreliable. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan employed his insight ability on her. Name: Li Jing. Age: 25. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Appearance: 95 points. Affinity: 0. A stunning beauty with a score of 95. Moreover, her proportions were nothing short of extraordinary. Are you Mr. Jiang Nan? At this juncture, the woman approached, casting a few more glances at him before tentatively inquiring. Yes, it's me, Jiang Nan nodded. Li Jing affinity 2. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's affirmation, Li Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, revealing a smile as she extended her hand, saying, Hello, I am Li Jing, the private butler assigned by Jiangxing Tianfu property for Villa Number 001. Hello, Jiang Nan replied, shaking her hand briefly before releasing it. Li Jing affinity 3. This gentlemanly gesture immediately earned him an additional 3 points in affinity. Hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Nan internally nodded. Establishing initial goodwill with a top-tier beauty was indeed crucial. At that moment, Li Jing glanced at Lin Man beside Jiang Nan, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. Having just transitioned from a girl to a woman, Lin Man possessed an inexplicable allure that even this high-caliber beauty could not help but notice, silently marveling at her beauty. Lin Man, feeling Li Jing's gaze, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jing returned to the moment and nodded back with a smile. Are you planning to move in directly? Li Jing inquired, her gaze shifting back to Jiang Nan, now also recognizing the owner's striking appearance. A few hours prior, she had received word that Villa Number 001 was sold. along with a photograph of the owner. The image had indeed showcased someone with flawless features, but witnessing him in person was a completely different experience. He was extraordinarily handsome. Li Jing affinity 2. With another 2 points in affinity added, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Possessing a charming exterior indeed made it easier to win the hearts of women. I won't be moving in just yet. I will visit occasionally, Jiang Nan replied. Li Jing paused, then cleared her throat before speaking. Mr. Jiang Nan, shall we sit and discuss this? Certainly. The three of them proceeded to the side hall and settled on the sofa. Li Jing crossed her legs, her alluring black stockings accentuating her shapely legs, paired with her high heels, undeniably captivating. Mr. Jiang Nan, since you have purchased Villa number 001, my fees will no longer be covered by the property management starting today. Li Jing spoke softly. Such a request for payment felt somewhat awkward, but it was necessary to clarify matters to prevent any future disputes. I understand. I've reviewed the contract. Which addresses this? Jiang Nan replied with a smile, nodding. Your fee is 30,000 a month, correct? Yes. Li Jing affirmed with a nod. Good. Do you have the contract with you? 30,000 a month was a mere trifle for Jiang Nan. In fact, he was tempted to offer Li Jing a raise. However, upon reflection, he refrained. Such behavior would be characteristic of a foolish nouveau riche, and doing so while his affinity was still low could easily provoke her distaste. I do. Li Jing, surprised by her employer's straightforwardness, glanced at him again and quickly retrieved a document folder from her shoulder bag, placing it on the table. Li Jing affinity 2. The system notification chimed again in Jiang Nan's mind, and his smile deepened. Look, this was a steady rise in affinity. Jiang Nan took the folder, extracted the contract along with a pen, casually glanced over it, and then signed his name without hesitation. Done. Jiang Nan handed the contract to Li Jing and suggested, shall we exchange WeChat? Sure. Li Jing promptly signed her name, and then took out her phone to add Jiang Nan on WeChat. Please provide me with your account details. I will advance a portion of your salary. Additionally, should you require anything for the villa, feel free to replenish as needed. He had already become the owner of Villa 001, and prior to its sale, the property management had maintained everything. Now, it was incumbent upon him to ensure its upkeep. Understood. Li Jing did not hesitate and provided Jiang Nan with her bank account details. Jiang Nan copied and pasted the information, promptly opening the banking app to initiate the transfer. Chapter 43. The proximity of water and the pavilion brings early blossoms? Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. You have received a 5-fold rebate on your expenditure, 5 million yuan. He transferred 1 million yuan to Li Jing. 360,000 was her salary, while the remainder was for various living necessities. Jiang Nan believed he had not overindulged. 1 million. Upon seeing the transfer, Li Jing's face instantly registered shock. Mr. Jiang. This is... She gazed at Jiang Nan, incredulous, and quickly exclaimed, isn't this too much? Not at all. The 360,000 represents your annual salary. I am quite easygoing, and along with a little bonus, you will need to manage the household supplies. Should anything run low, feel free to replenish it, and do not hesitate to inform me if funds are insufficient. Jiang Nan sincerely stood up, extending his hand with a warm smile. From today onward, I entrust the villa to your capable care. Yes, boss, it is my duty. Li Jing took a deep breath, quickly rising to shake his hand. Li Jing's favorability, too. In just a few minutes, this woman's favorability towards Jiang Nan had soared to over 11 points. Ha ha, boss sounds a bit too formal, just call me by my name. Jiang Nan chuckled. You seem to be a few years my senior. How about I call you Sister Jing? That works. Li Jing nodded with a smile and continued. I want to intrude upon your time with your girlfriend. After you leave, please let me know so I can check what supplies need replenishing. All right. Jiang Nan did not keep Li Jing, watching her leave with a smile as she carried the document folder. Wow, Sister Li is truly beautiful, Lin Man remarked softly, snuggling against Jiang Nan after Li Jing departed. Indeed, she is quite stunning, Jiang Nan acknowledged with a nod. He mused that Li Jing exuded an air of elegance. It would be no exaggeration to say that a loose wave perm would enhance her allure even further. Do you think Jiang Nan Gij will have the upper hand because of his proximity? Lin Man suddenly remarked timidly. Huh. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback by her comment. Goodness, this girl's intuition is remarkably accurate. Heh, Jiang Nan Gij was quite fixated on Sister Li just now. Did you think I didn't notice? Lin Man teased. Surprisingly, without a hint of jealousy. Aren't you the least bit envious? Jiang Nan inquired curiously. Hearing his question, Lin Man smiled and shook her head, then tightened her embrace slightly, whispering, to have such an outstanding man as you is already a source of immense happiness for me. You're so understanding. Jiang Nan greatly appreciated Lin Man's thoughtfulness and immediately asked, can you drive? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's question, Lin Man instantly comprehended, her eyes widening slightly as she responded. Are you planning to buy me a car, brother? Correct, Jiang Nan replied with a gentle smile. Boom. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a sleek black car sped through the streets of South City, its engine roaring and drawing the attention of passers-by. Wow, this car is stunning. Exclamations erupted from the crowd, with some even taking out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the car, Jiang Nan drove with one hand, thoroughly enjoying himself, while Lin Man in the passenger seat wore a rosy blush, occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan with eyes full of affection. Before long, Jiang Nan arrived at a Maserati dealership in his Pagani Huayra. As they passed by, a flurry of saleswomen rushed out excitedly. Pagani Huayra? A tall saleswoman in stockings widened her eyes, watching the exquisite car park in front of the dealership, and immediately cheered. That must be worth at least 26 million, right? This car seems even more upscale. I suspect it's worth much more. This is a limited edition Pagani Huayra, valued at no less than 50 million. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and when Jiang Nan exited the driver's side, the collective intake of breath echoed around him. So handsome. My goodness. This guy's looks are absolutely divine. Hurry, let us go greet him. Among them was the tall saleswoman in stockings. At that moment, Lin Man also exited from the passenger seat, causing the tall saleswoman's pace to slow slightly. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Lin Man and walked forward. Welcome to our Maserati dealership, sir and miss. The tall saleswoman greeted them with a radiant smile. I'm here to help my girlfriend choose a car, Jiang Nan stated directly. I only want one that's available for immediate pickup. This way, please. The saleswoman eagerly invited them into the showroom. She signaled, and immediately someone brought over 2 bottles of unwrapped mineral water. We definitely have cars available. It's just a matter of determining which model this lovely lady prefers. The saleswoman said with a playful smile. You go ahead and take a look. I'll sit for a moment. Let me know once you've made a decision. Jiang Nan said, showing little interest in the cars as he patted Lin Man and headed toward a nearby sofa. Right this way, miss. The tall saleswoman guided Lin Man into the display hall to showcase the vehicles. Hey, can I add you on WeChat? Just as Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa and took out his phone, a woman with a score of over 70 in appearance, striding in high heels and clad in stockings, approached him with enthusiasm. Jiang Nan glanced at her and smiled gently. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. At the same time, he used his insight skill on her. Name, Zhao Lanhua. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 72 points. Favorability, 60 points. No worries, your girlfriend is currently looking at cars. Adding each other on WeChat is harmless, Zhao Lanhua replied, smiling. Not interested. Jiang Nan shook his head. Zhao Lanhua favorability, 60. In an instant, as Jiang Nan decisively declined, a notification echoed in his mind. In response, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Apologies for the interruption. Zhao Lanhua's fondness for Jiang Nan had plummeted to 0. Yet her impeccable manners only allowed her to display an awkward smile before she gradually made her exit. As for the unflattering remarks she might harbor about Jiang Nan's pretentiousness, those were her private thoughts, safely tucked away from public view. After all, who was she to show disdain towards someone who arrived in a luxury supercar worth tens of millions, a global limited edition no less? Chapter 44. Oh, Jiang Yin is actually a little internet celebrity? Following Zhao Lanhua's rebuff, the other young women in the store also lost their courage to approach. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan reclined comfortably on the sofa, opening WeChat to browse through messages. Landlady, you little rascal, you haven't reached out to me all afternoon. Are you having too much fun with Teacher Sue? Jiang Nan, not at all. I was just handling some matters. Landlady, humph, handling matters? I suspect you were just slacking off. After exchanging a few brief words, the landlady sent a voice message. I'm off to have dinner now. I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. Isn't your online love interest coming over tomorrow? Do you have time tonight for a late-night snack together? Sure, Jiang Nan replied, before exiting the chat with the landlady. Around 3 in the afternoon, Meng Qingqiu had sent a message, which Jiang Nan had been too busy to respond to until now. Not receiving an instant reply, he exited her chat and opened the conversation with Su Yun. Su Yun, I've been thinking of you again. Su Yun. Image, Su Yun. Image, Jiang Nan glanced at the images, his brows involuntarily raising in intrigue. After viewing the 2 photos, admiration spread across his face. Indeed, the Su Yun who had fully embraced her charm in front of him was, to be frank, quite exceptional. Let us meet in a couple of days when I have some free time, Jiang Nan replied with a voice message. Finally responding to me, huh? Humph, came her teasing reply. Is your daughter at home? Why does your voice sound so muffled? Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, it's Friday. Wan gets off school early and is right beside me. Came the text message, not a voice note this time. All right. I'll be busy for the next couple of days, but once I'm done, I'll reach out to you, Jiang Nan responded. At that moment, in Su Yun's home, upon reading Jiang Nan's message, her face instantly flushed. Mom, why is your face suddenly so red? Asked a little girl with twin ponytails, who was engrossed in a comic book on the sofa, noticing her mother's unusual demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Mom just feels a bit warm all of a sudden. Be a good girl. I'm going to take a shower, Su-Yun said, gently ruffling her daughter's hair before slowly making her way to the bathroom. Unable to resist touching her own heated cheeks, her eyes reflecting a dreamy haze. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, his casual remark had sent Su-Yun rushing to the shower. He exited WeChat and glanced over at Lin Man, who was excitedly observing the array of cars, prompting him to shake his head and smile before opening Douyin to scroll through short videos. After watching a few clips, Jiang Nan found himself feeling rather bored and promptly switched to the live streaming section. There were many streamers at this hour, but few of them were visually appealing. Even with beauty filters, he had no interest in tuning in, leading him to shake his head in disappointment. There are more platforms for beautiful live streams than just Douyin. I recall a platform called Douhu Live. Jiang Nan exited Douyin and downloaded the Douhu Live app, registering under the nickname Misty Jiang Nan, a moniker he often used across social media. He entered the Star Beauty section and began to scroll down slowly. He wasn't looking for anything specific, merely browsing the thumbnails. However, after an entire round, he found nothing that piqued his interest, leading him to let out a soft sigh. Just as he was prepared to exit the Douhu Live platform when the Star Beauty section refreshed. Instantly, a live stream caught his eye. The thumbnail featured a stunning girl, devoid of any beauty filters, facing the camera with a notably cold expression, akin to a cat that had just lost its life. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that he recognized this beautiful girl, Jiang Yan. Indeed, she was the high-profile beauty he had encountered while dining with Lin Man at the Hot Pot restaurant. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan entered the live room. Glancing at the viewer count, tens of thousands of viewers, yet very few were actually present. I'm about to sign off, everyone. Please give me a follow. By the way, I'm planning to start streaming on a certain Douyin soon. If you frequently use that app, please search for Jiang Yan and follow me. After saying this, Jiang Yan promptly ended the stream, her speed surprising Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan exited the Douhu Live platform and returned to Douyin, searching for her. Oh, she turns out to be a small internet celebrity with over 100,000 followers. Jiang Nan quickly scanned her profile, noting that her short videos typically garnered tens of thousands of likes. The engagement on her account was commendably active. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow her. He had been pondering where to find an entry point, and here it was, conveniently presented. As soon as she went live, Jiang Nan would make his presence known if he had the time. This seemed akin to Lin Man and Su-Yun, a situation where money could facilitate a smooth resolution. Jiang Nan's eyes glimmered with confidence as a smile graced his face. For him, any matter that could be resolved with money was hardly a concern. Moreover, even if she were a pure beauty enthusiast, with his looks augmented by financial resources, winning over this stunning girl would be a mere formality. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Brother Jiang Nan, I've made my choice. Lin Man and the tall girl in black stockings approached. Great. Jiang Nan put away his phone, rising from the sofa to wrap an arm around Lin Man's slender waist while handing a card to the smiling salesgirl nearby. Go ahead and sign the contract. The password is... Jiang Nan shared his bank card password with Lin Man, indicating for her to proceed with the contract signing. Wait, should I put my name on it? Lin Man, momentarily bewildered, stared at Jiang Nan with confusion. The car is a gift for you. Should it not be in your name? Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. Wow, brother Jiang Nan, you're the best. I love you so much. Lin Man exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she kissed him a few times in sheer happiness. Go on now. Jiang Nan gently patted Lin Man on the back. Maling's favorability level, 30. At that moment, a notification chimed in Jiang Nan's mind, initially leading him to believe that Lin Man's favorability had increased once more, only to discover it was actually from someone named Ma Ling. This compelled him to cast his gaze upon the long-legged woman in black stockings, who, at that moment, was looking at him with an almost sticky gaze. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if there were no one around, Jiang Nan could sense that this woman might rush towards him with some ulterior motive. Shortly thereafter, a notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, your transaction is complete. You have received a tenfold consumption rebate of 10 million yuan. A tenfold return of 10 million yuan meant that this car was merely at the level of 1 million. Jiang Nan felt quite satisfied with this tenfold consumption rebate. Just when he thought it had come to an end, another notification tone resounded in his mind, causing his right foot, which had been raised, to freeze in midair, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Could it be that another welfare task had arrived? Chapter 45. Lin Man has a people-pleasing personality. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a consumption critical hit, receiving an additional reward of 10 million yuan. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Nan displayed a look of surprise. This was a first for him. System, can you really trigger additional rewards? Jiang Nan inquired. Chance-based. The system replied. Understood. It seems that some large-scale consumption might have triggered this additional reward. That would be delightful. Jiang Nan thought as he made his way towards Lin Man Man, who had just exited the finance room after signing the contract. He mused quietly to himself that, for some reason, the reward of 10 million seemed to have lost its novelty for him. However, little by little, several tens of millions add up to a considerable sum. After all, he currently possessed only a few tens of millions. Brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man Man trotted over, gleefully handing him his bank card, unable to contain her excitement as she planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, I'm now a woman with a luxury car. In that moment, Lin Man Man was indeed overjoyed. In the past, she had never even dreamed of owning a vehicle worth hundreds of thousands, let alone a luxury car valued over $1 million. The arrival of a Maserati worth over $1 million was nothing short of exhilarating for her. It's just a car worth $1 million. Why such exuberance? Jiang Nan chuckled, shaking his head. Once you tire of this car, just tell me. Anything that can be bought with money, I will procure for you. This statement was not made lightly. All his possessions came from system rewards, each one a pinnacle of excellence. Thus, his desires were not particularly great. What he truly sought was an extraordinary capability. One day, when he reaches the pinnacle of his potential, this entire planet will become his playground, perfectly aligning with the system's name, indulgent life. He even suspected that the system rewards might include items that could grant him immortality. With the system in existence, what else could possibly be deemed impossible? Even if one were to claim that Jiang Nan was merely a fictional character, he would still revel in it. At least, in this very moment. He was a being of flesh, blood, and soul. That boyfriend of yours is truly wonderful, Ma Ling remarked enviously from the side. She had seen wealthy second-generation individuals buy cars for women they were courting, but she had never witnessed one willing to put the car in the woman's name. Yet Jiang Nan, without a second thought, had casually handed over the car to make the purchase, seemingly indifferent to the car's value. Furthermore, the car was registered in Lin Man Man's name. What woman wouldn't envy such a scene? Hee. Lin Man Man merely lifted her chin with pride and smiled, saying nothing further. Come on. Let me see what car you chose. Jiang Nan was still curious about Lin Man Man's selection. Brother Jiang Nan, the color I picked isn't in stock. Lin Man Man replied with a cheerful smile. It's a pink one, and it will take a few more days to arrive. All right. Since the car belonged to Lin Man Man, and she had a penchant for pink, waiting a few extra days was of no concern to Jiang Nan as he wrapped his arm around her and exited the dealership. Thank you for your visit. We look forward to seeing you again. Ma Ling beamed as she bid them farewell at the door. Boom. Moments later, the roar of the Pagani Huayra echoed, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. In this day and age, being beautiful truly has its advantages. Ma Ling sighed in envy as she turned back to the shop. Instantly, a group of saleswomen surrounded her. Ling Jia, how did it go? Did you add that rich second generation's WeChat? Right. Why not give it a shot? One chimed in. Although I may not be as pretty as that lady, I have my own charms. Are you kidding? In a situation like this, adding a rich second generation's contact? Just look at that lady's looks. Her figure. I'm a woman and I'm tempted, let alone the men. Ma Ling chuckled wryly and shook her head, advising, in the presence of such a caliber of woman, it's best not to play any tricks unless your looks, figure, and temperament can outshine hers. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, several of the women immediately turned their gaze to Zhao Lanhua, who was casually seated with her legs crossed, engrossed in her phone. Uffed. Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Cough. Cough, cough. Ma Ling quickly understood and lightly cleared her throat, waving her hand. All right. Disperse and get back to what you were doing. Let me take you home. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man Man casually found a restaurant to grab a bite. As they sat in the car, he noticed Lin Man Man's reluctance to part and spoke. It's getting late. By the time I return to the old city, it will be nearly 7 o'clock. Most importantly, his landlady had sent several tantalizing photos during dinner, featuring black stockings and various flesh-toned outfits, which had certainly piqued Jiang Nan's interest. Okay, brother Jiang Nan, just being able to spend this day with you is enough to satisfy me. Lin Man Man was reluctant to let go, for today marked the happiest experience of her 18 years. Having tasted sweetness for the first time, she couldn't help but yearn for more that evening. She knew Jiang Nan surely had other women, and while she could guess the nature of things, she was remarkably well-behaved and refrained from probing further. I had a great time too. Jiang Nan reached out to pat Lin Man Man's head, and she immediately displayed a submissive and content expression. It must be said that Lin Man Man appeared to possess a deeply ingrained people-pleasing personality. As long as one treated her well and exhibited excellence, she would wholeheartedly provide any emotional value you required. This was precisely why Jiang Nan had taken a liking to her. The traffic was somewhat congested at this hour, and it took him over half an hour to finally drop Lin Man Man off at her university's entrance. When the Pagani Huayra appeared, virtually everyone at the gate turned their attention to the magnificent vehicle. Wow, the Pagani Huayra. My dream car. Wow, my dream lover. Is that Lin Man Man? I am utterly astounded. It is indeed Lin Man Man, who has just alighted from that magnificent Pagani Huayra. Has she truly been claimed by a top-tier wealthy gentleman? My heart shatters at the thought. Why must the campus beauty always be taken by the affluent? Is there no chance for us, the less fortunate, to savor even a morsel? While the Pagani Huayra is undoubtedly a sight to behold. The moment Lin Man Man stepped out of the vehicle, the majority of the onlooking young men were left utterly heartbroken. Brother Jiang Nan, I shall take my leave now. Get some rest, and do message me when you arrive home. Lin Man Man, oblivious to the gaze of those around her, blew a kiss towards the interior of the car and cheerfully waved goodbye, glancing back multiple times as she made her way into the school. As Jiang Nan prepared to start his vehicle, a sudden commotion ensued. Wait! A throng of girls rushed towards him, encircling his car with an astonishing speed that left onlookers agape. Don't crowd. I'm Fenggafu. Just let me add you on WeChat. The atmosphere became akin to a bustling market, with voices clamoring in excitement. Jiang Nan furrowed his brow at the chaos, quickly rolling down his window once more. The mere act of lowering the window unleashed a frenzy. His striking visage, akin to a siren's call for women, ignited a wave of fervor among the crowd. Oh my, he is so handsome. Handsome guy, can we exchange WeChat? I'm still a pure-hearted girl, can we arrange a date? Open the door, I wish to discuss life with you. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. For the men present, the sight of those clad in JK uniforms, white stockings, and small leather shoes, with their hair styled in twin tails, was a mere enhancement. However, for these gold-digging girls, the presence of a luxury vehicle was enough to send them into a frenzy. Let alone the fact that the driver was a paragon of male beauty. Is it really this insane? The spectacle drew the attention of numerous boys at the school gate, who began filming and broadcasting. Brothers, it's utterly wild. Beware of male safety. Never venture out in a luxury car, lest you be besieged by a horde of girls. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nan felt a sense of helplessness amidst the overwhelming crowd. With a soft sigh, he retrieved his phone and pretended to dial a number. Hello, Uncle Hat? Yes, I'm being besieged by a throng at XX University. Thank you. When faced with such a predicament, one could only turn to Uncle Hat for assistance. As he completed the faux call, a significant portion of the gold-digging girls began to disperse. A few persistent girls lingered, attempting to appeal to Jiang Nan's heart, but he calmly stated, Ladies, please make way so I may await Uncle Hat's arrival. Upon hearing this, even more girls vacated the area, leaving only a handful standing aside, no longer obstructing his path. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator, and in an instant, the Pagani Huayra transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight. Damn, we've been played. The remaining girls were left frustrated. They had been so close to touching the luxury vehicle. Yet fate had snatched it away from them at the last moment. Inside the car, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, a wry smile adorning his face. Gazing at the exquisite mechanical steering wheel, he couldn't help but murmur, People in this world are utterly mad. I must adopt a more low-key approach. My face alone is enough to send women into a frenzy. Coupled with the trappings of immense wealth, it could trigger another scene like just now. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he mused that perhaps a Porsche Cayenne would suffice. After all, a $1 million luxury vehicle was still less likely to cause such a stir. 20 minutes later, at approximately 7:40 p.m., Jiang Nan parked his car and returned to the apartment complex owned by his landlady. Upon exiting the vehicle, he noticed she had sent several alluring photographs, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune as he ascended to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Nan lightly tapped on his landlady's door. I'm coming. Her cheerful voice resonated from within. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open. The moment Jiang Nan laid eyes on his landlady, he was momentarily spellbound. Goodness! Her elegantly coiffed silver hair, with 2 strands framing her forehead, perfectly embodied the image of a neighbor straight out of a manga. Her form-fitting purple cheapao was nothing short of exquisite. As Jiang Nan assessed her outfit, she slightly turned to the side and cheerfully inquired, So, little Jiang, how do you find my attire? Excellent. Jiang Nan gave her a thumbs up. Is that all? She teased, raising an eyebrow. Her voice held an excited, yet somewhat reproachful tone as she gazed at him, lamenting, I spent the day searching for an outfit that would dazzle. Only to find that in your eyes, it merely earns a good. Seeing her playful demeanor, Jiang Nan chuckled, Sister, I've given you infinite praise. Ah, you're quite perceptive. An hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled, I need to get to bed soon. My flight is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I can't wait to meet my darling. I'm so nervous and excited. At that moment, His phone vibrated on the sofa. Jiang Nan picked it up to find a message from Meng Qingqiu. Noticing her enthusiastic exclamations, he could sense her excitement from afar. Truth be told, Jiang Nan was equally thrilled. He had experienced the stunning allure of the private butler Li Jing from Villa number 001 with her striking score of 95. And what of Meng Qingqiu? A dazzling 96. The real-life enchantment she exuded was enough to captivate anyone's attention. One must not underestimate the significance of a mere 1-point difference between 95 and 96. It can evoke an entirely different sensation. To illustrate, consider a pair of identical twins. Should the elder sister possess a score 1 point higher, one might perceive her as more attractive, even when both share the same facial features. This phenomenon occurs even when both are dressed identically. The elder sister simply appears to shine brighter. In Jiang Nan's view, when a woman's beauty reaches such heights, it transcends mere numerical evaluation, leaning more towards an indescribable allure. Indeed, I feel a bit anxious myself. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Nan replied to Meng Qingqiu's message. Oh, feeling the pangs of insomnia creeping in today. My heart is racing uncontrollably. Meng Qingqiu sent a message, accompanied by a captivating selfie. Her exquisite visage was flushed with a rosy hue, and her gaze was imbued with an alluring allure. I must force myself to sleep. Good night, darling moi. Before Jiang Nan could respond, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly sent another voice message. Good night. Jiang Nan reciprocated with a kiss. Setting his phone aside, he reclined on the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, and a mysterious smile crept across his face. It was just past 8 in the morning on May 15th when he received the system notification, and now, on the evening of May 17th, merely 2.5 days later, his savings had soared to over 1.8 billion, accompanied by numerous enchanting confidants. His life had undergone a profound transformation. This was merely the beginning. The future held the promise of him standing atop the apex of success, savoring the beauty in his lap and commanding the wealth of the world upon waking. Chapter 47. Meng Qingqiu. Darling, see you in 2.5 hours. Are you tired? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan had already leaned back on the sofa, his eyes gently closed, when a pair of delicate hands began to massage his head. Accompanied by the gentle voice of his landlady, he opened his eyes. What greeted him was a stunning white qipao, and his gaze was drawn directly to the bosom of the landlady. The most perilous detail was that she wore a revealing qipao. Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Xia, your technique is quite good. He inhaled deeply and praised. Come lay on my lap. I shall massage your temples and head. The landlady settled onto the adjacent sofa, tenderly patting her thigh. Jiang Nan, unreserved, reclined onto her lap and slowly closed his eyes. It must be said that the landlady had likely studied some massage techniques. Just a few presses on his temples revitalized him. His fatigue stemmed not from the day's exertions, but from the surreal changes in his life over the past few days, leaving him with an odd sense of disorientation. You really ought to exercise some restraint. The landlady's tender voice resonated as she gazed at the man resting on her lap, her eyes filled with affection. Day by day, it's as if you possess inexhaustible energy. Sister, that's quite the statement. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, unable to suppress a chuckle. Advising me to restrain myself while donning such attire feels akin to the warning on a cigarette pack about the dangers of smoking. You rascal. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady couldn't help but laugh, lightly tapping his nose with her delicate fingers. I'm merely looking out for your well-being. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Nan closed his eyes once more, exclaiming, after your massage, I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me. You mischievous boy. The landlady leaned down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead. Get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow you'll meet your online love interest. So you must conserve your energy. In a few days, once my relatives have departed, I'll ensure you're overwhelmed. Ha! We shall see whether it's Sister Xia who concedes or I. Jiang Nan erupted in laughter. The ensuing moments were filled with joyous laughter for over an hour, leading Jiang Nan to retire early for the night. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, his well-conditioned body clock roused him. The landlady had already vanished from his side. Grabbing his phone, he headed to the bathroom, attending to his morning routine while perusing his messages. Meng Qingqiu, darling, I'm about to take off. See you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingqiu, image. He opened the image to find a picture of the airport, devoid of any hint of her attire. Jiang Nan felt a tinge of anticipation. Exiting the chat, he delved into the landlady's message. Landlady, my little man. I've returned to my mother's place these past few days. We shall meet soon. Reading her message, Jiang Nan expelled a mouthful of mouthwash and simply replied, prepare your battle attire. In 2 days, we shall engage in a fierce contest. After sending the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yun, things are about to get busy. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit? Su Yun, image. Clicking into Su Yun's chat, he merely glanced and widened his eyes in surprise. Traditional Hanfu. It must be said that Su Yun's gentle and charming demeanor in Hanfu was truly striking. Lovely. Jiang Nan typed a quick response. Receiving no immediate reply, he next opened a message from Lin Man. Good morning, Jiang Nan Gich. A voice message accompanied by an adorable selfie with a cheeky pout. I have some matters to attend to these days. Once I'm done, I'll reward you handsomely. Jiang Nan sent a voice message back. At your service. In response, he received another voice message paired with a photo of her saluting cutely. Jiang Nan was thoroughly amused by her charm. After a brief exchange, he completed his hygiene routine, tidied himself up, and stepped out. The Pagani Huayra was undeniably a sight to behold. As he descended the stairs that morning, he spotted a familiar little electric scooter parked not far from his space. A familiar scene unfolded. A young man sat on the scooter with his arms crossed, watching a younger lad incessantly snapping photos of his Pagani Huayra. Suddenly, the young man revealed a cryptic smile and began to rise from the scooter, reaching into his pocket for the car key. However, noticing Jiang Nan approaching from the corner of his eye, he promptly sat back down, discreetly concealing the key in his pocket. Whistle, whistle, whistle. He appeared nonchalantly engaged in whistling. Jiang Nan soon arrived at the front of his Pagani Huayra. Beep beep. He extracted the key, pressing it as the little scooter simultaneously sped off. Jiang Nan glanced towards the direction of the departing scooter, shaking his head with a smile before preparing to enter his vehicle. Brother, could I trouble you for a photo of the interior? A young man, seemingly around 20, approached Jiang Nan with a hint of nervousness, inquiring softly. Certainly. Jiang Nan did not decline. Observing the pleasant weather, he opened the car door and sunroof, instantly transforming it into a convertible. How stunning. Oh my goodness. The young man immediately began snapping pictures. Jiang Nan patiently watched him, smiling as he captured the moments. After a few seconds, the young man reluctantly shifted his gaze away, bowing deeply to Jiang Nan. Thank you, brother. This Pagani Huayra has always been my dream car. I never imagined I would see it in person. Jiang Nan smiled silently. He refrained from dispensing any motivational platitudes about hard work leading to such possessions. A car costing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, might indeed be attainable with a stroke of luck and earnest effort. However, it is undeniable that possessing a luxury car worth millions is not something attainable merely through hard work. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Nan got into the car. Take care, brother. The young man excitedly waved his hand. With a roar, the Pagani Huayra swiftly disappeared from the young man's sight. Truly magnificent. After lingering for a while, the young man incessantly zoomed in and out on his phone, which rested against the car, his face brimming with excitement. Chapter 48. The First Encounter. Pure as the most resplendent moonlight. Around 10:30, a Pagani Huayra halted across the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, occasionally glancing at the watch on his left wrist. The time was drawing near. Discarding his cigarette, he extinguished it with his foot and stepped towards the exit. Crossing the street, he soon arrived at the entrance, where he began to wait. Meanwhile, his phone chimed with a message. Darling, I've arrived at Jiangxing Airport. A message from Meng Qingxiu accompanied by a photo taken upon her disembarkation. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of nervousness. Although he had experienced quite a bit in recent days, the essence of a man remains youthful. After all, this was his first encounter with someone from an online romance. How could he not feel a bit anxious? Okay, Meng Qingxiu replied with a voice message. Jiang Nan set his phone aside. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground captured his attention. He instinctively turned to see two stunning flight attendants, their faces obscured, laughing and pulling their suitcases as they walked away. Men typically have a keen interest in such uniformed beauties, and indeed, the surrounding crowd, mostly male, turned their gaze toward the two flight attendants. Jiang Nan shook his head, retracting his gaze. While it would be untrue to say he was disinterested in flight attendants, he knew better than to pursue them casually. Factors such as beauty, physique, and demeanor all warranted careful consideration. After a few minutes of quiet anticipation, people gradually began to emerge from the exit. Jiang Nan perked up. In another minute or two, his gaze locked onto an exquisite figure pulling a pink suitcase. Meng Qingxiu. At that moment, as she appeared, nearly all the men surrounding them instinctively halted, eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of this breathtaking woman. She was stunning. Several men, even those accompanied by girlfriends, found themselves captivated for a prolonged gaze. The reason their partners remained silent was that their attention was equally drawn to the striking Jiang Nan. Men admired Meng Qingxiu, while women gazed at Jiang Nan. In that instant, as Jiang Nan's eyes fixed upon Meng Qingxiu, she too directed her gaze towards him. A silent electric current sparked between them, causing a delightful tingling sensation to course through their bodies. Jiang Nan took a step closer, while Meng Qingxiu quickened her pace slightly. At this moment, Jiang Nan noticed her attire. A high ponytail, a simple white halter dress, and her flawless legs unadorned by stockings. Yet, this simplicity only served to enhance the allure of her figure, drawing his gaze irresistibly. After a while, he lowered his eyes to her delicate white socks paired with pristine white shoes. Perfect. This ensemble epitomized the pure and innocent aura that Meng Qingqiu exuded. She was the very embodiment of moonlight. As Jiang Nan contemplated, he finally approached Meng Qingqiu. "Darling," she exclaimed, setting down the pink suitcase and joyfully leaping into his arms. In that moment, her heart raced with excitement. Jiang Nan gently stroked her hair, smiling as he said, "In the truest sense of the word, it's our first meeting." "Qiu, hello, I am Jiang Nan. Darling." Meng Qingqiu released her embrace, gazing at him as she softly called his name, her eyes fluttering shut. At that instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The shyness of youth was exquisitely displayed in that moment. Jiang Nan leaned down to plant a brief kiss on her lips. A fleeting touch. He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist and, taking hold of her pink suitcase, led her towards the Pagani Huayra across the street. "Darling." Upon reaching the car, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the stunning luxury supercar, exclaiming, "Didn't you say you would pick me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How did it become this Pagani Huayra? I forgot to switch it. But it's not a big deal, they're quite similar." Jiang Nan compressed the suitcase and then pressed a small button on the rear left door, revealing a side compartment for luggage. Typically, such features are rarely utilized. After all, who drives this car merely for show? Fortunately, Meng Qingqiu's suitcase fit perfectly after being compacted, so it posed no significant problem. The Pagani Huayra. Soon, they were both inside the car. After fastening her seatbelt, Meng Qingqiu marveled at the lavish and exquisitely designed interior, her enchanting face revealing a hint of admiration as she remarked, "This car must be a limited edition, right?" "Indeed," Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at her with a raised eyebrow. "You seem to know quite a bit about cars." "That is true," she replied naturally. "My brother is fond of these vehicles. He owns a Pagani Huayra as well, though not the limited edition. Being around him, I've picked up some knowledge about cars." Meng Qingqiu responded effortlessly. Her family was quite affluent in Shanghai, belonging to an upper echelon of the wealthy class, far beyond the average rich family. Had it been the old Jiang Nan, he would never have revealed a hint of his family's circumstances. Yet, given that he now drove a limited edition Pagani Huayra, it was evident that he had not exaggerated in their online conversations. He was indeed a true scion of wealth, surpassing her family by several magnitudes. As for the notion that the Pagani Huayra was rented, Meng Qingqiu could hardly fathom that someone would make such a ludicrous claim. A globally limited Pagani Huayra, a luxury supercar with immense collectible value. Who would even think of renting one? Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but steal a deep glance at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat. It seemed that she truly embodied the essence of a real white, rich, and beautiful girl. Virum. Jiang Nan started the engine. The roar immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers, and familiar gasps of admiration echoed through the air. Like a bolt of black lightning, the Pagani Huayra vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Chapter 49. Flirtatious banter. Is there a hint of handsomeness on your face? Inside the car, Meng Qingqiu occasionally glanced toward Jiang Nan in the passenger seat, her delicate face flushed with bashfulness. "Is there something on my face?" she asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Each time Jiang Nan met her gaze with a gentle laugh, she would quickly avert her eyes, her cheeks reddening even further. "Indeed, there is a hint of something." Meng Qingqiu nodded shyly. "Oh, a hint of what? A hint of handsomeness?" Jiang Nan chuckled again. "How annoying, you've revealed my words. What am I supposed to say now?" Meng Qingqiu pouted playfully at Jiang Nan. "Ha, you're too adorable." Jiang Nan laughed heartily. Meng Qingqiu's visage exuded an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a cold, aloof school goddess. Yet Jiang Nan was acutely aware of the contrast in her character. Typically, such seemingly otherworldly figures possess a certain duality. They only reveal this facet of their personality in front of those they wish to impress. Just like Meng Qingqiu, she could be sweet, alluring, aloof, or clingy. What outsiders could perceive was merely the surface of her true self. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu was undeniably charming. "Qingqiu, let's head back to drop off our things first. What do you feel like eating for lunch later?" Jiang Nan inquired. "Spicy hot pot." Meng Qingqiu blurted out. "Are we really having spicy hot pot?" Jiang Nan remarked in surprise, but met her shy, evasive gaze and her faint affirmative response. In that fleeting moment, a long-forgotten joke from years ago resurfaced in his mind. About an online couple meeting for the first time, where the girl took the initiative to meet the boy, who treated her to a bowl of 6 yuan spicy hot pot, only to lead to an unexpectedly passionate night. The implication of eating spicy hot pot had become quite clear, especially given Meng Qingqiu's bashful demeanor and her inability to meet Jiang Nan's eyes. Moreover, with Meng Qingqiu's affection for him soaring to an impressive 80 points, Such a level of admiration surely paved the way for a home run. Their online relationship had lasted for 2.5 years, a considerable duration, and she certainly understood the implications of meeting in person. Thus, Jiang Nan couldn't pretend to be naive. Soon, after a span of 40 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Nanjing Pavilion community. The Pagani Huayra gracefully rolled into the underground garage of the quaint villa Jiang Nan had purchased in the old city. "My dear, this community must be quite expensive, right?" As they exited the car, Meng Qingqiu immediately sidled up to Jiang Nan, linking her arm with his, exuding a sweetness typical of young couples. "The property prices here aren't exorbitant, just a few tens of thousands," Jiang Nan replied, making his way toward the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Nan continued without pausing, heading straight to the second floor. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 1. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 2. Affection for Meng Qingqiu 3. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's affection for Jiang Nan had surged to an impressive 90 points. With her stunning looks at a score of 96, it seemed increasingly difficult for her affection to rise any further. At this moment, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan leisurely lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Taking a gentle drag and exhaling, a smile of indescribable joy spread across Jiang Nan's face. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Jiang Nan retrieved it, finding a message from the landlord's wife. Landlord's wife. It appears that someone has finally met their online partner. Hasn't he? Jiang Nan. Indeed. Landlord's wife. Have you secured her? Jiang Nan. Absolutely. Jiang Nan. Sending a picture. Simultaneously, in a modest apartment in the old city, the landlord's wife, assisting her mother in the kitchen, felt her cheeks flush upon seeing the photo. "Goodness, this rascal," she murmured to herself. "Chiching, Chiching, pass me the chopsticks." Her mother called out, noticing her daughter's distraction. "What are you so engrossed in? And why is your face so red? Goodness, are you coming down with something?" "Mom, I'm fine. It's just a bit warm in the kitchen," the landlord's wife quickly replied, tucking her phone away and fanning herself, feigning ease. "Go outside and keep company with Xiaoying. I'll handle things in here," her mother insisted, pushing her out of the kitchen. "All right." Once outside, the landlord's wife let out a long breath, fanning herself to regain her composure before returning to her chat with Jiang Nan, sending a voice message in a hushed tone. "I'll see you in a few days." The second of the voice message was brief and quiet. "Okay," Jiang Nan replied with a single word. "Stay busy." The landlord's wife messaged back. "Rest assured," Jiang Nan replied with a confident smile. At that moment, the water in the bathroom ceased. A few minutes later, Meng Qingqiu emerged from the bathroom clad in a pink JK uniform, instantly capturing Jiang Nan's attention. "Darling, how do you like my outfit for today?" Meng Qingqiu asked. Noticing Jiang Nan's mesmerized expression, she smiled, twirled around, and playfully blew him a kiss. Chapter 50. The cool goddess need not always remain aloof. Beautiful? It is beyond beautiful. Jiang Nan stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Instantly, Meng Qingqiu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nodded, murmuring, "Let us talk about it later tonight." Ha. Seeing Meng Qingqiu's bashfully enchanting demeanor only made Jiang Nan's affection grow. "Darling, let me do my makeup properly. You go downstairs and wait for me," Meng Qingqiu said, planting a kiss on Jiang Nan's cheek. Okay. Jiang Nan understood that Meng Qingqiu wished to surprise him. After all, she was already breathtaking without makeup. If she truly put effort into her appearance, it would be nothing short of astonishing. With that, he settled onto the living room sofa on the first floor, crossing his legs while pulling out his phone. Ding. Just as he did, a notification popped up. It was already past 1 o'clock. Had they not spent 2 hours, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu would have already had lunch. At that moment, a live stream notification appeared. Not from Lin Man, nor from Su Yun, but from Jiang Yan. Regarding the young lady Jiang Yan, it must be said that Jiang Nan's interest is indeed quite substantial. After all, she is a striking beauty, scoring a remarkable 92 in looks, and her figure is nothing short of breathtaking. What man could possibly remain unaffected? Consequently, Jiang Nan ventured into Douyin, contemplating for a moment before deciding to invest 1 million into the platform. Within moments, 10 million Dou coins were credited to his account without the slightest delay. Once the recharge was complete, he entered Jiang Yan's livestream room. "Good afternoon, everyone. I will officially begin my broadcast on Douyin today," Jiang Yan's cool voice echoed as he entered the room. Upon noticing Jiang Nan's account, which bore the level 63, her gaze immediately fixed upon the ID smoke and rain Jiang Nan, and an unprecedented smile graced her exquisite, frosty visage. Her voice, tinged with a hint of emotional fluctuation, continued, "Welcome, esteemed brother Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan, to the livestream." As she spoke, she clicked on his profile. IP address, Jiang City. Upon realizing Jiang Nan's IP was from Jiang City, an image of the sunny gentleman she had fortuitously met days prior, who had added her on WeChat. Instantly flashed in her mind. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. While Jiang Yin was still in a daze, Jiang Nan had already begun showering her with gifts. When she regained her senses, she witnessed the entire live stream flooded with the dazzling effects of the carnival gifts. 100 carnivals. Thank you, boss, for the 100 carnivals. The surprise arrived so abruptly that Jiang Yin, who had never before received such an abundance of gifts, covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, even the cool goddess is not perpetually aloof. Just like the current Jiang Yin, who, although initially cool and with a face as expressionless as a dead cat, could not help but brighten up upon seeing the 100 carnivals valued at 300,000. She sweetly chimed, "Thank you, Brother Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan, for the 100 carnivals. Thank you." While speaking, she hurriedly followed the account of this esteemed brother. The impact of the 300,000 worth of gifts left her somewhat dazed. Never before had she expressed such a soft tone, nor shown such a sweet smile. Wow, that smile truly isn't something one would see often. It's excessively captivating. The comments flooded the live stream. So do you like her? Absolutely. Whether it's the aloof Jiang Yin or the sweet Jiang Yin, she is my goddess. At that moment, Jiang Yin's sweet voice resounded in the live stream. Yes. I met you near the university town last time, and we added each other on WeChat. Jiang Nan did not play the role of a stranger. He directly revealed his identity. Upon reading Jiang Nan's comment, Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned. Soon, her face displayed a look of astonishment. Could it really be that sunny gentleman from before? Thus, the Porsche Cayenne beside him truly belonged to him. Favorability towards Jiang Yin, 15. Despite spending 300,000, his favorability had not increased even a bit. Yet, merely revealing his identity earned him 15 points. Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. This woman seemed to be an unwavering and resolute beauty enthusiast. I truly didn't expect it to be you. The moment I saw your ID and IP, I immediately thought of you. I never anticipated it would genuinely be you. Jiang Yan's tone grew more animated as she began to express her gratitude. Your 100 carnivals left me a bit dazed. Haha, after all, I've never received so many gifts before. Is that so? Jiang Nan chuckled lightly and sent another comment. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan has gifted the host a Carnival 1. The carnivals began to flood the screen once more. This time, it surpassed 100 and surged to 200. In just a few minutes of broadcasting, Jiang Yin received 300 carnivals, with the total gift value amounting to an astonishing 900,000. After the share and tax deductions, she would still net over 300,000. Jiang Yan's favorability, 10. Oh, another 600,000 spent, effortlessly increasing her favorability by 10 points. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Jiang Yan's favorability towards him had now reached a commendable 35 points. With a little more effort, it seemed that reaching 90 points would not be too distant a goal. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan, for the additional 200 carnivals. I am truly grateful. In the live stream, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed as she stood up from her seat. At this moment, Jiang Nan also took note of her attire. It was quite similar to their first meeting, the only difference being the stockings adorning her slender legs. Previously, she had worn over-the-knee white socks, but this time she sported white 0D pantyhose, which complemented her flawless legs and outfit, creating a sight that could captivate not only men, but even women who appreciated beauty. It was universally appealing. Jiang Nan could only say this. Continue with your live stream. I merely came to see you. I'm about to have my meal now. We'll chat on WeChat later. With 1 million dough coins still remaining, he sent Jiang Yin 33 more carnivals before dispatching the last 10,000 dough coins as a red envelope, and subsequently exited the live stream. As he withdrew from the live stream, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the expenditure. You have earned a 5-fold rebate, 5 million yuan, having gained an additional 4 million. Jiang Nan felt no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. At that moment, a message notification popped up on his WeChat. Glancing at it, he recognized it was from Jiang Yin, whom he had never contacted since adding her. Brother Jiang Nan, could I invite you to dinner tonight? Jiang Yin's message arrived. Upon reading it, it was evident what her intentions were. With her favorability towards Jiang Nan at 35 points, this was no small feat should Jiang Nan express any interest in her. She would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to advance their relationship, thus further elevating her favorability. This was something Jiang Nan was quite confident about. I'm busy tonight. I have some matters to attend to over the next few days. How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? After contemplating, he settled on this response, effectively declining her while suggesting a future invitation. This back and forth would prevent any negative emotions from arising in her. Jiang Yan's favorability, 2. As anticipated, with his well-crafted response, her favorability increased by another 2 points. All right, just let me know when you finish your matters, Brother Jiang Nan. I am free anytime in the near future. This sentence was sent via voice message, the sound echoing hollowly, likely a response hastily delivered during a trip to the restroom. Moreover, regarding the phrase recently, she may not have even realized she emphasized it slightly more than necessary. Jiang Nan immediately sensed this nuance, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. The emphasis on recently was merely an invitation for him to ask her out on the 520th, wasn't it? Very well. Jiang Nan casually replied, I'm off to have lunch. We'll chat later. On the day of 520, he remained uncertain about his availability, though. The landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man. Logically, he should prioritize asking Jiang Yan out. Yet, in the hierarchy of his affections, Jiang Yan still obediently ranked as fourth, or rather, fifth. Speaking of this fifth position, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel astonished. How little time had passed since he transitioned from a complete nobody to now possessing over 100 million in savings, luxury cars, and grand residences. Not to mention 4 stunning companions, each with a beauty rating above 90. The velocity of his growth was beyond mere exaggeration. Please, go have your meal and we'll chat later, Brother Jiang Nan. Upon reading Jiang Yan's message, he promptly exited WeChat and ventured into the kitchen to glance inside the fridge. As expected, a variety of beers and beverages awaited him. These items could remain refrigerated for some time without concern. He retrieved a can of soda, checked the expiration date, and upon finding no issues, popped it open. With a satisfying hiss, he took a few gulps, reveling in the refreshment. An ice-cold soda was indeed delightful, causing a smile to spread across Jiang Nan's face. Exiting the kitchen, he noticed he had consumed more than half of the soda when footsteps echoed from the second floor. Clattering down the stairs, Jiang Nan quickened his pace. Standing at the foot of the staircase, gazing upward, the moment Meng Qingqiu appeared in full view, his breath hitched slightly. Her hair was braided into 2 elegant twists, resting gracefully on her chest, and her enchanting face bore minimal makeup. Just a touch of foundation sufficed. What stood out were her expertly applied eyeshadows, which accentuated her alluring fox-like eyes to perfection. But that wasn't the crux of it. The most striking feature was the small sparkles adorning the corners of her eyes, complemented by her blue irises, lending her an exotic charm. Marvelous. This so-called pure and alluring beauty online pales in comparison to my Qiuqiu. Jiang Nan found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. This striking beauty, rated a dazzling 96, was indeed formidable. Darling. A voice chimed. Jiang Nan's gaze was drawn to her rosy, slightly glossy lips, and he couldn't help but swallow again. The woman wore a mirror-like lip gloss that made her lips glisten enticingly with every word, irresistibly drawing attention. Unmatched. Jiang Nan could only describe Meng Qingqiu in such terms. At that moment, she epitomized her extraordinary beauty to the fullest. Before long, Meng Qingqiu descended the stairs, effortlessly wrapping her arm around Jiang Nan's, her head nuzzling against his shoulder. What's the matter? Jiang Nan asked softly, pulling her slender waist closer. Darling, Qiuqiu is hungry. She pouted, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. Too adorable. Meng Qingqiu's demeanor nearly melted Jiang Nan's heart. This woman truly exemplified the essence of sweetness, elegance, and playfulness. Let us go? Unable to resist, Jiang Nan leaned down to kiss her lips, then waved his hand as they proceeded to the underground parking garage. Once inside the car, he drove out slowly. Boom. Minutes later, in the heart of the old city, a sleek black Pagani Huayra sped past, causing pedestrians on both sides to halt in their tracks, their faces filled with astonishment. What shall we eat? Jiang Nan inquired. Spicy hot pot. I've been longing for the spicy hot pot in Jiangqing. Meng Qingqiu replied, her cheeks flushed. Longing? Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise. When I visited last year, I tried that hot pot place you always raved about, and it truly was delicious. She said, oh, that place. Jiang Nan instantly recognized it. It was merely 1,000 meters from the landlady's community. I see. He was well acquainted with the routes in the old city, and, after a 10-minute drive, arrived at a street. Slowing down considerably, he soon stopped in front of a shop. The moment the Pagani came to a halt, all eyes within 100 meters immediately turned toward it. Meanwhile, turning a corner, Su Yun, dressed in a cheongsam and accompanied by her daughter in nude stockings, strolled by with a smile. At that moment, the little girl pointed excitedly ahead, exclaiming, Mommy, look at that cool car. Chapter 52. The first encounter between Su Yun and Meng Qingqiu. What a cool car. Su Yun chuckled, glancing forward. Just a glance, and her eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the passenger seat, causing her expression to shift to one of disbelief. An uncomfortable pang of jealousy spread within her. Despite knowing Jiang Nan would never belong to her alone, witnessing this scene firsthand stirred emotions she couldn't suppress. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan stepped out of the car, his gaze drifting towards Su Yun, who appeared dejected. What a coincidence. However, he paid her little mind, playfully winking at her. At that moment, Su Yun, noticing Jiang Nan's wink, felt her gloomy mood inexplicably lift. At least he didn't ignore me. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. Meng Qingxiu walked over, wrapping her arm around Jiang Nan's, and they began to stroll. Wow, that sister is so beautiful. And that brother is so handsome too. As they moved, they crossed paths at the hot pot entrance. Su Yun, holding her daughter's hand, quickly admonished, Nana, why are you shouting? After correcting her daughter, she turned to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu, giving an apologetic smile. Children can be a bit noisy. Sister, it's perfectly fine. What a lovely little girl. Meng Qingxiu smiled, unbothered, casting a few more glances at the young, beautiful mother before her gaze shifted to the little girl, who resembled a porcelain doll with her twin ponytails. Unable to resist, she bent down and gently ruffled the girl's hair. Hee, thank you, sister. The little girl was quite polite. As for Meng Qingxiu's bowing figure, it naturally remained oblivious to the flirtatious exchanges occurring between Jiang Nan and Su Yun at that moment. All right, little girl, say goodbye to your brother and sister, Su Yun said, her cheeks slightly flushed as Meng Qingxiu straightened up. Indeed, the sensation of exchanging glances with someone in front of their legitimate partner was decidedly peculiar. Goodbye, brother and sister. The little girl cheerfully waved her hand and was led away by Su Yun. However, the little one turned back multiple times, appearing somewhat reluctant to part. How adorable that little girl was. Meng Qingxiu couldn't help but glance back a few more times, unable to suppress her admiration. Our daughter will surely be just as delightful, Jiang Nan remarked, wrapping his arm around Meng Qingxiu's slender waist, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she will. Meng Qingxiu replied without a hint of shyness. There is a saying that goes, if you truly love someone, you should bear them little ones. Meng Qingxiu found her affection for Jiang Nan ever deepening, wishing fervently to bear him 7, 8, or even 11 children. As this striking couple entered the quaint little shop, they had just arrived in a remarkably handsome sports car, which had drawn the attention of all the diners indulging in spicy hot pot within. So beautiful. Is she a fairy? Which star is she? This handsome guy isn't bad either. Truly a match made in heaven. Goodness, the world is still predominantly filled with NPCs. We can easily discern the presence of the leading couple among the crowd, mere onlookers who can only gasp in awe. Hey, that statement is a bit too truthful. Whispers started to circulate. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingxiu found an empty spot to sit down. What would the handsome couple like to eat? An enthusiastic aunt approached with a menu, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. It must be said, Jiang Nan's allure was indeed remarkable. Potato slices, seaweed, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingxiu promptly placed her order and concluded with a cheerful, thank you, medium spicy. Certainly, the aunt replied, repeating the order to confirm. Then added with a smile, please wait a moment. Thank you, Meng Qingxiu said again. Oh my, this beautiful lady is truly too polite. I'll secretly add a bit more for you. The aunt chuckled, her charm undeniable. Once the aunt departed, Meng Qingxiu burst into a fit of laughter. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded, noting how the aunts in the dining establishments of Jiangsheng were generally very warm-hearted, especially when they sprinkled in their dialect with less fluent Mandarin, which was rather amusing. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and time seemed to have flown by far too quickly. At that moment, Meng Qingxiu glanced at the pink watch on her wrist, a look of surprise crossing her face. In her memory, it felt as if she had just disembarked from a plane. Little did she know, several hours had already passed since her arrival in Jiangxing. As a thought crossed her mind, she shyly glanced at Jiang Nan. It seemed that those 2 hours of joyous moments had indeed consumed the most time and energy. When one is with the right person, time always seems to pass by in the blink of an eye, Jiang Nan remarked with a smile. Indeed, joyful moments are always fleeting. After this weekend, I don't know when I'll have the chance to see you again, Meng Qingxiu lamented, knowing that finals were just over a month away, leaving her with little free time to visit Jiang Nan again. No worries, I have plenty of free time. I can always come to the Magic City to see you, Jiang Nan reassured her, gently taking her hand and patting it comfortingly. That sounds wonderful. When you come, I'll introduce you to my best friend Yao Yao, who I've known since childhood. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed excitedly. She is also a stunning beauty and an extraordinary academic achiever. Is that so? Jiang Nan chuckled, not overly expressing his interest in Meng Qingxiu's dear friend Yao Yao. It said that best friends often don't like their best friend's boyfriends? Not at all. My darling is so handsome and outstanding. He is not your average man. I'm more worried that Yao Yao might take a liking to you, Meng Qingxiu said proudly. Ha. Jiang Nan merely smiled. Before long, they began to eat. As a couple, they shared a large bowl of spicy hot pot, chatting and laughing, the half hour slipping away in no time. This is delicious. Meng Qingxiu exclaimed, setting down her chopsticks, her face aglow with satisfaction. She had longed for this spicy hot pot for a whole year, and finally, today, her wish had been fulfilled. Darling, once you're full, you'll easily feel drowsy. Meng Qingxiu elegantly wiped her lips, squinting her eyes playfully at Jiang Nan. Chapter 53. Transformations through Body Modification Liquid, a world-altering change. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke while gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. A soft hum came from behind, and Jiang Nan turned to see Meng Qingxiu peacefully asleep, a sweet smile gracing her face, prompting a gentle smile to appear on his own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table vibrated suddenly. Jiang Nan glanced at it to see it was Meng Qingxiu's phone. Noticing her brow furrow slightly, he walked over and checked the incoming call. Yao Yao. Who is it? Meng Qingxiu mumbled, half awake. It should be your best friend Yao Yao, Jiang Nan replied. Darling, can you answer it for me? Tell her I'm sleeping. And I'll call her back once I wake up, Meng Qingxiu said casually before falling silent again. Jiang Nan picked up the phone and answered the call. Hey, you little rascal, why did you take so long to answer the phone? As soon as the call connected, Yao Yao's voice rang out, sweet and lively. I'm Jiang Nan, Qiuqiu's boyfriend. She is currently asleep and said she'd call you back once she wakes up. Jiang Nan spoke softly. What? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yao Yao's voice rose in pitch, her astonishment palpable. You two are sleeping together. Clearly, Yao Yao was taken aback by the fact that the two had shared a bed during their first encounter, finding it hard to believe. What's wrong? Jiang Nan countered. With 2.5 years of online relationship as a foundation, it was perfectly normal for them to reach such a milestone upon meeting in person. Not to exaggerate, Jiang Nan didn't claim to be excessively wealthy or extraordinarily handsome. Truth be told, Meng Qingxiu might not have rejected the idea of engaging in intimate activities with him. After all, Meng Qingxiu was a woman who valued feelings above all. As long as Jiang Nan wasn't physically lacking or repulsive, it was only natural. This was also why, after Meng Qingxiu secretly met Jiang Nan last year, she would still propose to meet in person again this year. No, it's just a bit unbelievable, Yao Yao admitted, still in shock. The two had been inseparable friends since childhood, traversing the paths of kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, and now university, even sharing the same dormitory. In this vast world, if she considered herself the second most knowledgeable about Meng Qingxiu, then undoubtedly, no one could claim the title of the first. Even Meng Qingxiu's family could not fathom her as deeply as this devoted friend did. Thus, her astonishment was profound. I shall awaken and respond to you later, Jiang Nan softly declared. All right, please take good care of my Qiuqiu, came Yao Yao's voice, filled with earnestness. Without a doubt, Jiang Nan replied with a smile before ending the call. He placed his phone on the bedside table, just as Meng Qingxiu inadvertently turned over, and he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead before quietly exiting the master bedroom. Descending to the first floor, Jiang Nan extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray and settled onto the sofa. System, display my character attribute panel. He called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 7 billion. Abilities, insight, indestructible physique, master-level piano proficiency. Items, Portia Qian, Pagani Huayra, body modification serum. Life encounter, a grand gift awaits on the day of his 22nd birthday. In an instant, a 3D virtual character attribute panel materialized before him. With 7 billion in savings, the pace of progress was indeed swift. The body modification serum, Jiang Nan thought, and a dark green vial appeared in his hand. After gently shaking it, an extraordinary gleam flickered in his eyes. Immediately, he rose from the sofa and made his way to the bathroom on the first floor, filling the bathtub with water. Soon, the tub was filled to about 80%, and Jiang Nan poured the body modification serum into it. In mere moments, the clear water transformed into a deep emerald hue. Without a second thought, he disrobed and stepped into the tub. Is an hour sufficient? He pondered inwardly. Yes, host. The system replied. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. 20 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. By now, the emerald water had receded by a small portion, indicating that much of the serum had been absorbed by his body. Yet, the crucial point was that he felt invigorated, a sense of vitality swelling within him, an indescribable sensation that left him utterly amazed. He closed his eyes once more, and in another 40 minutes, he did not immediately open them, instead waiting for several seconds before doing so slowly. What an incredible sensation. Every part of my body feels imbued with inexhaustible strength, Jiang Nan exclaimed, raising his right hand to clench his fist, producing a resounding crack. For reasons unknown, He felt an overwhelming certainty that with a single punch, he could fell a wild bull. Goodness, such a thought is rather inflated. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that it might indeed hold a kernel of truth. At that moment, Jiang Nan realized a more pressing issue. His skin was as luminous and smooth as porcelain, almost radiating a faint glow. Paired with his impeccably sculpted physique, he resembled a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. How outrageous! As Jiang Nan marveled at the remarkable transformation brought about by the body modification serum. The bathroom door was gently pushed open. "Darling, are you in there?" Meng Qingqiu's vibrant voice rang out, clearly revitalized after an hour's rest. "Yes," Jiang Nan responded, just as he prepared to rise from the bathtub. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu had already approached the curtain. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtain, playfully inquiring, "It's just the two of us at home. Why bother with the curtain? Are you trying to hide from me?" As the curtain fully parted, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Jiang Nan standing nude in the bathtub, her voice ascending several octaves. "Darling, your physique and skin appear to have improved significantly since earlier," Meng Qingqiu exclaimed in excitement, rushing forward to caress his sculpted form, her expression one of sheer astonishment. With a gentle tap, she produced a sound akin to steel, her mouth forming annoying utter disbelief at his physique. Jiang Nan chuckled, then dried himself with a towel and dressed before lifting Meng Qingqiu into a princess carry, exiting the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around his neck, her adoring gaze conveying a desire for more joyful moments together. Upon reaching the living room, Jiang Nan set her down and stretched his body. Suddenly, a series of small pops echoed from him. "What was that sound?" Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "You can't possibly be telling me that this world has martial arts like in the movies? Whatever are you thinking?" Jiang Nan teased, playfully pinching her delicate nose and giving it a gentle flick. "I merely maintain a regular exercise routine, and after indulging in my special medicinal bath, I merely stretched." Which resulted in that effect. He stretched once more, this time producing no sound. "That's still quite impressive," Meng Qingqiu remarked, embracing Jiang Nan, her cheek resting against his chest. Listening to the rhythmic beat of his strong heart, her face gradually flushing with warmth. "I wish I could hold you like this forever. It feels so safe." Jiang Nan stroked her head affectionately, smiling as he replied, "That day is not far off. Once you graduate, we shall be inseparable every day." "Yay!" Meng Qingqiu laughed joyfully. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from Jiang Nan's stomach. "Hungry?" He chuckled. "Yes, I didn't have a proper meal earlier, and with all the energy expended, I'm feeling quite famished," Meng Qingqiu admitted with a shy smile. It was indeed her fault, being both playful and inexperienced in the kitchen. But how could she resist? It was simply too delightful. After a brief tidying up, the two soon set off into the world beyond. During this peak hour, within the heart of the old town, it took nearly 40 minutes to find a parking spot at a restaurant, as there was no intention of heading elsewhere. Time had flown by, and it was already 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu, linking arms with Jiang Nan, glanced at the clock in disbelief. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the swift passage of time. Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu realized her bag was not in the car. "Darling, please wait a moment," she exclaimed at the restaurant's entrance. "What do you need?" Jiang Nan asked, slightly surprised. "Just wait for me. I'll be right back," Meng Qingqiu said with a mysterious smile, releasing Jiang Nan's arm and briskly heading towards the parking spot where the Pagani Huayra awaited. Jiang Nan could only shake his head and smile. "Xiao Man, how about we go karaoke tonight? I have a few good friends who have never met you, and fortuitously, everyone is free this weekend. What do you say?" Just then, a couple emerged from the restaurant, their voices rising. "All right, but I have to go home tonight. There's a curfew," came the woman's delicate voice. "Fine," the man replied with a hint of resignation. Quickly, their footsteps approached, and they stood beside Jiang Nan. "I'll call a Didi," the man said. "Go ahead." The woman responded casually, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan, her breath taken away by his striking profile. "Wow, is he really that handsome?" Wang Xiaoman's favorability level, 50. Jiang Nan was momentarily lost in thought when a system notification echoed in his mind, startling him into looking around. Soon, his gaze met that of a woman nearby. "Are you Jiang Nan?" Wang Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes widening in recognition. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's familiar yet markedly refined features, she quickly identified him as her high school deskmate. "You are." Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback when this woman, who appeared to score around 60 points in attractiveness, called his name. It was somewhat impressive that she could recognize him after just a few glances. "I'm Wang Xiaoman." She cheerfully introduced herself. "Wang Xiaoman," Jiang Nan mused, suddenly recalling her, and he broke into a smile. "It's you, old classmate." Indeed, he had not genuinely remembered her at first. "Right, we were deskmates in high school. They say girls change a lot, but you've changed just as much. With looks like yours, you could easily debut." Wang Xiaoman gazed at Jiang Nan with admiration, showering him with compliments. Meanwhile, the man beside her wore a visibly dark expression. His girlfriend had never shown him such warmth, and now she was so enthusiastic about a high school classmate. Frankly, which man could tolerate such a situation? The car will be here soon, Xiaoman. Let us wait over there, he suggested, forcing a smile despite the growing frustration of having spent so much time, energy, and money pursuing her, yet still feeling unappreciated. Can't you see I'm talking to an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman frowned impatiently at her boyfriend before turning back to Jiang Nan with a bright smile. Jiang Nan, why don't we exchange WeChat? I'd love to treat you to a meal sometime and reminisce about our high school adventures. At her words, the man's expression darkened. Wang Xiaoman, are you really asking me to tolerate this? Inviting another man out in front of me, do you think I can just let it slide? At that moment, he wasn't angry at Jiang Nan. He recognized that the issue lay solely with Wang Xiaoman. Why are you so uptight, Jiang Yang? I'm just catching up with an old classmate. Wang Xiaoman retorted fiercely, clearly irritated. I've long wanted to break up. You never take me out for a decent meal. It's only because I begged you for this one that you finally agreed. After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned back to Jiang Nan, a warm smile illuminating her face. Jiang Nan, are you here for dinner too? I think today is the perfect day to celebrate. I didn't eat enough earlier, so let me treat you. The stark contrast in her demeanor left Jiang Nan both amused and bemused. What a peculiar situation. He unwittingly became the catalyst for the unraveling of a couple, simply by virtue of his striking appearance. Chapter 55. A Call from the Landlady. Jiang Yang's expression darkened as he shot a furious glance at Wang Xiaoman, finally seeing her true colors. With a dismissive gesture, he turned to leave. Humph. Wang Xiaoman scoffed, preparing to extend another invitation to Jiang Nan. Darling. Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu's voice broke through the moment. With light footsteps, she approached. A vision of beauty from a different realm, her enchanting smile as she jogged towards Jiang Nan. In an instant, Meng Qingqiu reached Jiang Nan's side, holding a delicate little bag, leaning against him with affection, and smiling at Wang Xiaoman as she spoke. Darling, this is an old classmate, Jiang Nan replied, nodding at Wang Xiaoman with a smile before guiding Meng Qingqiu into the restaurant. It took Wang Xiaoman a moment to regain her senses, only to find that Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu had vanished from sight. Damn it, my future husband. Wang Xiaoman's face fell, and she emerged with a dejected expression, looking around for her boyfriend. When she couldn't find him, her brows furrowed in concern as she hastily pulled out her phone to message Jiang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared on her screen, rendering her face pale as she realized what had transpired. For Jiang Nan, this incident was merely a trivial interlude, leaving no lasting impression. At this moment, on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu were seated in a cozy booth. The ambience was quite pleasant. Meng Qingqiu cast a glance around the small room, which measured no more than 10 square meters. Yet it was adorned with an exquisite warmth that dispelled any sense of oppression. Of course, one need only consider who had chosen this place. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. TCH. Meng Qingqiu shot him a glance before taking the initiative to pick up her phone and scan the QR code on the table to place an order. Observing this, Jiang Nan refrained from insisting on scanning the code himself. After scanning, Meng Qingqiu promptly handed the phone to Jiang Nan, saying, Darling, take a look at what you'd like to eat. Her obedient demeanor elicited a smile from Jiang Nan, who replied, Go ahead and order. I have no dietary restrictions. All right. Meng Qingqiu began to select items. Jiang Nan then glanced at her delicate little purse resting on the small table and inquired, What is this? Guess. Meng Qingqiu paused for a moment. Then without waiting for Jiang Nan to respond, exclaimed cheerfully, This is my 520 gift for you. Just this single phrase made Jiang Nan blush unexpectedly. Goodness. Since Meng Qingqiu had been by his side all day, it was implausible that she had secretly purchased a gift. This meant she had prepared this present well in advance, back in the bustling metropolis. And what about him? Cough, cough. The mere thought of this filled Jiang Nan with a pang of guilt. Most importantly, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu was looking at him with a hint of expectation in her eyes, intensifying his feelings of remorse. Darling, didn't you prepare a 520 gift for your favorite Qiu in advance? Meng Qingqiu teased with a playful smile. Cough, cough. Jiang Nan cleared his throat, ready to speak. Humph, I knew you must have forgotten to prepare anything. Meng Qingqiu promptly retrieved an item from her exquisite little purse, a beautifully crafted blue gift box. Upon opening it, they revealed a pair of couple watches, one red and one blue. Although the brand was unrecognizable, their exquisite craftsmanship suggested a considerable value. Even if they were from an obscure brand, they were undoubtedly high-end custom couple watches. Meng Qingqiu took out the blue watch and gestured for Jiang Nan to remove his watch. Jiang Nan obliged, taking off his green Rolex. And Meng Qingqiu immediately placed the blue watch on his wrist. She admired it from various angles, then bent down to kiss his hand, laughing. My darling has such beautiful hands. They're incredibly charming. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. No wonder she had made that request earlier in the afternoon. Turns out, she was quite fond of hands. This watch must not be cheap, right? Jiang Nan mused as he examined the blue timepiece on his wrist. The strap may not appear particularly luxurious, but the watch contained several sparkling diamonds. Moreover, the stainless steel case was coated with a layer of dazzling platinum, exuding a unique beauty. A tad pricier than your green Rolex, he remarked. Meng Qingqiu also removed her pink watch, placing both the green Rolex and her watch back into the little gift box. Then donned the red couple watch with a bright smile, exclaiming, "They match perfectly. Red and blue have always been a classic pairing. Your taste is commendable." Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. "Of course, just look at who my wife is." Meng Qingqiu chuckled. "Whose wife?" Jiang Nan queried. "Darling's wife." "And who is Darling?" "Annoying." Meng Qingqiu is Jiang Nan's wife. Their playful banter as a couple was particularly delightful. The meal concluded rather swiftly, encompassing approximately an hour, including waiting and dining. By the time they exited the restaurant, the sky had darkened significantly. This day had passed far too quickly. In the car, Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt and rolled down the window, gazing at the dark night sky with a wry smile. "I feel like I haven't accomplished anything today. It's just flown by. I'll stay another day tomorrow, but the day after, I must return. Oh dear, I shouldn't think about it. The moment I do, I feel on the verge of emo. No worries. I'll come to find you in the metropolis after a while." Jiang Nan gently grasped Meng Qingqiu's hand. His voice soft. "All right." Meng Qingqiu leaned over and pecked Jiang Nan on the cheek. Vroom. The car roared to life. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone that Jiang Nan had habitually set aside began to vibrate. In an instant, his heart skipped a beat. Typically, no one called him. However, things had changed in recent days. Ignoring the call would only arouse more suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan turned to the curious Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat and said, "I'm driving. Could you answer the phone?" Meng Qingqiu blinked, picked up the phone to check, and said, "It's a call from the landlord's wife. Should I answer?" Upon hearing it was the landlord's wife, Jiang Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded, "Go ahead." Thankfully, it was a phone call rather than a WeChat message. Otherwise, if Meng Qingqiu accessed his WeChat, that would be a disaster. Chapter 56. The Dark Side of Human Nature. The first insight into same-sex relations. As the call connected, Jiang Nan, the moment it was answered, the anxious voice of the landlord's wife immediately filled the air. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingqiu switched to speaker mode, and Jiang Nan promptly responded as he drove. "Xiaoying is missing." The landlord's wife's voice trembled with panic. She was just in the neighborhood, and then she suddenly vanished. "I'm frantic. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared right now." "It's all right, Xiaojia. We're on our way," Jiang Nan said, taking a deep breath. Sensing the gravity of the situation, "I'm really sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends. With this happening, you're the only one I could think to turn to for help." Despite her current panic, upon hearing the landlord's wife found reassurance in knowing Jiang Nan was with someone, thus refraining from saying anything that might cause misunderstanding. "Sister, don't mention it. You've given me a discount on rent before, so I'm truly grateful. Just send me your location, and I'll be right there," Jiang Nan replied solemnly. "I'm in the neighborhood where I live," the landlord's wife said urgently. "Got it. I'll be there immediately." Jiang Nan hung up decisively. Meng Qingqiu placed the phone down, her expression turning grave as she softly remarked, "In this day and age, there shouldn't be any human traffickers, right? With surveillance everywhere. As long as the police are notified promptly, nothing should happen. It's hard to say, those old-fashioned neighborhoods often lack surveillance. If someone were to throw a bag over her and run off, no one would know." Jiang Nan's brow furrowed in concern. "True," Meng Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Soon, Jiang Nan accelerated, and within no time, they arrived back at the neighborhood. Parking the car beneath the building they had rented, he spotted the landlord's wife looking frantic not far away. "Sister Xia." Jiang Nan waved his hand and called out. Instantly, upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the landlord's wife turned to him as if she had found her anchor, her expression shifting from panic to hope. The moment she laid eyes on him as he emerged from a Pagani Huayra, her countenance first revealed astonishment, swiftly followed by the sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman disembarking from the passenger seat, causing her pupils to dilate in surprise. My heavens, this girl is extraordinarily stunning. Even the landlady felt a twinge of inferiority at that moment. In terms of both demeanor and beauty, this enchanting maiden eclipsed all others. As the two parties met, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but steal glances at the elegant sister clad in high-waisted jeans, her face adorned with awe. "I truly apologize for intruding upon your romantic rendezvous," the landlady expressed with heartfelt sincerity. "Sister Xia, There will always be time for dates. Finding Xiaoying is of utmost importance at present. Wouldn't you agree, Qingqiu? Jiang Nan interjected. Indeed, Sister Xia, please don't fret. Once Uncle Mao arrives, we shall surely locate the little girl swiftly, Meng Qingqiu hastily added. Sister Xia, have you searched the community yet? Jiang Nan inquired. I've scoured the area thoroughly, but alas, I have found no trace of Xiaoying. I even questioned the children playing nearby, yet none have seen her, the landlady lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just moments ago, she had been engaged in a brief phone call with Xiaoying's grandmother, only to discover that the little girl had vanished while playing by herself. The weight of guilt settled heavily upon her. If anything were to happen to Xiaoying, she feared she would never again experience a peaceful night's sleep. Qingqiu, chat with Sister Xia while we await Uncle Mao. I shall conduct a search, Jiang Nan said upon hearing the landlady's words. With a keen sense of intuition, Jiang Nan cast a meaningful glance at Meng Qingqiu before setting off to explore the community. This quaint, old-fashioned neighborhood comprised merely 4 buildings, with simple patches of grass and a fountain rockery at the back entrance. Could it be that those mischievous children have led the little girl astray? As Jiang Nan wandered, he spotted several boys playing on a slide, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He recognized these rascals. They had previously bullied Xiaoying. The malice inherent in human nature, especially among these unruly youths, was palpable. Without proper guidance from their guardians, they were likely to stray further from the path of righteousness. Jiang Nan approached the boys with purposeful strides. Upon noticing him, the group instantly turned their attention towards him. There was an unsettling calmness about Jiang Nan, one that seemed almost unnatural. Have you seen Xiaoying? He inquired, narrowing his eyes at them, fully aware of the little girl's name. No, we haven't. Why are you asking us? If she's missing, go report it or ask Uncle Mao, replied a slightly taller boy, bewildered. I never said the little girl was missing, Jiang Nan retorted, his gaze locking onto the taller boy with an intensity that sent a chill down the latter's spine. The other boys exchanged uneasy glances, but the taller one remained unfazed, taunting. You seem rather foolish, asking such a question. Isn't it obvious she has gone? Most adults would find it intolerable to be provoked by a mere child, likely resorting to violence. Yet Jiang Nan merely squinted, casting a penetrating glare at the boy. The fierce intensity of his gaze caused the taller boy to instinctively step back, his earlier bravado faltering. I warn you, should you strike me without cause, consider the public backlash you may face, he threatened. Public backlash? Jiang Nan let out a cold laugh at the mere mention of those words. At this juncture, he was increasingly convinced that Xiaoying's disappearance was intricately linked to these boys. Without hesitation, he employed an insight technique on the taller boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Favorability, 100 points. Life encounter, recently implicated in the kidnapping of a little girl, currently detained in a juvenile facility. Inner thoughts, no matter how you think, you'll never guess that I've hidden that little wretch, Xiaoying, on my rooftop terrace. What? Upon receiving this revelation, astonishment washed over Jiang Nan's features. The attributes displayed for Zhang Dong and the others were markedly distinct from his own. Zhang Dong, I know you, Jiang Nan stated coolly. Are you trying to conceal something by lying about your age? What? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Dong's eyes, though he feigned composure. You can't intimidate me. Even if I've misrepresented my age, what can you do about it? Indeed, what can I do? Jiang Nan chuckled, glancing toward the rooftops of the remaining 3 buildings. As his gaze swept over the area, Zhang Dong and his companions grew tense, mirroring his scrutiny. Jiang Nan's keen observation revealed their lingering gaze upon the building to his left, confirming where the little girl was likely hidden. Without delay, he retrieved his phone and dialed the landlady. I was just about to call you, Jiang Nan. Uncle Mao has arrived. How are things on your end? The landlady answered promptly, her voice laced with urgency. I'm near the slide. Please bring them over, Jiang Nan replied calmly. Understood. The landlady's anxiety eased upon hearing Jiang Nan's composed tone. As soon as the call ended, the 3 boys prepared to flee, but Jiang Nan swiftly caught one by the arm, while effortlessly restraining the others. Let me go? This is kidnapping. Do you know what that means? Zhang Dong protested. Thrashing in midair. Kidnapping? You're aware of that term? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes at the boy, his patience waning. Encountering such audacious brats, emboldened by their youth, ignited a fierce rage within him. He had seen far too many cases online where children conspired to harm others, and each instance left him seething. Before long, the landlady and Meng Qingqiu, accompanied by Uncle Mao, arrived on the scene. As Jiang Nan turned to greet them, his gaze landed on a captivating figure in a stylish hat, lingering for several seconds. Jiang Nan, Madam Landlord and Meng Qingqiu approached briskly, observing Jiang Nan holding several young boys. Instantly grasping the situation. Where have you taken my little Ying? Madam Landlord's gaze fixed upon Zhang Dong, her countenance darkening considerably. I have no idea. Jiang Dong retorted defiantly. Are you blaming us for your daughter's negligence? How shameless can you be? And don't think your status as the landlord of the community makes you formidable. Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. What does your wealth amount to? Just a manifestation of envy towards the affluent. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap. How dare you strike me? Jiang Dong, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow, quickly regained composure, his expression morphing into one of menace. Hey, let us talk this out. Hitting children is rather excessive. Besides, it's not certain that this boy is responsible for taking the girl. An uncle in a hat hastily intervened. Jiang Nan cast a glance back at the hat-wearing uncle and calmly replied, I wouldn't have struck if I lacked conviction. Follow me. With that, Jiang Nan strode purposefully towards a building. Seeing this, Madam Landlord and Meng Qingqiu mindlessly followed. The remaining hat-clad uncles and a hat-wearing sister exchanged glances before hastily trailing behind. Upon reaching the sixth-floor balcony door, Madam Landlord called out, shouting, Mommy, Mommy. The little girl's voice resonated from behind the door. Impossible. How did you know we were hiding her here? Jiang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Slap. Upon hearing his words, Madam Landlord stepped forward and delivered a heavy slap across his face. As Jiang Dong attempted to retaliate verbally, the fierce glare from Madam Landlord silenced him instantly. Women are often perceived as weak, but a mother's resolve is formidable. Whoa, Mommy, I'm so scared. The little girl's cries came from behind the door. Don't worry. Mommy will rescue you soon, Madam Landlord reassured. I have a spare key for the rooftop door. Jiang Nan, please comfort the little girl while I fetch it. At that moment, several hat-wearing uncles and the hat-wearing sister ascended, their faces reflecting astonishment at the girl's cries. She's truly up there. Sister Xia, there's no need to go. Jiang Nan stated nonchalantly. He then released the two smaller boys he was holding, transferred Jiang Dong to his left hand, and gently knocked on the aluminum door before him. What is he planning? The onlookers bore looks of confusion. Xiaoying, be a good girl and move to the side, all right? Your brother will come in to save you shortly. Jiang Nan's voice was gentle. Woo, brother. The little girl's sobs intensified. Be good, listen to your brother. Keep your distance from the door and find a corner to cover your ears. Jiang Nan patiently soothed her. Has Xiaoying found a good hiding spot? Jiang Nan inquired further. I've hidden well, brother, came her muffled response. After receiving her confirmation, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and before the astonished gazes of all present, clenched his fists, assumed a hoarse stance, and struck the aluminum door with tremendous force. Bang! The resounding impact echoed through the stairwell. The sound startled several onlookers, who instinctively flinched and turned their wide eyes towards the door. Good heavens! Did he just leave a fist imprint on the door? An astonished uncle exclaimed. Bang! The second punch landed. Bang! The third. As Jiang Nan unleashed 5 powerful strikes, Jiang Dong, who had been held in his left hand, fainted from fear, and Jiang Nan casually discarded him onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan lifted his foot and kicked fiercely. Boom! The aluminum door was sent flying. Jiang Nan stepped forward, leaving Madam Landlord, Meng Qingqiu, several hat-wearing uncles, and the beautiful hat-wearing sister in a state of disbelief. Favorability with Xia Jiqing, 12. Favorability with Meng Qingqiu, 2. Favorability with Qiu Riyue, 20. In an instant, as everyone regained their composure, they witnessed Jiang Nan emerging with the little girl in his arms at the doorway. Just then, the moonlight illuminated him, casting an ethereal glow, and in that moment, every woman present felt their hearts race. Chapter 58. Qiu Riyue's instant infatuation. What's wrong with my actions? At that moment, Jiang Nan registered the notification in his mind, and his face reflected surprise. Madam Landlord's favorability had surged by a staggering 12 points, bringing it to a total of 92, an impressive score that matched his own appearance. Meng Qingqiu had also gained 2 points, which was not insignificant, considering her beauty score stood at 96. Having such an event occur without it directly involving her was quite commendable. As for Qiu Riyue, she had skyrocketed by 20 points, prompting Jiang Nan to glance towards the hat-wearing sister in the stairwell and cast an appraisal spell. Name, Qiu Riyue. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Beauty, 92 points. Favorability, 25 points. Jiang Nan. Xiaoying. At that moment, Madam Landlord's voice, filled with relief, resonated through the air as she instinctively rushed towards Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan comforted her, Sister Xia, it's all right. Madam Landlord then realized, taking Xiaoying from Jiang Nan's embrace. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a shy glance at Meng Qingqiu, lowering her head like a girl who had erred. Sister Xia, I understand. There's no need for jealousy. Meng Qingqiu stepped forward, grasping Madame Landlord's hand gently, offering a reassuring pat. As long as the little girl is safe, that's what matters. With that, she exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the adorable little girl in her arms. Reaching out to pat her head, and exclaimed, "What a lovely little girl. How could those wretched boys have dared to do this?" Meng Qingqiu's temper was remarkably good, yet she was infuriated nonetheless. What should we do about those boys? Jiang Nan's gaze settled upon the hat-wearing uncles, his voice turning serious. Despite their youth, they have committed a crime. We understand. The hat-wearing uncles exchanged glances, recognizing that Jiang Nan was no ordinary individual. They were also aware that Madame Landlord was formidable, as the entire community belonged to her, showcasing her immense financial power, far beyond what these few boys could contend with. Moreover, it is evident that the situation stemmed from the misdeeds of those mischievous young boys. As a principled Uncle Hat, it is only natural that I cannot side with the aggressors. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. At that moment, Sister Hat stepped forward, approaching the scene. She cast a disdainful glance at the three miscreants sprawled on the ground, their faces awash with tears and snot from fright. Then, addressing Jiang Nan and the landlady, she assured them, "I am Qiu Riyue. If I fail to deliver a perfect resolution to this matter, feel free to lodge a complaint against me." Xiao Qiu. Upon hearing Qiu Riyue's words, an older Uncle Hat changed his expression. "Li Gu, it's fine. I simply cannot tolerate those who, under the guise of youth, act with impunity," Qiu Riyue declared. "As for this older boy, he must be sent to the juvenile detention center." With a calm demeanor, Qiu Riyue added, "Now that I have donned this uniform, I must live up to its honor." Thank you. The landlady immediately expressed her gratitude. "It is our duty," Qiu Riyue replied with a smile, then turned her gaze to Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she remarked, "Have you trained? That strength you displayed was truly remarkable." "I have practiced for a few years," Jiang Nan responded. Upon hearing this, the admiration in Qiu Riyue's eyes intensified. Qiu Riyue's favorability increased by 2. "My dear, is your hand all right?" At that moment, Meng Qingqiu approached, first glancing at Qiu Riyue, then tenderly examining Jiang Nan's right hand. Aside from a slight redness, there appeared to be no other issues, which eased her worries significantly. "I'm fine," Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Riyue couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Meng Qingqiu, truly captivated by her beauty. She had always believed that there were no girls more beautiful than herself. However, at this moment, after observing Meng Qingqiu more closely, she found herself feeling inferior to this stunning girl. "Darling?" she pondered, her brow furrowing slightly. Were they a couple? If the woman were less than her, what did it matter if they were dating? They weren't married yet. In this day and age, relationships and breakups were commonplace. She would simply wait and see. Yet, Meng Qingqiu was undeniably beautiful. What man would willingly let go of such an extraordinary girl? It seemed quite complicated. Qiu Riyue took a deep breath, a subtle, bitter smile gracing her lips. Being someone who detests evil, she found it impossible to play the role of a schemer. But Meng Qingqiu's allure was overwhelming, and her grace and figure surpassed her own. Truth be told, she felt no competition. Simultaneously, she feared that she might never see the day when the two would part ways. With this thought, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Nan, burying her sudden infatuation deep within her heart. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. The group arrived at the station, and it wasn't too long before the parents of the three troublemakers arrived. Mom. Since arriving at the station, Zhang Dong had not uttered a single word, but upon seeing his parents, he immediately began to wail. "They slapped my face several times. It hurt so much." His tears flowed instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Observing this, Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. This Zhang Dong truly possessed an innate talent for mischief, a born troublemaker. Don't cry, my little Dong. Who the hell hit my son? Come out and apologize to me right now." Zhang Dong's mother comforted her son, then scanned the room with a darkened expression. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Nan for a moment, whose undeniable charm seemed to soften her demeanor slightly. "Yes, who hit my child?" A frail-looking middle-aged man with glasses stood next to Zhang Dong and, in a feeble attempt at bravado, said, "It was me." "So what?" Just as the landlady was about to admit her involvement, Jiang Nan stepped forward calmly. "Do you understand what your son has done? Kidnapping. Do you comprehend the severity of such an accusation? My child is so young. What crime could he possibly be charged with?" The frail man adjusted his glasses and scoffed. As he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted. It was astonishing that he would utter such words with utter disregard for the consequences. Very well, very well," Jiang Nan replied with a sardonic smile, then directed a piercing gaze at the frail man. "Name, Zhang Qiqiang. Age, 38 years. Criminal value, 100 points. Favorability, 100 points. Life encounter. Due to prolonged use of illegal narcotics, he will soon meet a fatal end. Mental activity, damn it. I was just about to inject myself, and now Jiang Dong has ended up here. I feel awful. Upon reviewing the frail man's attributes and his impending fate, Jiang Nan's pupils constricted sharply in disbelief. How dare he engage with such substances? At that moment, Jiang Nan's gaze towards this man was akin to that of a coroner examining the deceased. This cannot be tolerated, an elder Uncle Hat interjected, frowning. Although Jiang Dong has not yet reached 14, his behavior and logic do not reflect that of a child his age. While he may not bear criminal responsibility, we will ensure he is sent to a correctional facility if necessary. Don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Zhang Qiqiang retorted, wife. Take out your phone and record this. I refuse to believe that a simple game of hide-and-seek could escalate to kidnapping. All right. Jiang Dong's mother immediately retrieved her phone. Seeing the commotion among the Uncle Hats, Jiang Nan's gaze settled on the composed Qiu Riyue. Their eyes met, and for reasons unknown, Qiu Riyue appeared to sense his intentions. She approached him and whispered, what is it? There is. Jiang Nan nodded and stepped closer to her. The surge of male hormones made Qiu Riyue's cheeks flush instantly, and her heart raced wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Qiu Riyue's favorability increased by 3. At the stroke of 3, another surge of goodwill points credited. Jiang Nan nodded subtly to himself and then whispered, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for several years. By observing his condition, it is evident that this individual is exceedingly frail, exhibiting symptoms identical to those documented in medical texts regarding excessive opium consumption. I trust you can discern some of this as well. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Riyue was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of astonishment. Goodness! A master of both martial arts and medicine. Must this man named Jiang Nan be so exceptionally gifted? Moreover, it was at this moment that she grasped the implication of Jiang Nan's statement. Just as she was about to exclaim, he shot her a knowing glance, prompting her to regain her composure. Swallowing hard, she lowered her voice and said, I believe I understand your meaning. We should investigate his residence. Jiang Nan replied, I comprehend. Without a search warrant, we cannot intrude upon another's home. Yet, as she gazed into Jiang Nan's confident eyes, she felt an inexplicable urge to blindly follow his lead. Resolutely, she cast a lingering glance at the frail middle-aged man and his family before returning to the group of cap-wearing uncles. After whispering a few words, their astonished gazes turned towards Jiang Nan. Xiaoqiu, this is no trivial matter. One of the elder uncles stated solemnly. I trust him. And look at that fellow. Doesn't he resemble someone who has indulged excessively in drugs? Qiu Riyue interjected. This young man, Jiang Nan, is no ordinary individual. I sense he possesses remarkable abilities. As her words resonated, the cap-wearing uncles exchanged glances, recalling Jiang Nan's extraordinary display of strength, and fell into a contemplative silence. Xiaoqiu, why don't you, Xiao Zhao, and Xiaochen take a look? Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan disregarded the incessant filming by the boorish woman and whispered a few words to the landlady. Under her astonished gaze, he gently took the now sleeping little girl into his arms. With swift steps, the landlady approached Qiu Riyue. The group departed amidst the bewildered stares of several parents of misbehaving children. As for the Zhang family, they continued recording videos, barking like rabid dogs. Dear netizens, my child was merely playing hide and seek with the neighborhood kids. This is innocent children's play. This family, unable to locate their own child, accuses mine of kidnapping and even assault. This is absolutely outrageous. Jiang Nan retrieved 2 stools and settled down beside Meng Qingqiu. What is the matter? She asked in hushed tones. Just wait for the show, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. All right, Meng Qingqiu responded, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Nan's calm demeanor was captivating, exuding an aura of complete control. Had it not been for the onlookers, she might have succumbed to the impulse to sit on his lap and embrace him. Ah, you mischievous girl, what are you thinking? Meng Qingqiu's breath quickened slightly, a rosy hue blooming on her beautiful face. She realized that the more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more of his admirable qualities she uncovered, truly intoxicating. Brother Zhang, I believe we need to tone this down, interjected the parents of the 2 misbehaving children. We know our child's temperament best. The other 2 parents chimed in. Moreover, Xia Jiqing is a landlady in this entire community. We are merely workers from the countryside. There's no need to provoke her. Furthermore, where else could one find such affordable rent? Tone it down. Zhang Qiqiang shot a cold glance at the speaker, saying, Old Wang, I warn you, we must not let these people trample us. We are merely defending our rights. Do you understand? I'm just a simple country folk. I don't quite grasp all this, Old Wang replied timidly. But I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Perhaps we should downplay this? Get out of here. It's not your son who is being beaten. The boorish woman glared coldly at Old Wang. The ensuing moments passed rather quickly. After a standoff lasting around 20 minutes, the landlady, Qiu Riyue, and the two cap-wearing uncles returned to the precinct with peculiar expressions. Qiu Ruiyue's Goodwill 5. Xia Jiqing's Goodwill 1. They have arrived. Ding. At that instant, Jiang Nan rose slowly, and simultaneously, a notification resonated in his mind. Chapter 60. You want compensation? This system, brother, truly delivers. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned a chance to draw a lottery. The system's prompt brightened Jiang Nan's eyes. He glanced at the landlady, who had undergone a noticeable transformation, her appearance slightly enhanced. For the average person, this change might merely register as a subtle improvement in attractiveness. However, for Jiang Nan, the radiant aura she exuded was strikingly different. Even at this moment, Qiu Ruyue seemed to sense something, her expression one of disbelief as she turned to look at the landlady, astonished. Why do I suddenly feel that this insightful sister has become even more attractive? Li Gu. The two cap-wearing uncles hurried forward, opening a recorded video on their phones. After Li Gu finished watching, his face alternated between red and pale. And he immediately turned to Zhang Qiqiang, his eyes filled with fervor. This guy is truly courting disaster. Take him down. Li Gu bellowed. Yes. The two cap-wearing uncles swiftly approached Zhang Qiqiang. What do you intend to do? Hey, are you insane? The cap-wearing uncles are assaulting ordinary citizens. Help. Instantly, Zhang Qiqiang's family erupted in cries. Silence. Look at this. One cap-wearing uncle brandished a phone, shoving the recorded video in Zhang Qiqiang's face. Not only that, another cap-wearing uncle produced a small black pouch, swiftly silencing Zhang Qiqiang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His already pale face turned ghostly white, his lips trembling uncontrollably as his body quaked. I want. In the next moment, his eyes reddened, overwhelmed by an intense surge of anxiety. What do you want? Your admiration? A cap-wearing uncle slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. Zhang Qiqiang had been barking for over half an hour, and she had managed to hold her tongue until now. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's composed demeanor, she would have spoken up long ago. Now, seeing this unfold, she felt a wave of joy. Darling, how did you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu recalled something. Looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief. I possess some medical knowledge. Through observation, I sense that this fellow is a drug addict. Jiang Nan boasted without a hint of hesitation. Opportunities abound. One day, he firmly believes he will acquire the skills of this master physician. Frog interest, darling, you truly are remarkable. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with little hearts. The more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she discovered his extraordinary talents. Now, with his medical prowess, what else could he possibly excel at? Meng Qingqiu's affection level. 1. A slight increase. Currently, Meng Qingqiu's affection for Jiang Nan has reached an astonishing 93 points. Just 3 points shy of attaining the pinnacle of attractiveness, and this growth proves to be somewhat challenging. Jiang Nan quietly lamented. If it were a typical 90-point beauty, he would have already earned 3 chances to draw prizes by now. However, Jiang Nan did not dwell too much on this matter. Brother Tongzi wouldn't be so stingy. If he shortchanged me in one area, he would surely compensate in another, right? Brother Tongzi? Jiang Nan mused inwardly. Ding. In the next moment, as he communicated, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Oh, is it really here? Detecting the host's willingness to explore the system's functions, a bonus draw opportunity has been granted. The system's prompt resonated. Wonderful. With a free draw opportunity, how could Jiang Nan not feel elated? Most importantly, this system is incredibly user-friendly when you voice a complaint. It genuinely provides recompense. It truly delivers results. 5-star rating, unequivocally 5 stars. Jiang Nan internally praised fervently. Thank you, Brother Jiang Nan. Without you, we would not have uncovered Zhang Qiqiang's covert operations. After a brief investigation, it turns out this fellow engages in many dealings in Jiangqing. Half an hour later, at the main entrance, Brother Li, accompanied by Qiu Riyue and others, saluted Jiang Nan. This is no small achievement. Truly relying on their intelligence has led to the dismantling of an organization involved in such trades, which will significantly enhance their record of merits. It is my duty. Jiang Nan replied solemnly. This matter is too detrimental. Since I have discerned it, I cannot remain silent. Moreover, thankfully, Sister Qiu trusts me, otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament. Within half an hour, Jiang Nan also added Qiu Riyue on WeChat, and the group conversed, appearing at least not to be strangers. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Qiu Riyue beamed with joy, proudly gazing at Brother Li, her silence speaking volumes. Indeed, I will follow up on the matter of Zhang Dong and his unruly companion's kidnapping. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Brother Li stated gravely. Well, in that case, let us take our leave. Jiang Nan waved his hand. Wait, allow me to escort you back. Qiu Riyue eagerly said. That would be too much trouble. Jiang Nan hesitated. Not at all, not at all. Your calling me Sister Chiu brings me great joy. I must see you back. Chiu Ruiwa smiled brightly. Her affection for Jiang Nan has already reached a remarkable 35 points, which is quite high. Any slight intimacy will undoubtedly cause that affection to soar. Jiang Nan, you are truly incredible. Who would have thought that the ancestral heritage could aid us in dismantling a drug trafficking organization? Inside the police car, Chiu Ruiwa's face radiated with excitement. It was merely coincidence. Jiang Nan, seated in the passenger seat, humbly replied. Such modesty. Chiu Ruiwa occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan in the passenger seat, her eyes reflecting unmistakable admiration. In the rearview mirror of the car, the landlady, cradling a sleeping child, pursed her lips, clearly understanding the reason behind Chiu Ruiwa's chatter. It is entirely normal. What woman could resist Jiang Nan's overwhelming charm when in his presence? What could possibly counteract it? The landlady genuinely felt that even a lace curtain could not resist this little man. With more interaction, she would surely become enamored. Ahem. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, for reasons unknown, slightly cleared her throat. Instantly, the lively chatter of Chiu Ruiwa ceased. Chapter 61. A sweaty Chiu Ruiwa. Unable to contain her excitement, merely clearing her throat, Chiu Ruiwa in the driver's seat fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stole a glance at the rearview mirror. Noticing Meng Qingqiu looking at her with a peculiar expression, causing her heart to skip a beat. She realized this was Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She had indeed overstepped her bounds. From inviting Jiang Nan to sit in the passenger seat to her incessant chatter and fervent praises. Even a fool would discern her keen interest in Jiang Nan. Oh dear, I tend to talk a bit too much. Chiu Ruiwa said softly, slightly embarrassed. She truly had no intention of competing. She simply could not control her infatuation with Jiang Nan. There was no remedy for such feelings. Meng Qingqiu observed Chiu Ruiwa's awkward expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. The saying love at first sight resonated deeply with her. Jiang Nan's allure was simply unimaginable. Honestly, having not engaged in an online romance for 2.5 years, merely meeting in person, Meng Qingqiu felt she could hardly escape the allure of falling for Jiang Nan at first sight. It remains true that the more exceptional a person is, the more one can appreciate the excellence of others. Jiang Nan is exceedingly remarkable. For now, his sole flaw is that he is too outstanding, resulting in an immense charm that most women cannot resist. Meng Qingqiu herself felt no desire to resist Jiang Nan in the slightest. Thus, she believed she could understand Chiu Ruiwa. Therefore, she refrained from directly confronting her by declaring, "This is my boyfriend, please be more reserved." Instead, she thought, if she were in Chiu Ruiwa's position, she would not believe she could control her feelings better than this woman. Darling, you seem a touch too perfect. Meng Qingqiu appeared to foresee a future filled with rivalry among numerous women vying for Jiang Nan's affection. No matter, though it seemed she pondered for an eternity. It was merely a fleeting moment of thoughts. Meng Qingqiu gently sighed and shook her head. The landlady in the back seat remained silent, adopting an attitude of detachment. She was acutely aware of her place, unbothered by competition. As long as Jiang Nan occasionally spent time with her, she would be content. After all, she felt inherently unworthy to vie for such attention. This self-awareness was something she possessed in abundance. Therefore, from the landlady's perspective, it mattered not who Jiang Nan eventually married. She knew she, Xia Jiqing, could never enter that realm with him. This mindset fostered a lack of inner conflict. She had nothing to contest. She had clarified their future relationship from the outset. Subsequently, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. At that moment, Jiang Nan cleared his throat and spoke. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Can this car play music? There is still a short distance to go. Let us listen to a song to lighten the mood. Oh, all right. Chiu Ruiwa stole a glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror and then turned on the car's music. The song began, and its lyrics immediately changed the countenance of everyone in the vehicle. Smack. Chiu Ruiwa, true to her nickname Hat Sister, reacted swiftly, promptly shutting off the music while feigning nonchalance. The night view is quite lovely today, with stars and a moon. Tomorrow there will surely be bright sunshine. Indeed, it's already May 18th. June is approaching, and we're nearly into the sweltering summer rhythm. The landlady, as the eldest sister in the car, could no longer hold back and chimed in, following Chiu Ruiwa's lead. The awkwardness had reached its peak, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Clearly, she and Jiang Nan were the ones with the most significant issues, yet proactive Chiu Ruiwa had taken on the burden of this discomfort in their stead. All right. Chiu. Jiang Nan suddenly recalled something and called out. Both Meng Qingqiu and Chiu Ruiwa responded simultaneously. At that moment, the two women's gazes met in the rearview mirror. Meng Qingqiu furrowed her brow slightly, while Chiu Ruiwa, if not for driving, would likely have buried her head down in embarrassment. Her face, however, was not devoid of color, reflecting her discomfort. I thought you were calling me. My good friend also calls me Chiao Chiao. Meanwhile, in the back seat, the landlady looked up, trying hard to manage her expression, her lips twitching with suppressed amusement. The tension between the two women created a palpable atmosphere, and she found it thoroughly entertaining. Most notably, it was the first time she had witnessed such a rigid expression on Jiang Nan's face. She wished she could capture that moment. Ha ha ha, he looked utterly adorable. How could she not love her little man, who radiated his charming, devilish allure even in awkward moments? The landlady was struggling to suppress her laughter. Here we are. 5 minutes later, Chiao Rueyu's voice, somewhat hoarse, echoed in the car as it came to a gradual halt. She was drenched in sweat, feeling that this moment was more nerve-wracking than when she had the fortune of participating in an actual arrest. Even her palms were clammy. Damn this fluttering heart. She shouldn't have offered to give them a ride. If they broke up later, she would truly feel guilty. The plight of Chiao Rueyu was known only to her. All right, we'll get out first. Jiang Nan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the front passenger seat. Meng Qing Chiao followed suit, while the landlady slowly got out, cradling the still sleeping little girl. Goodbye, Chiao Rueyu called out as she turned and hurriedly drove away. At the entrance of the community, Jiang Nan glanced at Meng Qing Chiao, who returned his gaze. Their eyes locked, just as Jiang Nan prepared to speak. Meng Qing Chiao took a step forward, linking her arm with his, and whispered, I'm not angry with you. And besides, Chiao Rueyu is so beautiful. Just meeting you for the first time made me feel a spark. Doesn't that just highlight my discerning taste in men? Humph. No matter how beautiful the woman. Before my darling, they must all bow to their hearts. That's my darling, endlessly charming. Let them feel that spark. I don't mind. No matter how many women are smitten by you, can they possibly shake Meng Qing Chiao's place in your heart? Such was Meng Qing Chiao's confidence. Chapter 62. The landlady. I have an idea. Good. A splendid woman. Jiang Nan could only hold Meng Qing Chiao tightly in his embrace. He was no fool. Although her words were not entirely explicit, she seemed to understand the challenges they would face in the future. This statement was already laying the groundwork. Perhaps she was also reassuring herself. Darling, Meng Qing Chiao softly called out. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, gently patting her back, his gaze drifting to the envious expression of the landlady watching Meng Qing Chiao in his arms. To be honest, he wished he could do what Teacher Li did, opening his other hand and saying to the landlady, No, your timing is perfect. Unfortunately, at least for now, that was not possible. He silently believed that this day would not be too far off. The group entered the community and soon arrived at the ground floor. Are we sleeping here or going back to sleep? Jiang Nan asked. This is the small apartment I rented before. Here. Meng Qing Chiao replied without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Nan. About your car, the landlady glanced at the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, her eyes sparkling with interest. I bought it not long ago. Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. Younger folks do tend to favor sports cars, but this one is indeed striking. The landlady praised. From her collection of car keys, it was evident she had a fondness for vehicles. Hence, it was no surprise she recognized that this Pagani was not an ordinary model. A global limited edition. Absolutely worth over 50 million. Moreover, this model's limited nature rendered it a collector's item. One could say that unless the world faced an apocalypse, its value would never depreciate from the moment it was purchased. Sister Xiao, if you like it, take it for a few days. Jiang Nan offered the car keys. I'm not suited for such a car. The landlady immediately shook her head in refusal. If it were Jiang Nan's car, she preferred he drive rather than herself. After all, driving was tiring and required full concentration, leaving no room for distractions. Riding was different. The moment one got in, buckled up, and leaned back, they could relax. And with a skilled driver like Jiang Nan, one could even close their eyes and rest. All right, Jiang Nan was oblivious to the landlady's inner thoughts, and if he knew, he might just ask her if she was capable of handling such a car. See you tomorrow. As they reached the third floor, Jiang Nan waved goodbye to Meng Qing Chiao and the landlady at his door. See you tomorrow, the landlady nodded gently, slowly making her way toward her own door while cradling the little girl. Bang! The door closed. The landlady paused, turned back, and smiled slightly, whispering, You little rascal. Don't exhaust all your energy. Your sister is still waiting for you. A night passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan awoke from his slumber, realizing the bed beside him was empty. He got out of bed, heading to the bathroom to wash up. Last night's scenery is best left unmentioned. In summary, despite exhausting all his efforts, Jiang Nan could only elevate Meng Qing Chiao's affection level from 93 to 94. He needed to exert more effort to raise it to 96 before Meng Qing Chiao returned to the Magic City. As for what would follow, he would find time to visit her in the Magic City later. Jiang Nan was indeed quite curious about Yao Yao, whom Meng Qing Chiao had mentioned with a roll of her eyes last night. According to Meng Qing Chiao, this childhood best friend of hers often donned large black-framed glasses that rendered her unremarkable in the eyes of others. However, behind the facade, she was significantly more beautiful than Meng Qingqiu herself. This fact piqued Jiang Nan's interest in Yao Yao. If Meng Qingqiu considered herself less attractive, just how high was this woman's beauty rating? 97? 98? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. Had it not been for his landlord's relatives preparing to depart in the coming days, he would have seriously considered accompanying Meng Qingqiu back to the Magic City for a few days of leisure. Patience was key. Jiang Nan resolved to first complete his previous minor tasks before proceeding, for he was exceedingly envious of the Jiangxing building and the mastery of physical arts it promised. With a mastery of physical arts and his modified physique, his combat prowess would surely not be akin to that of a mere weakling in the fervent narratives emanating from that certain island. Darling. At that moment, a light-hearted call rang out from the living room outside his room. It seemed his hearing had improved significantly. After washing his face, Jiang Nan stepped out of the bedroom. Darling. Upon seeing Jiang Nan emerge shirtless, Meng Qingqiu quickly exclaimed, Sister Xia is here. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the landlord, who pretended to cover her eyes but peeked through her fingers, and he awkwardly chuckled as he retreated back into the bedroom. Yet, he couldn't help but think, Xiao Qi, Sister Xia must have seen much more of you than I have. Sister Xia, my apologies. Darling thought it was just the two of us. Meng Qingqiu said sheepishly to the landlord. It's quite all right. The landlord smiled, seemingly unbothered. Indeed, she had seen Jiang Nan's perfect physique long before Meng Qingqiu had. But the latter's body had been enhanced, making it even more flawless than before. Thus, although she appeared indifferent on the surface, her heart raced, and she felt a dryness in her throat, prompting her to approach the water cooler for a drink. Before long, Jiang Nan re-emerged wearing a white tank top. His flawless physique was hardly distinguishable from being bare. Meng Qingqiu cast a glance at him, her expression momentarily peculiar before swiftly dissipating as she urged, Have you brushed your teeth? Come eat breakfast. I have. Jiang Nan took a seat on the living room sofa, enjoying steamed dumplings and soy milk. Sister Xia. The little girl wasn't frightened yesterday, was she? After devouring 3 dumplings and sipping some soy milk, he inquired of the landlord, who sauntered over. The landlord, typically fond of wearing enticing outfits, maintained a casual yet stylish appearance today, reminiscent of her attire from the last class reunion, exuding a charming big sister vibe. Her striking silver high ponytail was indeed captivating. This girl has the memory of a fish. She woke up this morning and promptly forgot all about yesterday's events. I dropped her off at my mother's place early this morning and happened to run into Cho on the way back, the landlord said, settling down and playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling at both Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. After a moment of shared glances, she took a deep breath, appearing somewhat nervous, and continued, Jiang Nan, Qiu, I have an idea, and I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? Chapter 63, A Fortunate Day, refreshing the record for highest rebate multipliers. What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Well, the landlord's face broke into an embarrassed smile as she lowered her gaze. After what happened yesterday, if it weren't for Jiang Nan, I truly don't know what the outcome would have been. So, she suddenly raised her head, her expression serious as she looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, and continued, I would like Jiang Nan to become Xiao Ying's godfather, and Qiu, would you be willing to be her godmother? Wow. Upon hearing the landlord's request, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a bold move. Yes. Meng Qingqiu immediately responded with excitement, though she was still young. The prospect of having such an adorable goddaughter like Xiao Ying thrilled her immensely. Moreover, she felt quite a connection with this landlord's sister and was not averse to having such a beautiful older sister in her life. I have no objections. Jiang Nan met the landlord's gaze, who then blinked twice in rapid succession and leaned closer to Meng Qingqiu, taking her hand and exclaiming with enthusiasm, Then it's settled. How about we have lunch together? Great. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. No problem, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu also affirmed with a nod. Then I won't disturb you lovebirds any longer. I'll go prepare, and I'll give you a call later, Qiu. The landlord stood up and embraced Meng Qingqiu, who, standing at a perfect height of 168 centimeters, was easily enveloped in the landlord's embrace. Goodbye. Though it was merely a fleeting 2 seconds, once the landlord departed, Meng Qingqiu glanced down at herself and let out a gentle sigh, murmuring, When will I reach Sister Xia's stature? What? Jiang Nan heard her, but feigned ignorance. Nothing. Meng Qingqiu's figure was not insignificant, but in comparison to the landlord's ample endowment, she felt somewhat lacking. Suddenly, after finishing their meal, Jiang Nan lifted Meng Qingqiu into a princess carry, startling her from her thoughts. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, Darling, what are you doing? Weren't you just thinking about Sister Xia's figure? Jiang Nan chuckled. Oh dear, you are quite the mischievous one. Meng Qingqiu blushed, burying her face in Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a jewelry store. Do you have longevity locks? Jiang Nan inquired. Indeed, we do. The familiar scent filled the air. A saleswoman in her 30s, with a modest charm, immediately greeted Jiang Nan with a warm smile, her eyes glistening with interest. However, upon noticing Meng Qingqiu beside him, her enthusiasm was somewhat dampened, though she remained amiable. Let me take a look. As Jiang Nan spoke, he scanned the display. After some consideration, he decided to purchase a longevity lock. This item was auspicious, ideally given at infancy, but in modern times, such traditions often held little weight. What mattered was the intent behind the gift. Furthermore, it was not an exaggeration to assert that, thanks to the system he was bound to, Jiang Nan now resembled a protagonist from a novel, destined for greatness. Before long, the sales associate presented 5 distinct styles of longevity locks, and Jiang Nan, with a fleeting glance, was captivated by a jade longevity lock. He promptly pointed at it and declared, "Please wrap that one up." The sales associate, taken aback by Jiang Nan's decisiveness, momentarily hesitated. "How much?" Jiang Nan inquired, retrieving his bank card. "If you could come this way, sir." The sales associate quickly understood that she was dealing with a customer of considerable means. Without delay, she led Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu to the front desk. "You see, we have a membership promotion at our store. Would you like to sign up for a membership, sir? Don't worry, it's free, and you can even earn points." While packaging the jade longevity lock, she continued to make her suggestion. "No need, just charge it directly." Jiang Nan waved his hand, as efficiency was his modus operandi. All right. The sales associate eagerly accepted Jiang Nan's bank card and said, "This longevity lock is priced at 660,000. Shall I process the payment?" "Go ahead," he replied. "Thank you, and have a pleasant day. We look forward to your next visit." A minute later, with a radiant smile, the sales associate bid farewell to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. What else should they purchase? The recent expenditure of 660,000 had garnered a tenfold rebate, and Jiang Nan felt completely at ease, exhibiting not a hint of emotional fluctuation. "I have no experience in this," Meng Qingqiu murmured, still bewildered. "But I've seen my father gift his goddaughters a villa or something substantial, along with a little red envelope as a token." "A villa, you say?" Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled momentarily as he suggested. "How about we buy a villa adjacent to the one we previously stayed in for the little girl? The greenery and surroundings are quite agreeable." Meng Qingqiu nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." As for becoming a godfather, it was Jiang Nan's first experience akin to a bride entering the sedan chair. Next time, he would certainly be more seasoned. Subsequently, Jiang Nan drove to the sales center of Nantian Pavilion. Wasting no time, he promptly purchased the nearest villa, priced at 15 million. However, this time, the rebate left him astounded, 12 times. Yes, a staggering 12-fold rebate transformed his savings to over 3.5 billion. What a delightful windfall this was. Previously, it had taken him considerable time to amass 18.7 billion, yet in one fell swoop, he had received the highest rebate ever, 12 times. Alas, if only an additional bonus could come his way, he might soon reach the milestone of 10 billion in savings. Humans are inherently greedy, forever yearning for more, even when sufficiently satisfied. Suddenly, Jiang Nan found himself driving his Pagani Huayra towards a neighborhood, only to discover that it was the very community where Su Yun resided. What a serendipitous coincidence. He slowly drove into the community, parked in the central space, and glanced at the building where Su Yun lived. Upon seeing the 4th floor of Building 3, as indicated by the landlord, he could not help but twitch his lips. Was it not the very floor where Su Yun lived? Wait, could the landlord be inviting Su Yun over as well? A thought sparked in Jiang Nan's mind, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Given that she had just asked him to take Xiao Ying as his goddaughter, it seemed plausible that she would also arrange for Su Yun to join them for dinner. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a door and gently knocked. A familiar voice rang out, "Coming." The door swung open to reveal the landlord. Clad in a flowing home dress and apron, her legs adorned with sheer stockings, greeting them with a warm smile. Come in. No need to change your shoes. Just step inside." Following her into the living room, they found 2 adorable little girls joyfully playing with Barbie dolls. Upon spotting Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the girls rushed over, wrapping their arms around Jiang Nan's legs, their faces beaming with delight. Clearly, the allure of a handsome man held greater charm for these little ones. "That little girl looks somewhat familiar." Jiang Nan feigned ignorance regarding the identity of one of the girls and remarked, "Isn't that the girl we met yesterday at the hot pot restaurant?" Meng Qingqiu, however, recognized the other girl and chimed in, "I think so." Jiang Nan nodded in realization, catching the landlord's knowing gaze. He cleared his throat and asked, "Sister Xiao, where are Auntie and Uncle?" "They've gone out for a stroll." "We can just snack on something for lunch," the landlord replied. "I'll head to the kitchen to help out. You entertain the little ones. Is there anything I can assist with?" Meng Qingqiu hesitated, raising her hand timidly. Oh, you can play with them. 2 people in the kitchen is enough. The landlord replied with a gentle smile. In that moment, she exuded more of a refined elegance than the neighborly charm she had earlier, her silver hair elegantly pinned up, complemented by the apron and sheer stockings. Truly a sight to behold. I wouldn't want to impose. Meng Qingqiu blushed slightly. In truth, she had never cooked before, and her assistance might only complicate matters. No worries, I'll head in now. Just wait for a delightful feast. The landlord said cheerfully. Brother, brother, daddy, daddy. At that moment, the little girls called out in unison. The rapidity of their affection was quite astonishing. Upon hearing Xiaoying call him daddy, Jiang Nan was momentarily bewildered. They hadn't even formally begun the gift-giving, and yet she was already calling him daddy. Shouldn't it be godfather? Regardless, Jiang Nan was nonchalant. Reaching down to pat Xiaoying's head with a smile. What about your mommy? Why hasn't she greeted us? Mommy. The little girl immediately released Jiang Nan's leg and dashed to embrace Meng Qingqiu's, leaving the young woman, only 20 years old, in a state of bewilderment. Truly, she was an unexpected mother. However, she quickly adapted to her role, cradling Xiaoying and presenting her with a red envelope, softly saying, a gift for our first meeting. For you, Xiaoying. Thank you, mommy. Xiaoying responded with an affectionate kiss. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile knowingly. The envelope contained a bank card with a generous sum of 888 yuan deposited by Meng Qingqiu. It is evident that Meng Qingqiu is indeed a little heiress. Casually bestowing a red envelope worth 888 yuan. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt a gentle tug on his leg from the little girl, who gazed enviously at the joyous Xiaoying. His gaze flickered momentarily before he lifted her into his arms, playfully tapping her nose and softly inquiring, what is your name? Dear, handsome big brother, my mother calls me Xiaowan, and you may also call me that, the little girl replied. The disappointment in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by delight as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. Observing her sudden change in mood, Jiang Nan was taken aback. Initially, he had assumed her envy stemmed from Xiaoying's red envelope, but it seemed this little one, apart from Su Yun, seldom received such affection, leading to her earlier melancholy. All right, Xiaowan, this is a gift from your brother. After all, she would eventually be like a daughter to him. Jiang Nan presented her with the red envelope he had intended for Xiaoying, which also contained a bank card with the same amount of 888 yuan. No, brother, I cannot accept this. Jiang Nan expected the little girl to joyfully accept his gift, yet to his surprise, she shook her head vigorously in refusal. My mother has told me that money from others does not come easily. To gain something, one must give something in return. Since I have not offered anything to my brother, I cannot accept his generosity. Jiang Nan found himself momentarily entranced by the brilliance of her dark, sparkling eyes. This little girl truly radiated light. In contrast to Xiaoying, Xiaowan displayed a depth of understanding far beyond her years. Although both girls had grown up with only their mothers by their sides, their environments were vastly different. With a wealthy landlady for a mother, what could Xiaoying possibly want for that she could not have? Meanwhile, Xiaowan's mother, Su Yun, earned merely around 10,000 yuan a month. Such a salary, while raising a child and enrolling her in the same kindergarten as Xiaoying, would undoubtedly be stretched thin. The saying the children of the poor mature early undeniably rings true. Jiang Nan withdrew the red envelope without insisting further. Big brother, please do not be unhappy. Xiaowan reached out to gently touch Jiang Nan's face. I am not unhappy. You are truly perceptive, he responded, affectionately ruffling her hair. The little girl closed her eyes in bliss, nuzzling against his large hand like a contented kitten. Lan, my daddy can play the piano. At that moment, Xiaoying declared with immense pride. Xiaowan looked at Jiang Nan in astonishment, but her words were interrupted by Xiaoying. Oi, you mustn't call him big brother anymore. This is my father. You should call him uncle. Ha. Jiang Nan could not contain his laughter at this proclamation. Darling, you can play the piano too? Meng Qingqiu exclaimed, her surprise evident as she turned toward him. Daddy is incredibly talented. Xiaoying beamed, nestling closer to Meng Qingqiu with pride. Just a bit, Jiang Nan humbly nodded. Truly remarkable. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Nan, seemingly discovering that he was a profound enigma, capable of consistently surprising her. Is it possible for me to possess such a perfect man forever? For the first time, Meng Qingqiu found herself questioning her own worth. Affection level with Meng Qingqiu, 1. At this moment, a peculiar notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, prompting him to glance at the dazed Meng Qingqiu. He observed as her expression transformed from confusion to determination, as if she had made a resolute decision, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 65. Acknowledging the little girl as a goddaughter. Time for dinner. The landlady's voice rang out from the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, She emerged carrying 2 plates, followed closely by a beaming Su Yun, who also donned a floral dress, her hair elegantly styled. Upon hearing the call, the little girl in Jiang Nan's embrace chirped, "Mama." "What is it, Xiao Wan?" Su Yun turned at her daughter's call, her expression turning to one of surprise upon seeing her daughter in Jiang Nan's arms. Quickly, she glanced at the landlady, realizing from her amused expression that Sister Xia seemed to be aware of their relationship. Wait, how does Sister Xia know Jiang Nan? Su Yun pondered, placing the plates on the dining table, then stepping closer to the landlady, whispering, "Sister Xia, the friend you mentioned, is it Jiang Nan?" "Indeed," the landlady replied with a smile. Su Yun glanced back at Jiang Nan, her voice dropping further, "Sister Xia, you are all sisters." The landlady chuckled lightly, causing Su Yun's eyes to widen in realization. It seemed that Sister Xia was fully aware of her connection with Jiang Nan and was entirely unconcerned. If such an accomplished woman as Sister Xia was unfazed, what right did she have to be troubled? Suddenly, Su Yun felt a sense of clarity. Her relationship with Jiang Nan had always been tinged with mutual benefit. To speak frankly, she had initially been drawn to him for his wealth, yet as time passed, she had genuinely fallen in love with him. To be Jiang Nan's lover was already the greatest fortune of her life. What more could she possibly desire? With a smile, she joined the landlady in bringing forth the dishes from the kitchen. Before long, they all gathered around the table. Jiang Nan felt no awkwardness and began to eat without hesitation, while Meng Qingqiu, still slightly socially anxious, occasionally asked Jiang Nan to serve her some dishes. "Xiaoying, have you called your godfather and godmother?" the landlady inquired with a gentle smile at the little girl beside her. "I have," Xiaoying nodded obediently. "Such a good girl." The landlady approved with a satisfied nod. The meal was filled with warmth and laughter, marking what Jiang Nan considered a successful first meeting with his women. He felt confident that if the 3 of them developed a harmonious relationship, there would be no disastrous fallout when the truth was eventually revealed. Furthermore, having reached such a level of affection with Meng Qingqiu, he was certain that a fallout was improbable. Some minor disagreements might be inevitable, but Jiang Nan was convinced that a breakup was not on the horizon. Thus, he felt no pressure, enjoying the meal with ease. Click. After finishing dinner, as Jiang Nan contemplated lighting a cigarette, Meng Qingqiu immediately approached him and exclaimed, "Isn't it rather excessive to expose the children to your secondhand smoke?" "All right, then I shan't smoke." Jiang Nan was indifferent to whether he smoked or not. It was merely a habit he occasionally indulged in. Just like now, gazing at Meng Qingqiu in the living room, along with the 2 young girls, and from this angle, he could also see the landlady and Su Yun chatting and laughing while washing dishes in the kitchen. This warm ambience was genuinely enchanting. Buzzing. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Whose could it be? Noticing that Jiang Nan did not answer the call, Meng Qingqiu curiously inquired, "Do you know who it is?" "No idea. Probably a scam call." Jiang Nan casually hung up. He then embraced Meng Qingqiu and settled onto the sofa. Shortly after, the landlady and Su Yun emerged from the kitchen, both removing their aprons. Mom. The 2 young girls rushed to greet them. Finally free. "Quickly, Xiaoying, go bow to your godfather and godmother." The landlady pulled Xiaoying in front of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. "Yes." The little girl obediently knelt, bowing to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, and upon rising, she gleefully exclaimed, "Daddy, Mama Qiuyo." Hearing this, the landlady's eyes narrowed into a smile. With this connection established, it would surely be reasonable for her to consult her daughter's godfather regarding her future, wouldn't it? "Get up." Jiang Nan helped the little girl to her feet and then stood to hand a document bag to the landlady. From his vantage point, Meng Qingqiu could not see what was happening, only hearing Jiang Nan's voice. "Sister Xia, this is a house I purchased for Xiaoying, located near Nantian Pavilion, right next to the one I bought. If you wish to move in, you can do so immediately." Unbeknownst to him, as he passed the document bag, it inadvertently grasped the landlady's delicate hand. A classic case of darkness under the lamp. "All right, then we'll accept it on behalf of the little girl." The landlady did not refuse, and as she retracted her hand, she lightly scratched Jiang Nan's palm. They exchanged a glance, and everything was left unsaid. "Qingqiu, I have something to consult you about." The landlady cheerfully waved to Meng Qingqiu, who was seated on the sofa. Of course. Meng Qingqiu promptly rose and followed the landlady as she moved away. What surprised Jiang Nan was that the landlady did not lead Meng Qingqiu to a corner, but rather out of the house altogether. Moreover, as Xiaoying followed the landlady out, the other little girl also trailed behind. Bang! The door closed, and in an instant, the living room was left with only Jiang Nan and Su Yun. "Yunjie," Jiang Nan called out proactively. Half an hour later, a knock echoed through the space, and Su Yun slowly made her way to the restroom, her lips pressed together. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rose from the sofa, a contented expression on his face. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that Su Yun, who had previously been clad in flesh-colored stockings, now sported bare legs, evidently unaware of where she had gone. Jiang Nan sauntered toward the door, and upon opening it, he was taken aback to see the landlady and Meng Qingqiu standing there. Sister Xiao, why have you been out for so long? I took Qiuyo to buy some local specialties from Jiansheng, along with some hot pot base ingredients, the landlady replied, holding a large bag filled with hot pot essentials. While Meng Qingqiu carried various local delicacies such as bamboo shoots, preserved vegetables, and fruits unique to the area. Allow me to carry that, Jiang Nan offered, taking the 2 bags from Meng Qingqiu and then accepting another from the landlady. Will these items be all right for the flight tomorrow? Absolutely. But with these items plus Qiuyo's luggage, your car may be a tight fit. Just drive my car to take her back, the landlady replied with a smile. Understood. Jiang Nan nodded, and they all returned to the living room. Where's Teacher Su? The landlady asked knowingly. She should be inside, Jiang Nan responded. Sister Xia, there shouldn't be anything else, right? Nothing at all. Speaking of which, I feel I've interrupted your little romantic interlude. Just leave the items here. I'll drop them off at your place later. You two should enjoy your last day of solitude in Jiangxing, the landlady urged. All right. Jiang Nan glanced at the eager Meng Qingqiu and nodded, placing the bags on the coffee table. I appreciate your help, Sister Xia. Quit with the pleasantries. The landlady shot a playful glare at Jiang Nan. Then, Sister Xia, we'll take our leave. If there's ever an opportunity, you should come to Shanghai with Jiang Nan and Xiaoying. Meng Qingqiu invited. Of course. The landlady agreed eagerly. Make sure to say goodbye to Teacher Su. We'll be off. Xiaoying, little girl, see you next time. Jiang Nan waved goodbye. Daddy, Mama, goodbye. Uncle and Auntie, farewell. The 2 little girls chimed in, waving dutifully. Goodbye. Meng Qingqiu waved back, and she and Jiang Nan exited the house. The landlady escorted the 2 little girls to the door, and once they descended the stairs, she promptly returned inside. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the bathroom door. Sister Xia, I'm in here, Su Yun's voice came, slightly breathless. Upon hearing this, the landlady's expression hinted at her understanding, and she bit her lip. At that moment, inside the Pagani Win-Sun car, Jiang Nan slowly drove out of the community gate. Darling, I'm feeling a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat yawned and said, All right, Jiang Nan nodded. A little while later, at Meng Qingqiu's request, they returned to the small apartment Jiang Nan had rented. The moment they stepped inside, however, the previously tired Meng Qingqiu suddenly seemed invigorated. Feeling like I won't see you again until summer vacation after we return tomorrow, I must ensure you make up for everything today. Meng Qingqiu nearly radiated enthusiasm. By around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Nan stood before the large windows in the master bedroom, lost in thought as he gazed at the 2 handprints. Subconsciously, he reached for a cigarette, but then shook his head, realizing he had no real addiction to it. Quitting was always an option. He needed to be mindful for a while, as several hours had passed. Turning around, he caught sight of Meng Qingqiu, who wore a sweet smile as she had drifted off to sleep. A tender expression crossed his face. This woman was truly quite wild. She had seemingly cast caution to the wind for the sake of the subsequent months without her beloved. Time to get back to business. Jiang Nan exited the master bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. System, please utilize my remaining 2 chances for the lottery. Jiang Nan immediately engaged in communication with the system. In an instant, at the very moment his words fell, a colossal spinning wheel appeared before him. The familiar sound of a lottery draw resonated, and within a brief moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 50 million yuan. Before Jiang Nan could fully comprehend the situation, the pointer of the wheel began to spin once more. With another round of the familiar sound, another notification reverberated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. As the second reward was revealed, Jiang Nan's brow arched slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this system was akin to a wish-granting genie. It seemed that as long as he boasted confidently, there was a substantial likelihood of receiving rewards that aligned with his grandiose claims. Indeed, the first draw was merely a warm-up. The true spectacle lay in this second draw. As he accepted the reward, he felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine flood his mind. He pondered the true extent of this master-level ability. According to the system's benevolence, it should place him among the most skilled practitioners in the realm of masters, right? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. To be frank, if wielded wisely, this ability could not only yield wealth, but also epitomize an extraordinary status. In a world devoid of others possessing such a system, who could claim to have never encountered illness? The individuals most fearful of death, undoubtedly, were those few who stood atop the pinnacle of power and wealth on this entire planet. Regardless of whether it was power or riches, once they reached that echelon, they would likely be willing to pay any price to ensure their survival. Therefore, Even if his master-level skills in traditional Chinese medicine did not reach the legendary heights of miraculous healing, they would still hold immense value. Forget about 1 billion. Even 100 billion seemed insignificant in Jiang Nan's eyes when it came to the worth of this ability. System, display my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan commanded. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 42 billion yuan. Abilities, insight, indestructible kidney, master-level piano, master-level traditional Chinese medicine. Items, Portia Qian, Pagani Huayra. Lifespan encounter, a significant gift awaits on your 22nd birthday. After reviewing his character attributes, Jiang Nan noticed that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, which elicited a look of astonishment on his face. Chapter 67, for the Jiangqing building. And for the master-level body technique. System, what gives? I think 185 centimeters is quite enough. Don't increase it further. Jiang Nan swiftly responded, engaging in mental dialogue with the system. Host, this is the effect of the bodily enhancement serum. It has concluded. The system replied, well, that is acceptable. In truth, for a man, a height of 182 centimeters is often considered ideal, especially when accounting for a slight boost from shoes. Now, with a net height of 185 centimeters, he would stand at least 187 centimeters in shoes. This height was perfect for many women. However, Jiang Nan thought it was a tad excessive, something more moderate would suffice. With his looks, even at 170 centimeters, he would still attract plenty of admirers. Ding! At that moment, his phone emitted a subtle sound from his pocket. Jiang Nan pulled it out to find a text message waiting for him. Dear Mr. Liang, your Porsche 911, pink, has arrived. Please proceed to the XX4S store in Magic City for pickup. How ridiculous! Jiang Nan scoffed, taken aback by the audacity of a scam message that even got the name wrong. Liang? I'm Jiang Nan. Without hesitation, he deleted the message. You have a new follower. Jiang Yan is now live. Just as Jiang Nan contemplated indulging in a few money-draining mobile games, a notification popped up from Douyin. Jiang Yan's current favorability rating towards him was neither low nor exceedingly high, sitting at a modest 37 points. Such a level of favorability, for an average person, would likely remain in the ambiguous phase of flirtation, with little chance of progressing further. But was Jiang Nan an average person? He promptly entered Douyin and, familiar with the routine, recharged 1 million yuan. Ding! 10 million Do coins credited instantly, without a hint of delay. Welcome, brother Jiang Yu. As Jiang Nan entered the live stream, Jiang Yan, who had been preparing to greet others, immediately turned her attention to him. Peacock Southeast flies. What do you mean, Xiaoyan? Shouldn't you be welcoming me first? Peacock Southeast flies. Do you really think a level 60 Douyin user is superior to me? Jiang Nan glanced at the barrage of comments, momentarily taken aback by the audacity of a level 1 newcomer speaking so boldly. What was he doing? Was he being unjustly targeted? No. I just didn't see your ID at first, brother Peacock. The live stream had only a handful of viewers, and apart from the brash remarks of the level 1 newcomer, there was an unusual silence from the rest. Peacock Southeast flies. Just wait, I'll scan you right now. Damn, how can I, a well-known figure on the Douhu livestream platform, be overshadowed by a mere level 60 Douyin user? Upon reading this, Jiang Yan smiled broadly while internally cursing. She didn't deny that Peacock Southeast Flies had spent a whopping 20 million on a female streamer, but what did that have to do with her? She hadn't reaped any of that 20 million. At most, he had sent her a couple of super rockets, which merely earned him a verification badge. Compared to Jiang Nan, whether it was his looks or his willingness to spend, it was clear that Jiang Yan would be wise to maintain a good relationship with this affluent and handsome figure. Brother Jiang, you've truly been busy these past few days, Jiang Yan said cheerfully. In front of the camera, she shifted slightly, and her movements prompted several viewers to finally start commenting. Tomato really CS, she is finally here. Eggfan 15. Host, do you sell tea bags? I'd like to brew some tea. Dream God Jade. Hey, your ID looks somewhat familiar. This woman was indeed a master at subtle manipulation. Jiang Nan observed her every little scheme, his gaze flickering momentarily. With this approach, raising his favorability rating would be a cinch. Now, with only one final chance left, Jiang Nan was determined to maximize his favorability as much as possible. For the sake of the Jiangcheng building, and for that master-level body technique, he would swipe. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the streamer a Carnival 1. Yinyu Jiang Nan has gifted the streamer a Carnival 1. In the misty reign of Jiang Nan, the host was presented with a Carnival 1. In but a brief moment, Jiang Nan, with dexterity reminiscent of Kato Takashi, managed to send forth over 100 gifts. Heartfelt gratitude was extended to brother Jiang Nan for his 100 carnivals. Jiang Yan's joy radiated as she smiled. Jiang Yan's favorability level, 3. As the clock struck 40, Jiang Nan immediately resumed his generous gifting. In yet another short span, he dispatched another 100 gifts. Jiang Nan's favorability level, 5. An additional 300,000 was poured in, and this time it yielded a 5-point increase in favorability, making Jiang Nan feel that his efforts in showering gifts were not in vain. In a certain sense, Jiang Nan was indeed at work at this moment. However, his work was one of pure pleasure. Spending his money only served to augment his wealth, and the painstaking effort of manually sending gifts was, in essence, akin to labor, wasn't it? Just as Jiang Nan was poised to continue his momentum, a comment floated through the chat. Peacock's Southeast Fly, Little Yen. Are you prepared for the bombardment of gifts from your brother? Brother Peacock. Jiang Yan, noticing Jiang Nan had paused his gifting, let out a resigned sigh. This fellow truly chose the wrong moment to return. She forced a smile and said, please feel free to showcase your generosity. I hope to see you at the top of the leaderboard. Peacock's Southeast Fly. Reaching the top spot is merely a trifling matter. Peacock's Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock's Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock's Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. After sending 10 carnivals, Peacock's Southeast Fly halted, momentarily stunned to see himself still in second place. He had indeed just arrived and had entirely missed Jiang Nan's 200 gifts. Thus, he perplexedly typed, how many gifts did the top spot send? 10 carnivals are insufficient to claim your place atop? Brother Peacock, why not check the consumption leaderboard yourself? Jiang Yan replied with a hint of implication. Chapter 68. The Standard for Welfare Tasks, with the goal of achieving the first 100 billion in savings. Peacock Southeast Fly, look. My apologies. If 10 carnivals are not enough, then I shall send 20, 30. Today, I must secure that top position. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Another 20 carnivals were dispatched. This fellow had certainly sent a considerable amount. In an ordinary live stream, not to mention 30 carnivals, even a single carnival would compel the female host to bow deeply in gratitude. Indeed, for lesser-known hosts, even a single carnival could lead to a dinner invitation in the same city. The subsequent events would naturally depend on one's prowess. However, I beg your pardon. With Jiang Nan residing in this live stream, how could it be a mere ordinary affair? Peacock Southeast Fly. Oh, this level 60+ fellow possesses some skill. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Peacock Southeast Fly sent forth a carnival 1. Yet another 20 carnivals. At this point, Peacock Southeast Fly had dispatched 50 carnivals, each carnival costing 3,000 yuan. This amounted to 150,000 yuan, a sum equivalent to the annual income of a stable individual, not to mention bonuses. All this, merely due to a fit of pique, was squandered in mere minutes. Thank you, Brother Peacock, for your 50 carnivals. However, I suspect this may not suffice. I shall inform you that Brother Jiang Nan sent a total of 200 carnivals. Jiang Yan appeared to express gratitude towards Peacock Southeast Fly, yet her words were laced with a touch of provocation. She was not solely intent on extracting money from Peacock Southeast Fly. Rather, he reveled too much in showcasing his presence. Back when they were on the Douhu livestream platform, Peacock Southeast Fly would make an appearance every time, boasting of driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom in reality. Were it not for his notable standing on the Douhu platform and the super rockets he dispatched, Jiang Yan would have been reluctant to engage with him. Since you wish to flaunt, then let us allow you to do so. The loss will never be his. Without comparison, there is no pain. This comparison only served to elevate Jiang Yan's favorability towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Yan's favorability level, 3. This surprising increase in favorability left Jiang Nan somewhat bewildered, yet he paid it little mind. At the moment Peacock Southeast Fly ceased his gifting, Jiang Nan resumed his own. The familiar scene unfolded once more as Jiang Nan utilized the remaining 1 million diamond coins to send forth 33 carnivals, and with the last 10,000 diamond coins, he sent out a lucky bag, then typed in the chat, I'm signing off. I shall return for the next broadcast. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. In a couple of days, I will have some free time. If you are available, I would like to treat you to a meal. Yanyu Jiang Nan, certainly. Jiang Yan's favorability level, 2. Upon exiting the live stream, Jiang Nan's mind was inundated with a series of system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the expenditure. You have received a 10-fold rebate, 10 million yuan. This wave of expenditures was truly not in vain. Not only did he earn 9 million, but it also elevated Jiang Yan's favorability towards him to 50 points. Such a level of favorability was substantial. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with a little push, achieving a home run with Jiang Yan would pose no challenge whatsoever. If this continued, reaching 90 points of favorability from Jiang Yan was a foregone conclusion. The Jiangqing Tower and mastery of physical techniques were merely a matter of time. Jiang Nan's gaze shimmered. Once Ming Qingqiu returned to the magical metropolis tomorrow, He would need to set his plans into motion to thoroughly accomplish this welfare task. Moreover, earning money could not be delayed. He currently possessed over 4 minor objectives. All that remained was to incessantly spend, and spend, hastening his savings to reach 1 billion. Perhaps, it would even unlock a rather enticing welfare task. System. Once my savings reach 1 billion, I should certainly be able to obtain another welfare task, correct? Jiang Nan inquired. Affirmative. The system replied instantaneously. I have another question. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he asked, with the welfare task obtained, is there also a grand welfare task? Given that the rewards for the mere welfare tasks were already so substantial, what of the more challenging grand welfare tasks? Would they involve abilities or items beyond the reach of ordinary individuals? Indeed, the system responded, the difficulty of the grand welfare task will be significantly elevated, and correspondingly, the rewards will also be greatly enhanced. The extraordinary abilities or items that the host envisions will undoubtedly manifest. Oh, as expected. What standard must I meet to undertake this grand welfare task? Jiang Nan's brow arched, his face betraying a glimmer of anticipation. The minimum requirement is 100 billion in savings, and the triggering conditions are random. The system replied. Random? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he tentatively inquired. What, then, constitutes the inevitable standard? Truly, the host is worthy of the title, remarkably astute. The system praised, a deposit of 10 billion is the minimum requirement, enabling the chance to trigger significant welfare missions. However, should the host choose to utilize the 10 billion deposit, it would grant an opportunity to claim a welfare mission. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Nan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Goodness, this means he can actually purchase opportunities for welfare missions with money. Do not mistake this system for one that suppresses him. It is merely a ploy to encourage him to strive harder in spending and earning. Regardless of the difficulty of these welfare missions, what if the rewards include an elixir of immortality? Or, perhaps, a body that cannot perish? Once he transcends the bounds of humanity, the worth of abilities and items will far surpass any mundane monetary value. Only a fool would hesitate to expend 10 billion for a chance at such a life-altering opportunity. Damn, the forthcoming goal is no longer a mere 10 billion, but a staggering 100 billion. Ambition surged within Jiang Nan's eyes. Ding. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed, signaling the arrival of a new message. Before he could check it, a call from Kyoto rang through. His remarkable memory recalled that this number had contacted him earlier that very afternoon. Chapter 69. Jiang Nan. This system is simply too overpowered. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Nan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Nan? The familiar tone of a scam call made him chuckle and shake his head. Yes, the voice on the other end was remarkably sweet, prompting Jiang Nan to reconsider hanging up, instead choosing to tease her. There's a parcel in Kyoto that requires your signature. When would you be free to come here and sign the contract? The sweet voice continued. A delivery? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that this was a classic scam tactic. I'm in Jiang City. Am I supposed to buy a plane ticket just to pick up this delivery? Jiang Nan laughed heartily. All right then, you can deal with that delivery however you wish. I'm really not interested. Mr. Jiang, the sweet voice took on a peculiar tone. Are you certain that I can handle this parcel as I please? Well, whether you choose to discard it or otherwise, it's entirely up to you. Jiang Nan retorted before hanging up. What delivery would require him to fly to Kyoto? He would rather spend that time in Jiang City, as his primary focus was on reaching that 100 billion in savings as swiftly as possible. He was eager to discover how challenging the welfare mission obtained through such wealth would be, and what bountiful rewards it might yield. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within a modest apartment, a poised woman with a high ponytail donned a striking professional ensemble, her long legs accentuated by sheer stockings, exuding an air of confidence. From her attire, she appeared to embody the archetype of a sophisticated woman. Yet, as the camera panned upward, it revealed her adorably youthful visage. Indeed, she was undeniably cute. While one could acknowledge the exquisite beauty of her features, their combination evoked a sense of childlike innocence. This juxtaposition of her sophisticated outfit and her youthful face gave the impression that she might be a minor who had pilfered her elder sister's or mother's clothing. This Mr. Jiang is rather peculiar. According to the records, he should merely be an aimless youth raised in an orphanage. How curious that he would overlook a parcel of land in Kyoto, the woman murmured to herself, glancing at Jiang Nan's file, her brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Regardless, I should inform the elder about Mr. Jiang's intentions. Perhaps we can discuss selling that parcel and transferring the funds to him? Her gaze flickered as she scrutinized Jiang Nan's file, her eyes narrowing as she quietly mused. The head of the Jiang family is indeed quite generous. Is it out of a desire to test his eldest son that he abandoned him for over 20 years, or is it simply because his younger son is too remarkable? leading to this current situation? At this point, the woman took a deep breath, her eyes lingering on Jiang Nan's photograph, a hint of sorrow gracing her features. One cannot deny the facade of aristocratic families. It is only the elder of the Jiang family who seems to care for his eldest grandson. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly arranged for her to secure a parcel of land for Jiang Nan. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, these matters in Kyoto were unfolding as he returned to his second-floor master bedroom after earning millions on Douyin. At that moment, he observed Meng Qingqiu still slumbering peacefully and reached out to check her pulse. Within mere seconds, his gaze flickered with surprise. She was remarkably healthy. Initially, Jiang Nan had intended to ascertain whether Meng Qingqiu's recent indulgences would lead to any adverse effects, but this examination revealed that her health was, in fact, exceptional. Darling. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu slowly awoke, startled to find Jiang Nan checking her pulse, and exclaimed, "Is something wrong with me?" "No, you are perfectly healthy." Jiang Nan replied with admiration. "That's a relief, you startled me." Meng Qingqiu sighed in relief, then turned to Jiang Nan, grinning widely as she wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully stating, "Darling, I'm hungry again." Meng Qingqiu's affection level, 1. An hour and a half later, Jiang Nan heard the system's notification sound in his mind, echoing his anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been rewarded with an opportunity to draw a lottery. Just as Jiang Nan was carrying the languid Meng Qingqiu toward the bathroom, he had taken only a few steps when the system's notification chimed again in his mind. The moment the system's alert sounded, Jiang Nan halted abruptly, a peculiar expression gracing his face. System, is this a newly added feature? He continued to walk, contemplating the system's response. Due to the host's previous feedback, this is a newly integrated feature. If an individual possesses a beauty score of 95 and has become the host's confidant, upon reaching a corresponding level of goodwill, an additional lottery opportunity will be granted. The system elucidated. Excellent. Jiang Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke. So if the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman each achieve a beauty score of 95, will I receive my standard lottery opportunity along with an extra one? You are correct. The system confirmed. I see. Jiang Nan's expression brightened with enthusiasm. This system truly surpassed expectations, demonstrating an exceptional commitment to enhancing the host experience. He believed that very few systems akin to his could be found on the Tomato Novel app, truly overpowered. With this system at hand, what concern is there about not reaching the pinnacle of success in this world? Perhaps even becoming a true king without a crown. After a brief interlude, Jiang Nan cradled Meng Qingqiu and returned to the bedroom. Once both had donned their attire, they exited the room. Meng Qingqiu, devoid of makeup, wore only a simple white dress. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal grace. However, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she transformed into a bashful young girl. The goddess perceived by others was merely a naive romantic in Jiang Nan's presence. Tonight marked the final evening. Shortly, we shall procure some items for you to take back to your dear friend, ensuring I leave a favorable impression. I would rather not have to face any disdain upon my next visit to the magical metropolis. Jiang Nan whispered softly in her ear as he embraced her slender waist. Darling, Yao Yao would never do that. Besides, with your remarkable charm, how could any girl not be drawn to you? As Meng Qingqiu spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Let us hope Yao Yao doesn't fall head over heels for you, turning us, friends since childhood, into rivals. Chapter 70. Jiang Nan, the heartthrob. Not at all, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. If he lacked capability, how could he dare to establish such a harem? Furthermore, from Meng Qingqiu's demeanor, it was evident that she was not particularly adamant about the matter. Let us dine first, she suggested quietly, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. An hour later, after their meal, the pair arrived at the largest shopping district in the old town. After securing a parking spot, Jiang Nan found himself reminiscing about the day he first acquired the system, recalling that he had merely driven a Porsche Cayenne and possessed a modest savings of just over $1 million. Now, he had no less than 45 objectives at hand, and his vehicle was a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, valued at an astonishing $60 million, accompanied by a stunning confidant with a beauty score of 96. Such a profound transformation had transpired in just a few days, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation of growth. Darling, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu linked her arm with his, leaning against him, and whispered, Do you feel taller? Just an illusion, Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Come, you should select something as well. Whatever catches your fancy, feel free to claim it all. I shan't hold back. Meng Qingqiu giggled. As this striking couple walked amidst the throngs of people, they undeniably drew the attention of those around them. Are they celebrities? Their looks are simply extraordinary. Wow, even if they're not famous, they must be some top-tier influencer. I just saw that handsome guy arrive in a Pagani Huayra. He is the epitome of a high-class gentleman. And that girl beside him is an absolute beauty. In that moment, to Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the murmurs around them felt akin to the chatter of NPCs, merely spectators captivated by their presence. Before long, Jiang Nan led Meng Qingqiu into a Chanel store, and after a short while, they emerged with 2 bags each. Next came Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada. After merely an hour of shopping, they found themselves laden and unable to carry more. It's too much, Jiang Nan resolved to indulge, ensuring that anything Meng Qingqiu fancied, or that he thought her close friend Yao Yao would appreciate, was acquired without hesitation. Though an hour may seem brief for spending, their luxury shopping spree had drained nearly 10 million. Yet, upon completing their purchases, a 6-fold rebate had bolstered his savings by 5 goals. Insufficient. This is merely a warm-up. The real expenditures lie in acquiring properties, purchasing buildings. Not just a commercial property, but an entire residential complex, which would cost at least over 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the older structures owned by landlords in the old town. Yes, and land purchases too. Taking a deep breath, he recognized the vast scope of expenditures ahead of him, yet felt somewhat limited at this stage, perhaps held back from engaging at that level. Patience. One cannot become a glutton overnight. Jiang Nan understood this principle well. Darling, your desire to shop rivals that of any woman, Meng Qingqiu remarked with a wry smile. And there are still items left at the store. They'll be shipped back to the magical metropolis tomorrow. Otherwise, having purchased nearly 10 million worth of goods, it would be impossible to carry it all. You simply cannot return empty-handed, Jiang Nan said with a mischievous glint in his eye. Soon, they approached a small street adjacent to their parking spot. Why are there so many people? Jiang Nan, standing tall, noticed several alluring women lingering by the Pagani Huayra, engrossed in their phones or strolling about, as if awaiting the return of the supercar's owner. These ladies have been hanging around for an hour, clearly hoping for a chance encounter with the Pagani's owner. Hilarious. Bro, you're incredible. You've been here for an hour? Nah, I just passed by an hour ago. I wasn't waiting. Hearing the bystanders' conversation, Jiang Nan's expression grew peculiar. Beside him, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Darling, can you imagine how many girls would want to add you on WeChat if I weren't by your side today? Being handsome is one thing, but wealthy too? What woman could resist such a man? At the very least, 99% of women wouldn't be able to. This Pagani is just too ostentatious. Tomorrow, we should consider a more understated yet respectable vehicle, Jiang Nan mused. Such sports cars serve no purpose other than to flaunt. Those who buy them are merely seeking to show off. However, Jiang Nan's temperament had matured significantly compared to just a few days prior. He had nearly outgrown that flamboyant phase. As they continued their dialogue, they walked through the small street towards the Pagani Huayra. With their arrival, a wave of commotion ensued. The striking couple drew the eyes of all around them, and as some recognized Jiang Nan as the owner of the Pagani, the buzz intensified. In an instant, the group of women surrounding the Pagani shifted their focus to Jiang Nan, completely overlooking Meng Qingqiu. With a flurry of excitement, the ladies rushed toward him, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Dear sir, is this your Pagani Huayra? It is truly magnificent. Could you possibly add a green bubble? Ah, handsome. This Pagani Huayra is the car of my dreams. Might you take me for a spin? If you wish for something delightful to transpire in the car, I wouldn't mind at all. Such extravagance. When you are handsome and wealthy, those who appear as goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people are merely eager to flock to you. I have no interest, Jiang Nan declared unequivocally. Although these few ladies boasted looks around the 80-point mark, they were not natural beauties. Having undergone cosmetic enhancements, they merely scraped an 80, and despite their commendable figures, none could compare to the exquisite beauty of his confidant by his side. The least among them, Lin Man, was now a naturally stunning beauty rated at a solid 90. Possessing her own unique style, unadulterated and genuine. Even in a drunken one-night stand scenario, Jiang Nan would hardly consider them. Chapter 71. The fierce and adorable Qiu. Watch me not twist her nose. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's blunt declaration of disinterest, the expressions of the women momentarily stiffened. However, within the blink of an eye, they adeptly transformed their demeanor into one of enthusiastic smiles, showing no fear of awkwardness. Dear sir, just a simple green bubble. It won't lead to anything untoward. Of course, if you desire something more, I would not object. Just as one of the women finished her remark, Meng Qingqiu coolly interjected. Did you not hear my darling express his lack of interest? As Meng Qingqiu's voice resonated through the space, the women finally turned their attention towards her. Initially overlooked, the sight of such a stunning beauty beside Jiang Nan caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Beautiful. Exquisitely beautiful. Meng Qingqiu's allure was not derived from artificial enhancements like theirs. She was a true natural beauty. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they attempted to replicate her visage, they could never achieve such an effect. A saying online captures this perfectly. With merely 3 parts of celestial beauty, one can stand out among countless beauties. At this moment, this statement aptly applied to Meng Qingqiu. Not only 3 parts, but even 2 or merely a resemblance would still place her among the pinnacle of beauty. This lovely lady, I concede you are stunning. Yet you cannot deter us from pursuing our desires. A tall woman remarked dismissively. Indeed, the other 2 women hastily nodded in agreement. My darling only deserves the finest. And you all fall short. He would not be so easily swayed. Meng Qingqiu replied coolly. At her words, the expressions of the women darkened instantly. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were regarded as top-tier beauties. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, they had never before encountered such an affront. You little wretch. I don't find you impressive. Slap. One woman had barely uttered a few words before Meng Qingqiu had shifted her right hand into her left pocket, stepping forward to deliver a sharp slap. In Jiang Nan's presence, she appeared demure and charming, as if a bashful young girl. Yet, do not mistake her gentle demeanor for weakness. A wealthy heiress, pampered since childhood, who could comprehend the pride that lay within her. Being openly called a little wretch was something she could not tolerate. You, the woman, clutching her face in disbelief, gazed at Meng Qingqiu in astonishment. Your nose is crooked now. Perhaps you should consider a better cosmetic clinic? Spending a little to catch a big fish? Look at your entire appearance. Are you even worthy? Meng Qingqiu retorted, her calm gaze fixed upon the woman. I will kill you. The woman, now thoroughly incensed, attempted to advance on Meng Qingqiu. However, Jiang Nan swiftly embraced Meng Qingqiu, casting a mere indifferent glance at the woman. He uttered not a word, but the calm intensity of his gaze filled her with dread, causing her to instinctively retreat several paces. Please step aside, Jiang Nan stated coolly. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's icy tone, the women promptly parted to create a path. Once Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu entered the car, the Pagani Huayra gradually drove away, leaving the women to regain their composure. Damn it, the tall woman exclaimed, then, noticing the onlookers around her, quickly added, what are you taking pictures for? Clowns. At that moment, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Clowns. The words struck the women like daggers, rendering them speechless. In the presence of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, they were indeed mere jesters. Darling, was I too fierce just now? Meng Qingqiu asked softly, her fingers tapping together nervously in the passenger seat. I was more concerned about your hand hurting. But to be fair, Jiang Nan cleared his throat. What? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened in alarm. When you slapped her, you actually crooked her nose. I honestly couldn't hold back. Who could hold back? Meng Qingqiu burst into laughter. Then, mimicking Bruce Lee's signature move by rubbing her nose, she raised her chin and declared, absolutely. That wretched woman. How dare she think she can share my exceptional darling? And to call me a little wretch. Just wait until I twist her nose. Meng Qingqiu's words once again sent Jiang Nan into fits of laughter. So adorable. Yet, this was not the crux of Jiang Nan's amusement. It was Meng Qingqiu's attitude towards the notion of him being with other women. Firstly, her beauty, and secondly, her excellence. Clearly, one could see that Meng Qingqiu would never tolerate a woman of inferior quality sharing Jiang Nan with her. Moreover, Meng Qingqiu's family background was far from ordinary. Not to say it was of the highest echelon, but she had certainly been exposed to such matters. Therefore, in terms of acceptance, her threshold was undoubtedly higher than that of the average person. Darling, tonight is our last night, and I intend to cherish it. Meng Qingqiu suddenly murmured. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, at Jiangxing Airport, after exchanging a kiss with Meng Qingqiu, Jiang Nan watched her walk into the terminal, glancing back every few steps, her reluctance palpable, a dazed expression gracing his features. Click. As Meng Qingqiu's figure vanished from his view, Jiang Nan could not resist lighting a cigarette. Exhale. A long plume of smoke escaped his lips, and an unusual glimmer sparkled in his eyes. The 2 days Meng Qingqiu had spent with him had flown by in a blur. It had been precisely 5 days since he had acquired the system. Taking a deep breath, an inscrutable expression settled upon Jiang Nan's face. Currently, he had 5 modest goals in savings, with assets that had significantly increased, leading to an estimated net worth of 10 billion. Such a rate of growth was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it was still not enough. Today marks the dawn of the 6th day. From this moment onward, I am resolute in my pursuit to surpass the man I was yesterday, to elevate my worth and prosperity. A cigarette swiftly extinguished, Jiang Nan directed himself towards a nearby trash bin. Just as he crushed the cigarette, but a crisp sound of high heels striking the ground resonated behind him. Handsome, I've been observing you for a while. May I add you on WeChat? A sweet voice drifted into his ear before he could turn around. Chapter 72. The exquisite flight attendant with a stunning score of 95. As Jiang Nan pivoted, his gaze fell upon a striking woman clad in a flight attendant uniform, pulling a small suitcase. Even someone as accustomed to beauty as he was momentarily captivated. and he instinctively cast an insight spell in her direction. Name, Ning Ruxiang. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 95 points. Affinity, 12 points. A height of 172 centimeters. A score of 95 for beauty. Truly exceptional. To be honest, had it not been for the insight spell, he would have found it hard to believe that such a remarkable flight attendant had not succumbed to the whims of the unseemly. Ning Ruxiang's affinity level, 3. In the midst of his astonishment, the system's notification chimed in his mind, snapping him back to reality. Naturally, a woman of such caliber was impossible for Jiang Nan to decline when she requested to add him on WeChat. Without hesitation, they exchanged WeChat information. Jiang Nan. What a lovely name. Ning Ruxiang sent her name in return. Ning Ruxiang, your name is equally beautiful. Jiang Nan acknowledged with a smile. Thank you. Ning Ruxiang expressed her gratitude, seemingly at a loss for words, perhaps due to the novelty of initiating a conversation herself. As she shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Are you just finishing a flight? Jiang Nan ventured to initiate dialogue. Yes, I just completed a flight and was preparing to head home. Ning Ruxiang replied softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. Shall I give you a ride? Sure. Ning Ruxiang replied without hesitation, having already taken the initiative to ask for Jiang Nan's WeChat. She felt no need to decline. Let's go. The two engaged in light banter as they approached a luxurious Maybach. After placing her small suitcase in the trunk, they both entered the vehicle. Thank you. Jiang Nan. Ning Ruxiang said with a smile as she fastened her seatbelt. Not at all. Please share your location, and I'll determine the quickest route. Jiang Nan responded nonchalantly. Sure. Ning Ruxiang promptly provided him with precise directions on WeChat. South City. Not too far. Jiang Nan nodded as he set the Maybach in motion. As they traveled, the two exchanged intermittent conversation, appearing slightly awkward, though in reality, it was anything but. Ning Ruxiang occasionally stole glances at Jiang Nan, her beautiful face betraying a hint of shy admiration. Men are naturally drawn to beauty, and conversely, so are beautiful women attracted to handsome men. There is no dispute in this matter. Jiang Nan was extraordinarily handsome, with a charisma that transcended the ordinary, reminiscent of a nobleman stepping out from the pages of a novel. Indeed, it was only a fleeting glance that had prompted Ning Ruxiang to approach him for WeChat. As they waited, she resolved to ask for his contact, and their eyes would occasionally meet, each stealing glances at the other. However, what captivated Jiang Nan more than Ning Ruxiang's breathtaking visage was the delicate gray stockings that lightly embraced her legs, drawing closer to him. Truthfully, Jiang Nan had never before encountered someone in real life wearing such stockings, especially not on someone as long-legged, proportionate, and exceptionally beautiful as Ning Ruxiang. To be frank, he believed that were she to start a live stream simply adorned in her current attire, seated before the camera in silence, many would be inclined to shower her with gifts. Jiang Nan, are you a local from Jiang City? Ning Ruxiang inquired as they traversed halfway. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded, then turned to her. Aren't you from Jiang City? Me too. Ning Ruxiang confessed, perhaps struggling with conversing with men, as she fell into silence after a couple of exchanges. How long have you been a flight attendant? Jiang Nan asked directly, which airline do you work for? I will certainly choose your airline for my next flight. I'm with Jiang City Airlines, just completed my first year. Ning Ruxiang replied obediently. I used to have a certain perception of flight attendants, thinking they were only gentle and charming while on the plane. I didn't expect you to be so lovely off-duty as well. You must have many admirers, Jiang Nan remarked with a smile. Indeed, there are quite a few admirers. But I tend to be a bit socially anxious in private, which means that most who pursue me have little chance, Ning Ruxiang admitted. She nodded as she spoke, and then seemed to realize something, hastily adding, of course, it's not that I can't go out with them. I just don't feel much for those who pursue me. Her words were undeniably a clear hint. Jiang Nan understood with a smile that Ning Ruxiang was indeed a true connoisseur of beauty. She seemed to prefer good looks above all else. He doubted that a luxury car worth over $1 million would evoke a materialistic mindset in someone as exceptional as her. If she were truly money-minded, there would be no shortage of wealthy suitors eager to shower her with gifts. Nevertheless, it would be unwise to dismiss the possibility that Ning Ruxiang was merely waiting for the right offer. Yet, a Maybach was hardly enough to prompt such eagerness from her. Thus, it left only one possibility, an ultimate appreciation for beauty. When is your next flight? Jiang Nan inquired, taking the initiative. 2 days from now, Ning Ruxiang replied. Are you free at noon? Jiang Nan directly proposed. I also reside in South City. If you have some time, may I treat you to a meal? That sounds wonderful. Ning Ruxiang beamed. Having initially intended to invite Jiang Nan for lunch as a thank you for the ride, she was delighted by his invitation. Ning Ruxiang's affinity level, 5. The sudden increase of 5 points in affinity was unexpected for Jiang Nan, causing him to glance at her a moment longer. Simultaneously, Ning Ruxiang returned his gaze. In that confined space of the car, an invisible spark seemed to ignite between them. Ning Ruxiang's affinity level, too. This growth in affinity felt astoundingly effortless. Little did he know, his face and extraordinary charisma held an immense allure for someone with a profound appreciation for beauty, especially at such a close distance. I have never felt a heart-stopping allure like that of Ning Ruxiang, reminiscent of the enchanting beauty of Jiang Nan. After all, having lived for 24 years, it was the first time she beheld such a handsome man, and a mere glance was enough to captivate her entirely. Half an hour later, in Nanjing, at the entrance of a mid-range residential complex, a Maybach came to a gentle halt. How about we go inside for a drink? Ning Ruxiang hesitantly suggested from the passenger seat. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Nan noticed her delicate face flush of vibrant crimson, clearly indicating that this was her first time being so forward. Is anyone at home? Jiang Nan inquired. This is my rented apartment. I don't live with my family. Ning Ruxiang replied softly. All right. Jiang Nan had no intention of declining such an invitation. Ning Ruxiang's favorability increased by 3 with this new increment. Her favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached a total of 25 points, which was quite remarkable considering they had only known each other for about an hour. Soon, Jiang Nan followed Ning Ruxiang's directions to the underground parking of the complex. After exiting the vehicle, he took the initiative to assist her with her small suitcase, which earned him an additional 2 points of favorability. Ding! As they entered the elevator, Ning Ruxiang pressed the button for the 20th floor. Taking a deep breath, she stood beside Jiang Nan. Thump, thump, thump. The proximity between them was close. Jiang Nan's acute hearing picked up the rapid beating of her heart, clearly indicating her unease. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and a crowd of people entered. Elderly, children, men, and women alike. With Jiang Nan and the stunningly uniformed Ning Ruxiang in their midst, they naturally drew the attention of everyone inside the elevator. Regardless of gender, many would occasionally pretend to be nonchalant while stealing glances at the pair, only to quickly avert their eyes, repeating the act moments later. Ding! As more people boarded, only a few elderly individuals with children disembarked, causing the elevator to become unexpectedly crowded. Noticing the increasing number of occupants, Jiang Nan frowned. Logically, it was normal for an elevator going down to have many passengers, but it was unusual for one going up to be so packed, especially between the ground and the 20th floor. There are so many people. Ning Ruxiang had retreated to a corner, relieved that no other men were nearby. Otherwise, she would have felt quite uncomfortable. Should we get off? Jiang Nan stood protectively in front of her, their eyes locking in an unspoken moment. Just a bit longer. We're almost there, Ning Ruxiang replied. Feeling her face flush and her heart race even faster in their close proximity, Ning Ruxiang's favorability increased by 5. Another surge of favorability made Jiang Nan internally pleased. Ding! At that moment, the elevator chimed again as several individuals finally made their exit. However, several men reluctantly descended, casting longing glances back at the pair. The elevator continued its ascent, eventually reaching the 18th floor, where a few women also stepped off, similarly glancing back with expressions of regret. Isn't he just stunning? If it weren't for his incredibly beautiful girlfriend, I'd have been tempted to ask for his number. As the elevator doors slowly closed, only Jiang Nan and Ning Ruxiang remained inside. Hearing the chatter outside, they exchanged a knowing smile. Before long, they arrived at the 20th floor. Jiang Nan carried Ning Ruxiang's suitcase as they stepped out of the elevator. This place is a bit small. I hope you don't mind, Ning Ruxiang said as she led Jiang Nan to the left. They entered her apartment, and Ning Ruxiang's voice emerged with a hint of shyness. Jiang Nan surveyed the space, which, while modest, was tastefully decorated in a minimalist style that he quite appreciated. I don't have any men's slippers. You can use mine, but rest assured, they've been washed, Ning Ruxiang said as she bent down to rummage through her shoe cabinet. From this angle, Jiang Nan couldn't help but admire her exquisite figure. At that moment, Ning Ruxiang turned, presenting him with a pair of pink slippers, her cheeks adorably flushed. Thank you, Jiang Nan said, accepting the slippers and changing into them. Meanwhile, Ning Ruxiang slipped off her high heels, supporting herself against the shoe cabinet while slightly raising her right leg. Just then, she glanced back at Jiang Nan, her right hand reaching for her heels, and their eyes met, igniting a spark between them. Ning Ruxiang's favorability increased by 2. Once again, their gazes locked. An electric tension crackling in the air. Thud! The sound of a high heel dropping echoed as Jiang Nan snapped back to reality. In that instant, Ning Ruxiang, caught off guard by the intensity of their shared moment, lost her balance and began to fall backward. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Nan set down the suitcase and stepped forward, catching her in his arms. Are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face as he held her close. In that moment, Ning Ruxiang felt her breath quicken. Her stunning visage flushed with color, clearly revealing her flustered state. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she felt momentarily weak and breathless. "I'm fine," she murmured softly. Ning Rushuang's favorability increased by 2. As the system's notification chimed again, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, both of their hearts racing at that moment. With Jiang Nan's south face now so close to hers, Ning Rushuang swallowed hard and instinctively closed her eyes. 20 seconds later, Ning Rushuang's favorability increased by 5. Chapter 74. The Compassionate Heart of a Healer, the Tender Jiang Nan. So swift was the increase in favorability that even Jiang Nan couldn't help but reflect on the intensity of the moment. In but a brief span of time, merely a little over an hour since their acquaintance, Ning Rushuang's affinity for him had astonishingly soared to an impressive 41 points. Such exaggeration. The pace of this progression was unparalleled, far surpassing any previous interactions he had experienced with women. "Jiang Nan, I'm all right now," Ning Rushuang softly uttered, her voice imbued with an air of endless shyness. In contrast to Jiang Nan's incredulity, she too was quite remarkable at this moment. Within just over an hour of knowing this man, she had not only invited him into her home, but had also allowed herself to be vulnerable. Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Jiang Nan assisted her to her feet, his hand remaining gently at her waist. Once she had removed the other high heel, he naturally guided her to the sofa in the living room. As soon as she sat down, the earlier excitement began to dissipate, only for Ning Rushuang to suddenly gasp, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, her brow furrowing in discomfort. "Did you twist it?" Jiang Nan immediately crouched down, concern etched across his features. "It seems I may have twisted my left ankle," Ning Rushuang replied, her fair complexion flushed, still feeling the dull ache of her injury. "Let me take a look," Jiang Nan offered, possessing the skills of a master in traditional Chinese medicine. From the most perplexing ailments to minor injuries, he could deftly administer treatment. Upon examining her, he noted the slight redness around her left ankle. "I'll fetch some ice for you," he said softly. "Oh, I feel so embarrassed to trouble you," Ning Rushuang replied, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. "It's no trouble at all," Jiang Nan reassured her with a smile, embodying the compassion of a true healer. His mastery afforded him the focus to attend solely to her needs, a testament to his expertise. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rushuang's cheeks deepened in hue. Yet as she beheld his earnest expression, her heart fluttered. "All right," she murmured softly. Ning Rushuang's affinity too. The prompt from the system caught Jiang Nan by surprise as he rose to retrieve the ice, glancing back at the now blushing and shy Ning Rushuang, who dared not meet his gaze. "I'll be back shortly with some ice. It should be fine in no time," he reassured her. "Okay," she shyly nodded, still avoiding eye contact. As he ventured into the kitchen, she subtly lifted her gaze in that direction, releasing a heavy sigh, her heart racing with an exhilarating rhythm. Feeling her face grow ever warmer, unable to restrain herself, she mumbled, "While Jiang Nan is solely focused on treating my ankle, I can't help but let my thoughts wander. Truly, spring has arrived in my heart. Yet, I can't resist this feeling. He is so gentle, so handsome, like the prince from my dreams." Ning Rushuang's affinity too. At that moment, while Jiang Nan diligently rummaged for ice in the kitchen, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more, causing him to blink in astonishment. Goodness, is it truly this easy to gain affection? In just over an hour, his affinity score had reached an astonishing 45 points. It was no exaggeration to say that, should something delightful and indescribable transpire between them, it was unlikely Ning Rushuang would reject it. Encountering a woman who was captivated by appearances, Jiang Nan could not help but chuckle, recognizing that he was indeed charming in her eyes. He was aware of the intoxicating effect he had on many women. Merely a moment's contact would ensnare them completely. However, Ning Rushuang's extraordinary reaction was unlike any he had previously encountered. With just his visage and a few unexpected moments, he had effortlessly elevated her affinity to an impressive 45 points in such a short time. If he were to add a touch more charm, could he not achieve a staggering 90 points in a single day? Contemplating this, Jiang Nan's interest was piqued. Ning Rushuang's beauty rated a solid 95, surpassing his previous target, Jiang Yan, by 3 points. Yet, one must not underestimate this 3-point gap, should they stand side by side. Any hesitation on his part would be a disservice to a woman of Ning Rushuang's caliber. In the span of 2 days, he resolved to seize any opportunity to elevate her affinity to 90 points. With a glint in his eye, he returned to the living room. Ice wrapped in a small pouch. Your ankle isn't severely injured. With a cold compress for about 10 minutes, followed by a warm compress for 20 to 30 minutes. You should be able to walk freely, Jiang Nan explained as he crouched down, placing the ice against her slightly reddened ankle. "Ah," she gasped at the sudden chill. "Jiang Nan, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would have no idea how to manage this injury. No need for thanks. However, if you have silver needles at home, I could also perform acupuncture, and you'd be walking in no time," Jiang Nan suggested gently. I don't have those. But this ice feels wonderful. The pain has nearly subsided. You can perform acupuncture? How impressive. Are you studying traditional Chinese medicine? Ning Rushuang gazed at Jiang Nan, her heart visibly fluttering at his tenderness. At that moment, Jiang Nan lifted his gaze, their eyes locking, a wave of romantic tension enveloping the air. 20 minutes later, Ning Rushuang's affinity too. Another 2 points of affection were added, bringing her total to 50. Now, her eyes were filled with even more admiration than before. Jiang Nan. She spoke softly, her voice laced with emotion. Does it still hurt? Jiang Nan crouched down again, cradling her delicate foot. Your injury isn't severe. With the cold and warm compresses, you should be nearly healed. Try taking a few steps. Okay, Ning Rushuang replied. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded, rising from the sofa. Jiang Nan supported her as she took a couple of tentative steps. It's really fine now, she exclaimed, joyfully embracing Jiang Nan and exclaiming, Jiang Nan, you are truly amazing. Glad to hear it's better, Jiang Nan said, patting her back. Just as he prepared to say more, Ning Rushuang interrupted him. Ning Rushuang's affinity 1. Ning Rushuang's affinity 2. Ning Rushuang's affinity 3. 2.5 hours elapsed, and the clock struck noon. In the living room, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his features, as Ning Rushuang's affinity reached an impressive 80 points. He lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke as he savored the moment. In merely a morning, Ning Rushuang's affection for him reached an impressive 80 points. To be candid, the rapidity of this progress truly took him by surprise. With an affection level of 80 points, it seemed far easier to elevate it to 90 with Ning Rushuang than with that woman, Jiang Yan. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered momentarily. After all, with Ning Rushuang holding 80 points of fondness for him, a little extra effort might just secure that delightful little task effortlessly. Moreover, it was evident from Ning Rushuang's demeanor that she was quite the aesthetic admirer. A few sweet nothings and a touch of kindness might very well propel her affection straight up to 90 points. With a soft exhale, Jiang Nan released a plume of smoke and pulled out his phone. He had been too preoccupied to respond to messages earlier, but now he began to open each chat and reply. Meng Qingxiu, darling, I've safely returned to Modu. Jiang Nan, I took a nap as soon as I got back. I'll find time to come see you in Modu. Landlady, you little rascal. Now that Xiao has left, which woman have you climbed into bed with? Don't you know to come back and comfort me in my sorrow? Jiang Nan, I was handling some matters. Su Yin, are you free tonight? Jiang Nan, hard to say, I'll check later. Lin Man, brother Jiang Nan, today is 520. Jiang Nan, I'll find you in a bit. After replying to everyone, Jiang Nan realized he had finished his cigarette. He extinguished it. A few beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Goodness, with just a handful of confidants around him. Who would have thought that the day of 520 would be so exhausting? It seemed he would have to lay some cards on the table with a few of them. Otherwise, the constant running about was simply too tiring. Contemplating this, Jiang Nan directly initiated a group chat on WeChat. Jiang Nan 1. Jiang Nan, landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man. I have some matters to attend to. You three enjoy your conversation today on 520, and I'll join you once I'm done. Having created the group chat and sent a message to everyone, Jiang Nan promptly exited WeChat. He was never one to dither, always a pragmatist in action. Once he had made up his mind, he would not delay for a second, just as he had now, pulling together the group and letting the landlady and the three ladies converse amongst themselves. If they hit it off, it would save him the trouble of visiting each one individually. Besides, with the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man, wasn't this a classic case of three missing one? Perhaps they could even play mahjong today. As Jiang Nan pondered, he arrived at Ning Rushuang's bedroom, gently settling at the edge of her bed. He reached out to caress her slightly flushed cheek, noticing her breath becoming inexplicably rapid, and remarked, "What's this? Just a moment ago, you weren't this shy. Now you seem even more bashful. You naughty boy." Ning Rushuang's long eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful, large eyes locked onto Jiang Nan's with a soft, gentle gaze, brimming with boundless shyness. As they conversed, a hint of confusion crossed Ning Rushuang's face. If someone had told her yesterday that such events would unfold, she would have vehemently scolded that woman for her indiscretion. Yet now, as this reality unfolded before her, could she truly be deemed improper? This was love at first sight. Jiang Nan brushed aside the slightly disheveled strands of hair from Ning Rushuang's forehead, leaning down to plant a kiss on her brow, smiling as he said, "Don't overthink it. That will only lead to unnecessary inner turmoil. Are you hungry?" Ning Rushuang's affection won. Embracing him, Ning Rushuang opened her arms, causing the blanket draped over her to slip away. "Ah," she exclaimed in surprise. "Still shy?" Jiang Nan teased. "Freshen up. Let us go out for a meal." As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Ning Rushuang into a princess carry, his strong arms sending her heart racing even faster. gazing at this man, brimming with masculine charm. She couldn't help but feel her affection for him grow unabated. Ning Rushuang's affection too. With an additional 2 points of affection, she now stood at 83 points. Just 7 more points remained to reach the coveted 90, thus completing the delightful little task. How close he was, how close. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. His eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at the bashful and charming Ning Rushuang. This woman was indeed his lucky star, appearing at the most opportune moment. Meanwhile, in a university cafeteria, Lin Man had just collected her meal and sat down at an empty table, taking out her phone to check a notification on WeChat, which she promptly opened. Jiang Nan, landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man. I have some matters to attend to. You three enjoy your conversation today on 520, and I'll join you once I'm done. The message captured her attention, and she wasn't alone. The landlady and Su Yun also opened the group chat and read Jiang Nan's message. After a minute or two of silence in the group, just as the landlady was about to speak, Lin Man chimed in. Sisters Xia Jiqing and Su Yun, hello. I am Lin Man. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Upon seeing Lin Man's message, the landlady and Su Yun immediately clicked on her profile picture. Upon discovering a very cute and beautiful young woman, they swiftly responded. Landlady, Lin Man, hello? I'm Xia Jiqing. You can just call me Sister Xia from now on. No need for formalities. We'll be sisters from here on. Su Yun, hi Lin Man. I'm Su Yun, and I might be a bit older than you. Feel free to call me Sister Yun. Just like Sister Xia said, we'll support each other as good sisters. Landlady, Su Yun, Lin Man. I haven't had lunch yet. How about we arrange a meal together? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fact that the 3 women in the group were already planning lunch. Even if he had known, he would not have been the least bit surprised. The landlady and Su Yun were already well acquainted, and as for Lin Man, with her agreeable and amiable nature, Jiang Nan had no doubt she would fit seamlessly into the little group formed by the landlady and Su Yun. At this moment, he emerged from the bathroom, still holding Ning Rushuang, and after assisting her in dressing, they both stepped out of the bedroom. Aside from her flight attendant uniform, Ning Rushuang's wardrobe was quite simple, mostly consisting of minimalist styles. For instance, at present, she wore a pair of jeans paired with a basic white t-shirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a charming neighbor girl. One couldn't help but remark that a beauty of such high caliber could captivate hearts even without makeup. Her skin was simply in impeccable condition. Shouldn't you put on a light makeup before going out? Ning Rushuang, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, glanced into a nearby mirror and remarked, somewhat lacking in confidence. Is it really necessary? Not at all. In your natural state, I believe you can easily outshine many fully made-up beauties. Jiang Nan wasn't just flattering her. He spoke nothing but the truth. Your words are truly sweet. Ning Rushuang was instantly filled with joy as she affectionately leaned against Jiang Nan. However, she still reached into her small handbag and pulled out a lipstick, applying it delicately to her lips. She looked significantly more spirited. After glancing around with satisfaction and nodding, she caught Jiang Nan's gaze and immediately felt a rush of shyness, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Upon noticing the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but giggle, quickly reaching out to wipe it away. Jiang Nan, what would you like to eat? Just a moment ago, you were calling me hubby so sweetly. What's this? Have you turned cold after the fun? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang's slender waist, teasing her playfully. You're so annoying. Ning Rushuang pouted and playfully punched Jiang Nan, but when she saw the eager look in his eyes, she shyly lowered her head and obediently called him hubby. Such a good girl, Jiang Nan chuckled. Ning Rushuang's disposition was indeed one of compliance. She rarely refused Jiang Nan's various requests. Even when faced with more embarrassing situations, she would ultimately choose to yield under his gentle persuasion. This quality alone endeared her to him immensely. After all, she was not just a genuine beauty, but a stunning woman with a remarkable score of 95 in looks. Though it lacked the thrill of conquest, the feeling of her willingly approaching him was far more intense than the satisfaction derived from having to take the initiative to win her over. What do you want to eat? As they strolled out the door, Jiang Nan inquired softly while they awaited the elevator. I'm fine with anything. After work, I usually just whip up some simple home-cooked meals for myself, so just let me know what you want, and I'll gladly eat along with you, Ning Rushuang replied, snuggling against Jiang Nan. All right, let me see if there's a suitable home-style restaurant. Ding! The elevator arrived. As Jiang Nan took out his phone and stepped inside with Ning Rushuang, he noticed a flurry of notifications in the group chat, and to his surprise, there were more than one message tagging him. Glancing at Ning Rushuang beside him, he opened WeChat. 99. He was taken aback to see that the group chat he created had amassed 99 messages in such a short span. He quickly scrolled to the beginning to read through them. Goodness, these women had truly banded together. With Ning Rushuang beside him, Jiang Nan was able to skim through the messages rapidly, finishing before they reached the ground floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at B1, and Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang stepped out, making their way to the Maybach. Just as he was about to casually locate a home-style restaurant, his phone buzzed. Jiang Nan picked it up nonchalantly and glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiangqing. Hello? Jiang Nan answered. Mr. Jiang Nan, I am Li Jing, the private steward of Villa number 001 in Jiangqing Tianfu. A clear yet cold voice resonated from the other end of the line. What can I do for you? Jiang Nan asked while driving. Mr. Jiang Nan, the Jiangqing Tianfu Property Management would like to inquire whether you wish to hire some cleaners, gardeners, and professional drivers, Li Jing's voice continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan pondered for a moment before replying, the cleaners and gardeners are fine, but I'll pass on the driver. You can make those decisions. And if there is a shortage of funds, just let me know. Understood, Li Jing replied respectfully. Let us talk later. Jiang Nan ended the call and set his phone aside, only to notice that Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat was gazing at him with an unusual expression. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a light chuckle. Villa, cleaners, gardeners? Hubby, you're quite impressive, Ning Rushuang remarked. Though she hadn't heard Li Jing's words clearly, she could gather a few details from Jiang Nan's conversation. Well, how about you come over for lunch afterward? Jiang Nan suggested with a smile. Isn't someone going to be there? Ning Rushuang hesitated. No one, just a private steward possibly. Jiang Nan explained, I usually don't stay there, but if you like it, why not move in? At this, Ning Rushuang's mouth fell slightly agape, and her breath momentarily caught. She then quietly responded, but if you don't stay there often, moving in seems pointless. What do you mean pointless? Don't you work? Jiang Nan looked at her, gently pinching her nose, and chuckled. When you finish work, I'll come keep you company. When you're at work, I'll return to my usual place. It's simple. That feels a bit strange. Ning Rushuang swallowed hard, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Nan. It dawned on her that she had just met Jiang Nan that morning, yet they had already shared some indescribable, enchanting moments. It seemed she knew very little about this man on a deeper level. What if he had a girlfriend? The mere thought caused her delicate face to pale in an instant. Chapter 77. Ning Rushuang, what a coincidence. The car continued its journey, and Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat began to grow increasingly pale. Why do you look a bit unwell? Jiang Nan noticed her unusual expression and promptly expressed concern. It's nothing. Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook her head, murmuring, let us wait until my rental is up this month. She forced herself not to dwell on these thoughts, as they were indeed too exhausting. Since it had already happened, she would pretend to know nothing. Only in this way could this still nascent romance possibly endure. Moreover, to be honest, if Ning Rushuang were to leave simply because of the possibility that Jiang Nan had a girlfriend, how could she bear to do so? Besides, it was all just her conjecture. Perhaps Jiang Nan was single. With this thought, Ning Rushuang seemed to have perfectly reassured herself. Her previously pale complexion returned to normal in mere moments. An hour later, after lunch, Jiang Nan drove the Maybach he had borrowed from the landlord into the Jiangqing Tianfu community. Hubby, your villa is in Jiangqing Tianfu. Upon entering the community, Ning Rushuang was momentarily stunned. Being a local, she was well aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangqing Tianfu, especially since there were only 9 villas, making the prices even more outrageous. And Jiang Nan's villa was actually in Jiangqing Tianfu. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded with a smile, glancing at the incredulous Ning Rushuang. What do you think? Do you like the environment here? If you find it appealing, you might as well move in. Although the community where Ning Rushuang lived was not subpar, it was certainly a mixed bag. However, to be candid, residing in the Jiangqing Tianfu, the security is undoubtedly far superior to that of the modest apartment he rents. Given the property prices and opulence of Jiangqing Tianfu, it is likely that no one would dare to express discontent. Ning Rushuang couldn't help but exclaim, rolling down the car window to admire the verdant gardens lining the passageway, and with a hint of excitement remarked, is this truly the realm of the affluent? The air does seem remarkably fresher. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile and shake his head, choosing not to mention the idea of her moving in just yet. At this moment, she was enveloped in exhilaration, hardly receptive to his words. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance. Inside the car, Ning Rushuang gazed at Villa 001, which resembled a small estate. Her mouth agape in astonishment as she exclaimed, goodness, is this a villa? It feels as if it rivals the grandeur of those estates depicted on television. Jiang Nan pulled out his phone, opened an app, and with a touch, the gates began to open slowly. As he drove through, the gates closed automatically behind them. They continued down to the underground parking garage, where upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon the Porsche Cayenne. Surveying the expansive garage, which housed only 2 cars, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Clearly, it was time to acquire some luxury vehicles. Such a vast garage with merely 2 cars felt rather lacking in stature. With an arm around Ning Rushuang, Jiang Nan ascended to the first floor, passing by the private cinema on the basement level, an indoor swimming pool, and a variety of leisure lounges that truly opened Ning Rushuang's eyes to the lifestyle of the wealthy. Is this the life of the affluent? Without stepping outside, one can indulge in any pastime they desire. Upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's voice issuing instructions from the kitchen. Remember, it must be spotless. Every single day, it must be cleaned. The boss may not lack for money, but he craves emotional value. Understood, came the chorus of several ladies' voices. Moments later, Li Jing emerged from the kitchen and, upon spotting Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang, paused momentarily, then hurried over, bowing respectfully to Jiang Nan. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes briefly flicked over to the beautiful Ning Rushuang, and after a second glance, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. However, her astonishment was not solely due to Ning Rushuang's beauty. Rather, she felt a sense of familiarity with the striking young woman. I brought my girlfriend to take a look. Li Jia, please continue with your duties. By the way, I will send you some money later to purchase a vehicle for convenience. I assume the regular cleaners and gardeners do not reside in the villa? Jiang Nan inquired. They do not, but occasionally, I stay over, Li Jing replied, redirecting her gaze from Ning Rushuang. No worries, I need you to keep an eye on the villa when I'm not around. You can move in if you like. If you need anything, just let me know, Jiang Nan offered. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no interest in a stunning beauty like Li Jing. Yet he recognized that she was already acquainted with Lin Man Man and, presently, Ning Rushuang. If he truly wished to win her over, it would require considerable effort. At least for now, Li Jing had not yet shown any interest in him, nor did he find any points of approach, so he remained patient. Of course, Li Jing responded with utmost respect, embodying the demeanor of a personal steward before her employer. Jiang Nan remained unconcerned. He believed that every woman would eventually reveal her vulnerabilities. Time was on his side, and he had no worries about finding an opportunity to breach Li Jing's defenses. I'll take you upstairs to have a look, Jiang Nan said with a gentle smile, guiding Ning Rushuang towards the second floor. As they climbed the staircase, Ning Rushuang glanced back. Coincidentally, Li Jing also turned to look. Their eyes met, two equally stunning women, both scoring a perfect 95 in beauty. Li Jing smiled kindly and nodded, while Ning Rushuang, after a moment of surprise, returned the gesture, her brow slightly furrowing as she whispered, "Darling, that woman is indeed attractive. Her name is Li Jing, the villa's personal steward," Jiang Nan introduced. "With such a beautiful steward residing here, you truly do not live here regularly?" Ning Rushuang questioned, her gaze flickering upon hearing the name. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of jealousy, and quietly declared, "No way, I'm moving in tomorrow. I want to see if you really don't live here." "Ha. All right." Jiang Nan recognized that this was merely an excuse for her to move in. If there were any pressing matters, how would she know what transpired at home once she returned to work? At that moment, Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang entered the master bedroom, locking the door behind them. On the first floor, Li Jing stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, retrieving her phone to open a chat application named Penguin. Soon, she navigated to the category of her junior high school graduation photos and began perusing them. Ultimately, she clicked on a picture, her gaze settling on a chubby girl, before shifting to a stunning girl prominently featured in the center of the photo. What a coincidence that Ning Rushuang popped up. A murmur escaped Li Jing's lips. Chapter 78. A call from an old classmate, Qiu Ruyue. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang emerged from the master bedroom. Jiang Nan appeared invigorated, while Ning Rushuang's cheeks were flushed, occasionally biting her lip and reapplying lipstick from her purse, her eyes sparkling with allure as she looked at Jiang Nan. Before long, they descended to the second floor. "Boss, the cleaners and gardeners have completed their tasks, and I've sent them away," Li Jing announced, having noticed their footsteps as she rushed over. "I understand," Jiang Nan nodded, preparing to lead Ning Rushuang to the underground garage on the basement level. However, Ning Rushuang turned to Li Jing and asked, "You are Li Jing?" "Yes," Li Jing replied with a smile and a nod. "Where did you attend junior high?" Ning Rushuang inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Li Jing intently. "At Nanxing No. 4 Middle School," Li Jing answered. "What class?" Ning Rushuang's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Class 7. Li Jing replied. "Indeed, it is you, Li Jing." Upon hearing Li Jing's response, Ning Rushuang's face lit up with astonishment. "What a coincidence." Li Jing's smile deepened slightly. "Darling, Li Jing is my classmate from junior high. We were in the same class," Ning Rushuang exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she appraised Li Jing from head to toe. "I had heard you went on a drastic weight loss journey in high school, but I had no idea you would turn out this stunning. One's beauty can indeed be undone by weight." In junior high, Li Jing was often derided as the fat girl by the majority of her classmates. Consequently, she was perceived as the least attractive girl in her class, and even in the entire grade. Bullying was a frequent occurrence. Ning Rushuang distinctly recalled this chubby girl from junior high, for although she was academically capable, they coincidentally became desk mates during the second semester of their third year. It is precisely due to Li Jing's assistance that during the crucial second semester of her third year of junior high, Ning Rushuang performed relatively well on her examinations. Although she did not gain admission to Nancheng No. 1 High School, a prestigious institution, she was still deemed qualified for Nancheng No. 2 High School, which is quite commendable. You still look stunning, Li Jing murmured, complimenting Ning Rushuang softly. She then glanced at Jiang Nan, who appeared somewhat surprised beside them, and found herself in a quandary. One was the only girl from junior high who had ever shown her kindness, while the other was her current employer. Had Ning Rushuang not been acquainted with Jiang Nan, or had she been a former classmate who had bullied her, she would have feigned ignorance. However, Jiang Nan was her boss. She could hardly whisper to Ning Rushuang that perhaps the boss had more than one girlfriend. Never mind. I shall act as though I know nothing. He is so handsome and wealthy. Perhaps Ning Rushuang is already aware of it. If I were to mention it, I would surely find myself in an awkward position. In that fleeting moment, Li Jing had made her decision. After all, the kindness Ning Rushuang had shown her during their junior high days had already been repaid when she assisted her with her studies. Thus, her inclination leaned towards her current employment. Furthermore, suitable and leisurely jobs were exceedingly rare these days, and a boss like Jiang Nan, who was both exceptional and carefree, was even harder to find. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone vibrated in his pocket. Observing that Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were engaged in cheerful conversation, he stepped aside to retrieve his phone and answered the call. Jiang Nan, Zhang Dong has been placed in a juvenile detention center, came the voice from Qiu Riyue. This audacious young man, so meticulous at such a tender age, made Jiang Nan ponder what he might accomplish once he truly matures. Upon hearing the news from Qiu Riyue, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. This boy's gaze was far too fierce. If he were released, who knows what madness he might unleash. Jiang Nan had contemplated the notion of eliminating him, but for now, it was not feasible. His father, Zhang Qiqiang, was also incarcerated, while his mother had seemingly vanished. Qiu Riyue remarked softly, when calamity strikes, each to their own, the disintegration of Zhang Dong's family is merely a matter of time. Jiang Nan felt no sympathy for that family, not a shred of pity. I have no plans today. Are you free this afternoon? Perhaps we could have dinner together with your girlfriend? Qiu Riyue extended the invitation. She has returned to Magic City, Jiang Nan replied. Return to Magic City? Qiu Riyue's voice was tinged with surprise, but she quickly cleared her throat and added quietly, that certainly complicates things. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon as well. Let's plan to have dinner another day and discuss Zhang Dong's situation. Jiang Nan was determined not to allow that boy to escape from the detention center. All right, I am generally free this afternoon. Just let me know when you want to meet, and I will be available, Qiu Riyue responded cheerfully. Okay, I'll get back to you later. Jiang Nan concluded the call, noting Qiu Riyue's number before heading back to the engrossed Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. Honey, are you off to attend to something? I will take a stroll with Li Jing and see if we need to move some things over, Ning Rushuang said, playfully linking her arm with Jiang Nan's. Sure, Jiang Nan replied, intending to treat Ning Rushuang to some shopping. Since she wished to explore with Li Jing, he naturally would not refuse, saying, give me your bank card number, buy whatever you fancy, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Honey, I'm just browsing. I'm not planning to buy anything. Ning Rushuang shook her head. No worries, if you see something you like, just get it, Jiang Nan insisted firmly. All right then, I'll listen to my husband, Ning Rushuang said, her voice flowing smoothly with the term of endearment. Affection level with Ning Rushuang, 2. Affection level with Li Jing, 5. The system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. He turned to see a fleeting expression of envy on Li Jing's face, which made him glance away momentarily. Soon, Ning Rushuang sent her bank card information. And without further ado, Jiang Nan transferred 2 million, followed by an additional 2 million to Li Jing. Honey? Boss. Both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment as the amounts were credited, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Why did you transfer so much? Is it too much? Jiang Nan responded in disbelief. 2 million is not excessive. 2 million could buy a decent car, right? After exchanging glances, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were both left dumbfounded. Goodness, just how wealthy is he? Take it. If you don't use it now, you'll need it eventually. Jiang Nan said dismissively, pulling out a car key. This is the key to the Qian. If you're going out, take this car. Ning Rushuang, bewildered, accepted the key as she watched Jiang Nan wave his hand and head towards the underground garage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful spending. You have received a tenfold cashback, 72 million. The system notification resonated in Jiang Nan's mind. Upon reaching the underground garage, he heard 2 more pings. Affection level with Ning Rushuang, 1. Affection level with Li Jing, 2. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Ning Rushuang's affection for him had reached an impressive 88 points. He needed just 2 more points to complete his welfare task. Logically, he could accompany Ning Rushuang and likely achieve that final increment in affection soon, but he felt it wise to grant these 2 women some space to bond. Those last 2 points of affection were a certainty. If not today, then surely tomorrow. Thus, Jiang Nan felt no urgency. Today was May 20th, and he still needed to spend time with Mrs. Landlord, Su Yun, and Lin Man, as they were missing one participant. After all, one cannot linger solely with one woman for too long without growing weary. As Jiang Nan drove the Maybach out of Villa 001, inside the villa, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were finally regaining their composure. Li Jing, do you have any idea just how wealthy my man is? Ning Rushuang asked, swallowing hard. Very, very wealthy, I believe, Li Jing replied, taking a deep breath and speaking solemnly. You must know that villas in Jiangxing Tianfu are exceedingly expensive, right? Yes. I've heard rumors. Wasn't there a villa that sold for 3 small goals last time? Ning Rushuang had some knowledge of such gossip. That villa was among the average ones in Jiangxing Tianfu's collection of 9 villas, while the one purchased by her boss was Villa 001. From its designation, you can surely infer the significance of this villa, Li Jing explained. Villa 001. The villa we are in is, in fact, the legendary Villa 001. Ning Rushuang's pupils constricted and then expanded, her face betraying a look of astonishment. When it came to this villa, she indeed possessed some knowledge. As a flight attendant, her striking appearance often led her superiors to assign her to first class, allowing her to occasionally overhear snippets of intriguing information. For instance, this villa No. 001 was rumored to have been sought after by a wealthy magnate from afar, who had attempted to purchase it for a staggering 800 million, only to be declined. Such an exorbitant sum, and yet it was insufficient to secure this property, suggesting that mere wealth alone might not suffice to acquire it. While the specific transaction price remained a mystery to her, it was likely that the owner had invested a considerable amount, and his connections were presumably of the highest caliber. Li Jing speculated, of course, this is merely my conjecture. Well, we ought not to dwell on this topic too long, as I am, after all, the private steward of the owner, and it would be rather disrespectful to gossip about him. A moment later, Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, fixed her gaze intently on Li Jing, and asked in a low voice, has Jiang Nan ever brought other women here? Not at all. Li Jing replied without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this response, Ning Rushuang let out a sigh of relief, a joyful expression illuminating her face. By now, after her previous self-reflection, she had already ceased to be concerned about whether Jiang Nan had had a girlfriend before. With Li Jing's answer, she naturally felt that she held a significant place in Jiang Nan's heart. Otherwise, how could he have invited her to reside in such a lavish villa? Observing the smile on Ning Rushuang's face, Li Jing maintained her composure while secretly feeling relieved. This is a benevolent falsehood. It benefits both you and me, as well as the owner. Ning Rushuang's affection level, 1. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, en route to the old city, heard the familiar chime of the system's notification in his mind, which brought a look of delight to his face. My affection level has reached 89 points. Just a little more, and I will complete that welfare task. He pondered, how could my affection level suddenly increase by 1 point? Could this woman be engaging in self-pursuit? Amused by the thought, Jiang Nan chuckled. If that's the case, it would be quite remarkable. Sitting in the car while my affection level soars, perhaps she might further pursue me, and I would unwittingly complete the welfare task. That would be splendid. He still had one lottery chance available and decided not to rush into using it, opting to complete the welfare task first. Half an hour later, in the neighborhood where the landlord's wife resided, a Maybach came to a gentle halt beneath the small apartment building he rented. Noticing the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, Jiang Nan inspected it for scratches and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed a camera positioned directly ahead, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Is this a camera installed by the landlord's wife? Upon reflection, it seemed prudent for such an older community to have several cameras for security, especially to prevent incidents like young girls being abducted, which would make finding them akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Jiang Nan lightly knocked on the landlord's door. I'm coming. A voice responded, and Jiang Nan immediately recognized it as Lin Man-Man's. Jiang Nan, brother. As the door swung open, Lin Man appeared before him, dressed in a striking blue and white ensemble paired with a white pleated skirt. Her hair styled into adorable twin ponytails. Unlike her usual attire complemented by delicate white knee-high socks, today she wore charming black knee-high socks adorned with bows. Jiang Nan, brother. Lin Man exclaimed, leaping into his embrace and nuzzling her head against his chest. Have you missed me so much in such a short time? Jiang Nan asked, holding Lin Man as he stepped inside. closing the door behind them. As the door shut, it was as if Lin Man Man had received an unspoken signal, her body suddenly relaxing in his arms.